The Night in the Great World of American TV Series. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 401, Shocking Change. Yet, we should do something, Matthew said expressionlessly. Then, regardless of his physical weakness, he picked up his clothes and stood up. Hey, what are you doing? Bobby shouted immediately. Do what I should have done a long time ago? Matthew ignored him and walked outside. Seeing Matthew's mess, Bobby planned to stop him. Matthew was still very weak, not to mention that they had been discovered stealing other people's things. If someone came to the door at this time, Matthew would really have no chance to resist. Kai stopped Bobby and said that he would watch Matthew. Kai could guess what Matthew was going to catch. Martin felt that he could no longer stay in the police force. He used to be the most promising star of hope in the police force. He and his former partner were called the Star of Justice. Any difficult and complicated case in their hands would be solved easily. And unlike his partner, Martin handled interpersonal relationships very well. Anyone who had worked with him praised him. He was humorous, smooth, and never blushed with others. Naturally, everyone likes him. But when it comes to his ability to handle cases, Martin feels that his ability is just like that. Fortunately, he has no ambition for this job. He just wants to get a higher salary, better treatment, and just get by. He is not a person who regards work as everything. He regards being a policeman as a job to support his family, which is no different from other white-collar jobs, plumbers, etc. This is also the biggest difference between him and his former partner. Yes, his partner is Matthew. Martin and Matthew were once golden partners. Matthew is responsible for solving cases, and Martin is responsible for cleaning up Matthew's ass. Matthew's temper is also bad to a certain extent. Apart from investigating cases, he rarely communicates with people, and he hates mediocre people very much. Matthew rarely gives good face to people who have no ability. According to Matthew, such people are just here to get a salary, and their existence is an insult to the victim. Basically 90% of the people in this world are mediocre. Where do so many capable people come from? At least Martin feels that he is not a capable person, and he has never been as crazy and persistent as Matthew in dealing with cases. In his opinion, it is enough to handle the case as long as it is almost done. If it is really difficult to handle, it is not their fault. They are human beings and they will make mistakes, right? If Martin had not been good-tempered, he would have fallen out with Matthew long ago. Unfortunately, since that incident, the golden partnership of Matthew and Martin has completely broken up. In fact, the relationship between the two of them did not break up because of a certain incident. Matthew and Martin's wife cheating was just a fuse. The real rift started a long time ago. If you really want to trace the root of the problem, you have to start with a sensational child molestation case that year. At that time, the two of them were investigating the murder of Dora Lan, which was also the cult corpse abuse case. They found out that Dora Lan's ex-husband Charlie Lan was imprisoned for forging checks, and Charlie's roommate was the crazy Reggie Ledoux, imprisoned for making methamphetamine ecstasy, and was previously prosecuted for molesting minors, but was released due to insufficient testimony. He was a scumbag. In prison, Charlie showed Reggie a photo of Dora, and Reggie also told Charlie about the King in Yellow. Later, they found out that after Reggie was released on parole, he had someone find Dora, who was working in a folk trail group, the Friends of Christ Church, and tricked this woman with a tragic life into joining the cult and brainwashing her. She also told her friends that she had joined the church and wanted to be a nun, and wrote in her diary, "I closed my eyes and saw the King in a yellow robe walking through the forest." Dora Lan was then sacrificed. She first took methamphetamine and hallucinogens, and then was tied up, tortured with a knife, violated, and strangled to death. Following this clue, Matthew and Martin found Reggie Ledoux. In addition to participating in the cult, this guy also cooperated with motorcycle gangs to make drugs. Matthew found Reggie Ledoux's accomplice in drug production, his cousin Devil Ledoux, through the connections he met during his undercover period. At that time, Martin and Matthew found their hiding place. In order to ensure the smooth progress of the arrest, the two of them did not call for reinforcements and acted in advance. According to the archives, the Ledoux brothers discovered the two of them in advance and shot them in retaliation. After a gunfight, Matthew and Martin shot and killed the two and rescued the 3 children who were imprisoned by the Ledoux brothers at the time. One of the children had died when he was rescued, and the other was seriously injured and died. Only one little girl survived, but she was also physically and mentally traumatized and had to stay in a mental hospital from then on. It was this case that made them famous. But the reality was another matter. When Martin and Matthew were arresting them, the Ledoux brothers did not resist at all. On the contrary, they were fearless and were not afraid of being caught by the police. At that time, Matthew was responsible for guarding the two, and Martin was responsible for searching. At that time, the two planned to start with the two and find out all the details of the Church of the King in Yellow. But when Martin saw the three children who were tortured, he completely lost control of his emotions and shot Reggie Ledoux, who had surrendered at the time. In order to help Martin cover up the murder, Matthew directly killed Wal Ledoux with a grenade, and arranged the scene to be a gunfight scene as described in the archives, creating the illusion that the two were arrested and resisted and were shot dead. Although the case later deceived everyone as expected by the two, a rift was buried between the two since then. Martin no longer wanted to hold on to the case. After all, Reggie was very likely the murderer of Dora. Martin thought that this was enough. Of course, he was more afraid that if he continued to investigate, his murder would be exposed. But Matthew didn't think so. He had been thinking about this case. When he was in custody of Reggie, Reggie had said something. Although these words were obscure after all, Matthew could still hear from them that this case was not as simple as it seemed on the surface, and there were many people involved. This also led to the two people drifting apart. Matthew had been working hard, while Martin just muddled along. In the end, all the conflicts broke out because Martin's wife cheated. Without Matthew talking about it, Martin's end was actually not much better. Because of his repeated infidelity, his family has fallen apart, his wife has left him, and his children are indifferent to him. That's not all, because last time he took his colleagues to fight with Matthew, they were caught by Kai, and the whole department was arrested. This made Martin's boss very dissatisfied. In addition, his wife cheated on his partner, which made him a joke in the police force. All of this made Martin frustrated and decided to leave the police force. His resignation report has been submitted, and he is just waiting for his boss's approval. Sitting in the bar, Martin reviewed his past, and even he had to admit that he was a bastard. As a policeman, he never thought about fulfilling his duties. As a husband, he cheated repeatedly, but was always forgiven, and always committed the same crime again. He could understand his wife's despair and anger at the time. As a father, he always said that he was too busy with work and lacked care for his children. No wonder his children didn't like him. And as a friend, Martin once thought that he and Matthew were friends. At least Matthew, who never meddles in other people's business, actually went to his wife in person for his affairs and persuaded her. Otherwise, Martin would have been kicked out by his wife when he cheated for the first time. But how did he treat Matthew? When Matthew needed support the most, he avoided him. When Matthew was investigating the case attentively, he hugged a girl who was a dozen years younger than him and had fun. When Matthew was excluded, he watched coldly. Even when Matthew argued with reason, he not only did not give any help, but also added insult to injury. In the end, Matthew was completely isolated, transferred, and even kicked out of the police force. Although something happened between Matthew and his wife, but he himself was not much better. They are all bastards. Just when Martin was drinking alone, a hand reached out and grabbed him. Quick! Follow me. Martin was almost knocked to the ground, and when he looked up, he saw that it was that bastard. Although Martin was just reflecting on himself, it didn't mean that he forgave Matthew. Just as he thought just now, they were all bastards. Martin wanted to continue what he hadn't done in the police station before, and beat Matthew up. But when he saw Kai standing next to Matthew, he was scared. There was nothing he could do. This guy had a deep background, but the key was that he was good at fighting. Even if he was a jerk, he couldn't beat him. Martin broke away from Matthew's hand, obviously not intending to communicate with Matthew. You should come and see, that's what I owe Dora Lan, and you owe her too. Martin stopped resisting. Dora Lan, this name was almost forgotten by Martin. It's not that Martin has a bad memory, but he doesn't want to recall it at all. He killed the Ledoux brothers in a moment of impulse, which made the case unable to be investigated. He knew it very well, but he pretended not to understand it. This is also one of the reasons why he and Matthew have become more and more distant over the years. He is escaping. He doesn't want to lose his life and job, but he knows very well that he has not done what a policeman should do and seek justice for the victims. So he chose to escape. In the past, he could still feel at ease. After all, he did what he should do. As for the truth, who the hell cares? But only he knew what crime he had committed. Anyway, his life was a mess now, so why not relax a little? If he could really get justice for Dorlan, at least he would feel less guilty. Ah, bang! Kai and the others stayed outside the room. When they heard the crying and explosions inside, they looked at each other and shrugged. Any normal person would have the same reaction when seeing the videotape. It was not surprising at all. About 10 minutes later, Martin, who was already a little exhausted, walked out of the room. He didn't ask where the videotape came from, nor did he ask why they were looking for him, but asked directly, "What should I do?" The moment he saw the videotape, even a jerk like Martin who lacked a sense of responsibility could not tolerate those beasts continuing to get away with it. "Kill those beasts," Matthew said firmly. Martin was from the intelligence department of the Chicago Police Headquarters. If he wanted to turn this videotape into evidence, he needed Martin's help. He can give this evidence a reasonable and legal source. As for how to do it specifically, Martin definitely knows how to do it better than them. In order to prevent someone from covering up this evidence, many copies of this videotape were recorded before Martin came. Once things change, they will release the videotape and let public opinion push back the case and continue the investigation. After all, no matter how powerful the cult is, it cannot fight against public opinion. In this country, public opinion is everything. Even if the cult has a strong backstage, once it triggers public protests, the authorities must respond. Similarly, in this country, public opinion has never represented everything. For example, the famous pedophile billionaire Jeffrey Epstein. This guy is simply a legend. This guy bought an island and then used a Boeing 727 aircraft to open the so-called Lolita Express, collecting all kinds of underage girls to entertain those dignitaries, including former President Bill Clinton, Prince Andrew of the United Kingdom, Victoria's Secret boss Wexner, and so on. In 2005, Epstein was charged with sexually assaulting a girl. After an 11-month undercover investigation by the police, Epstein was arrested in 2008. However, with his power relationship in law enforcement agencies, prosecutors in Florida agreed not to prosecute him. In the end, he only faced less than 2 years in prison, and he was on near free work parole during this period. During this period, he was allowed to leave his prison for up to 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, and stay in his office. Is this also imprisonment? Is this also the law? This incident has completely destroyed the majesty of the American judiciary, and there is also public opinion in society, but so what? The media are not allowed to report, all protests are ignored, the cries of the victims are ignored, the personnel investigating the case are threatened, transferred, and so on. In short, everything must be prepared for the worst. Unfortunately, reality played a joke again. The next day, Kay found Deputy Director Cooper, who is now in a glorious position, but tracing back to the source, his glory and pride are mostly due to Kay. In this case, should Cooper give back? You want me to help you get a search warrant? And for the Archbishop of the Chicago Diocese? Hey, men, are you sure you're not crazy? Cooper is a Catholic. He was shocked by Kai's request. Kai didn't say much, just let Cooper handle it. Cooper was also in a headache. What kind of thing was this? Just as the two of them were in a stalemate, Kai was thinking about whether to take out a videotape. A phone call came into Cooper's office. Hello? This is Cooper. Cooper answered the phone with a bitter face, and then his face changed, as if he had seen a ghost. What did you say? No. Who are you talking about? Billy Lee Tuttle? The Archbishop of our Chicago Diocese. Where was he killed? At home. Cooper hung up the phone with a confused look on his face, and opened his mouth to Kai, wanting to say something. But Kai turned around and walked out with a sour face. What the hell is the search warrant? Now he can walk into the house of that bastard bishop and do whatever he wants. The only problem is, that bastard is dead. The clues are broken again. Chapter 402, Pulling People into the Water. The murder of the Bishop of the Chicago Diocese caused a sensation throughout Chicago for a time, especially the believers in the diocese, who were very angry about it. They believed that Bishop Billy Lee Tuttle was a kind, merciful, compassionate man who regarded the Lord's cause as the highest goal of his life and was the most trusted pastor of all the believers in the diocese. The murder of such a person is definitely a provocation to the Lord. It is no wonder that this case caused such a sensation, because in the West, the status of clergy is very special. They are the connection point between believers and God. Any act of killing clergy is an unforgivable felony. This behavior is intolerable in Western countries where God is generally believed. Even the most vicious criminals will not do such a thing. After all, when they die, they also need clergy to make the final confession for them. What's more, he is still a bishop of a diocese, so the impact is naturally great. However, the reversal of public opinion is also very fast in this fast-paced society. That afternoon, the police announced a collection in Billy Lee Tuttle's secret room. There are many things in it that are forbidden by the Catholic Church, which shows that the bishop is not as loyal to Jesus Christ as he seems to be. The more explosive news is that this Catholic bishop actually believes in a cult. This is a big news. For a time, Billy Lee Tuttle's house became the hottest news location in Chicago. Countless cameras and reporters surrounded the house. The Chicago police were also very generous. In addition to not allowing people to enter the house, they could take pictures of things taken out of it. This is naturally Kai's masterpiece. According to general procedures, unless it is necessary, the things at the crime scene cannot be announced before the case is clear. Moreover, many things in it are considered Billy Lee Tuttle's personal belongings. Logically, there is no direct connection with his murder. But don't forget, Kai is a policeman. If he says something is related to the case, then it is related. If it is related, it is naturally evidence. Of course, the evidence must be taken back. As for being photographed by reporters, that's because the brothers below are careless. Well, we will criticize and educate them, or what? Are they fired for such a small matter? You know, it's difficult for the Chicago Police Department to recruit people now. In short, a century-long scandal was formed in Chicago, and then the Vatican Church in Europe was shot. Damn, the world's first religion actually had an insider, and the level of this insider was not low, a bishop of a large diocese, and according to the influence of Chicago, the level of this bishop was not low within the Vatican. Perhaps because of the influence of the Catholic priest's child molestation incidents, the Vatican's crisis public relations were very good. As soon as the Chicago media exposed the scandal, a plane carrying a cardinal and a whole public relations team came to Chicago. They had to minimize the impact of this incident. The first stop was the Chicago Police Department. After all, the Chicago Police Department was directly responsible for this matter. And judging from the speed of the incident, the Chicago Police Department definitely did not play any positive role. They had to figure out the position of the Chicago Police. Deputy Director Cooper was distressed. As a Catholic, he could not accept that his bishop had betrayed their faith emotionally, and he found from the items in the underground secret room that their bishop was not just a simple believer in a cult, but also involved in some more terrible things. According to his original intention, such cases should be handled in a low-key manner. This is not considered abuse of power for personal gain, but just doing things within the scope of one's duties. Unfortunately, Kai and Matthew refused to do it. Matthew was the most direct, running directly to Chief Cooper's office and making a rare scene, even smashing Chief Cooper's cup. In addition, Kai also asked so Cooper could only do it. There was no way. Matthew was his old subordinate. When Matthew was still a newcomer, Cooper threw him into the gang as an undercover agent. He did this for 3 years and 3 years. 10 years of undercover career almost ruined Matthew's life. Even if he returned to the police force, he had great psychological problems. And what about Cooper? Relying on the intelligence provided by Matthew, he could not be said to be promoted step by step, but he made a lot of contributions to the establishment. In other words, Cooper owed Matthew, and Cooper himself thought so. At the same time, Kai was also involved. Kai was not only the trump card of the police station, but also made a lot of contributions, which made Cooper's face rise greatly. In addition to Kai's network of relationships, Cooper had to give some face. So under the strong demands of Kai and Matthew, a big drama unfolded in front of everyone. Bishop Palma was very troubled. Since 2002, a report titled "Catholic Priest Molests Boys" in the Boston Globe has revealed the dark side of sexual abuse by Catholic priests over the years, shocking the whole United States. The Boston Globe used a full page to expose the sexual abuse scandal of Father Gogan. After the news was exposed, thousands of child sexual abuse victims filed complaints, and in the past 40 years in the Boston Diocese of the United States, no less than 60 priests have been criminally charged for reaching out to children. After the Boston Globe attracted the world's attention to these sexual abuse incidents, Attention to the Catholic Church sexual abuse crisis reached its peak in the early 21st century, and a large number of accusations followed. This has caused the Church's top leaders to be overwhelmed, and they have to deal with hundreds of lawsuits every year. Not only that, the Catholic Church has also been calling for a fight in public opinion in recent years. There is no way. Who says that Catholicism is the world's #1 religion and is too conspicuous? Bishop Palma also hates his colleagues very much, but for the dignity and face of the Holy See, he has to run around every year to eliminate these negative influences. As a member of Opus Dei, Palma is very conservative. Here we should explain Opus Dei. This sect was founded by Spanish priest José María Escrivá in 1928. It advocates a return to conservative Roman Catholic values and encourages believers to make great sacrifices in order to practice God's good deeds. The full name is Higher Order of the Holy Cross and the Grace of God. The organization operates with strict and ruthless efficiency. Anyone can be dispensable, but the rules must be followed unconditionally. Opus Dei always recruits the most talented students from colleges and universities. Because of the terrifying atmosphere surrounding it, like the Black Cloak dagger, it is often called the Holy Spirit Mafia. Although there are many controversies, there is no doubt that this organization has an extremely important position in the Roman Curia, because they always uphold the thinking that the majesty of the Curia is above all else, and they are highly valued by the Vatican. Their way to deal with scandals is very simple. They can transfer the clergy involved in the scandal, but they will never allow conviction and trial. Many clergy who have caused harm have become cardinals with high status, and some have even been recommended by the Catholic Church to work in the Disney theme park in the United States. This is simply sending wolves into the flock of sheep. In a word, it is impossible to admit that you have made a mistake. This way of handling is undoubtedly deeply appreciated by the Holy See, so the main members of this sect all hold important positions in the Vatican. Bishop Palma is one of the best. It is precisely because of his public relations that the scandals over the years have not affected the authority of the Roman Catholic Church. But this time, Bishop Palma feels that the situation is more serious than all the previous scandals. Apostasy. A term that seems to exist in the Middle Ages. But now it happened to a bishop. This is undoubtedly a scandal, a huge scandal, and it may even affect the authority of the Catholic Church. After all, the apostasy of a bishop and the apostasy of an insignificant believer are two different concepts. If a religion even has senior clergy betraying their faith, what prestige and credibility does this religion have? Palma came to Chicago in a low profile, and then found a city council member, and asked him to take him to the Chicago Police Department to find Deputy Chief Cooper, who was in charge of the case. This was already a very high standard. Otherwise, with the arrogance of the Roman Catholic Church, a deputy chief would never get a personal visit from a cardinal. Faced with the visit and mediation of a cardinal, Cooper could not bear the pressure. This pressure came not only from faith, but also from votes. A policeman who has achieved Cooper's level can no longer be simply called a policeman, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he is a politician. Indeed, in the United States, a cardinal cannot control a deputy chief of a large city police department, but don't forget that they control the believers. The Catholic Archdiocese of Chicago is a Roman Catholic province archdiocese in the United States and one of the 32 archdioceses in the country. It covers Cook County and Lake County in Illinois, and has 5 parishes. There are 2,364,000 believers. They don't need to influence the votes of more than 2 million people at all. Even if they only affect 1/10 of the votes, it is a very large number. No politician can ignore such a powerful force. Cooper wanted to be promoted to the chief, and this was basically known to the entire Chicago Police Department. How dare he offend a cardinal of the Roman Catholic Church? But he couldn't go back on his word to his subordinates. So Deputy Chief Cooper simply took the risk and directly called Kai and Matthew. Kai's response was even simpler. He directly took out the videotape. After watching it for no more than 10 minutes, Bishop Palma screamed and asked someone to turn off the videotape. This videotape was obtained from the intelligence team. When they were helping us track down the murder of Billy Lee Tuttle, they caught a thief who was selling stolen goods nearby and got this videotape from him. Kai removed the videotape from the VCR, put the videotape into an evidence bag, and threw it on the desk. Then he crossed his arms and looked at the big man at the scene with an expression of "you can do it." It was the first time Cooper saw this videotape, and he was shocked and felt physically uncomfortable. He also quickly guessed that the reason why Kai and Matthew were so eager to ask him to help get a search warrant was that they must have known about the existence of this videotape, but they didn't say anything. Obviously, they were on guard against him. But at the moment, he didn't want to blame these two people for being on guard against him. Because the content of this videotape was too horrifying. Parma finally resisted the urge to vomit, and stared at the videotape. It seemed that he was going to pounce on it and destroy it the next moment. Unexpectedly, Kai took the initiative to push the videotape in front of Bishop Parma. If you are interested, you can take it back and enjoy it slowly. After all, your Catholic Church has done a lot of disgusting things in these years. But I want to remind you that before we got this videotape, it had been copied. As for how much it was copied, I don't know. Anyway, it is very likely that this thing will be all over the country tomorrow. Whether to copy or not is not a matter of Kai's words, so this sentence can be completely understood as a threat. Of course, it may be true, but no one present believed it. Parma's face flushed and glared at Kai. But Kai smiled happily. By the way, after a technical comparison, there are several young people who are not wearing masks in the video, one of whom is Billy Lee Tuttle, the former bishop of the Archdiocese of Chicago, another killer. Parma's flushed face immediately turned darker. Catholicism has dioceses all over the world except in China. There are many bishops, and in many places, the emperor is far away, and it is common for people to indulge in extravagance and do excessive things in private. But the content of this video is too crazy. Once it is circulated, the prestige of Catholicism will definitely suffer the most terrible blow in history. Even if this is a pagan sacrifice, there is actually a bishop of a diocese in it. How do others view the Vatican? Blind or in cahoots with the crowd? This is not over yet. As soon as Kai stretched out his hand, Matthew immediately handed over a document. Kai threw the information in front of Bishop Parma very rudely. This is the SYNOPSIS project, which Billy Lee Tuttle presided over before his death. He planned to open church schools throughout the state and enroll poor children for free. But the interesting thing is that children and women keep disappearing around these schools, and even some of them have disappeared in the schools. We roughly calculated that at least more than 380 children and women have disappeared, and these are still on record. Look at this information. It shows some missing cases that have been cancelled in some counties. There are about 45 cases. The missing persons have never appeared again. All the victims of the missing cases have been seen around the schools opened by the SYNOPSIS project. Isn't it interesting that the charity run by the church has become a killing factory? I believe those reporters outside will be very interested in this report. Palma's originally dark face immediately turned pale. This is the first time he hated himself and the Vatican's previous cover-up strategy so much. What kind of monsters have they cultivated? As long as these scandals are exposed, he doesn't need public relations, and he can just commit suicide to apologize. He really can't wash it off. Even if the Pope stood here, it would be useless. Who knows? The first pope to be impeached and removed from office might appear in the Vatican. At this time, the black-clad attendant who had been standing behind Bishop Parma hurried over and handed Parma emergency medicine to prevent the old man from having a heart attack and dying in excitement. At the same time, the black-clad attendant looked up at Kai and said, "What do you want?" Kai smiled this time, and he smiled happily. He took the bait. The plan succeeded. Let's go back to 2 hours after receiving the news that Billy Lee Tuttle was killed yesterday. After Kai came back from the scene, he found everyone and told them the situation. From the scene, Billy Lee Tuttle died of the poison of the lamp god. In other words, he was killed by his own people. Matthew lost his composure on the spot and smashed all the tables, chairs and benches in front of him. Sam and Dean looked at each other in dismay, and they couldn't believe it was true. Martin was at a loss as to what to do. They had clearly reached the last step. How could this happen? No one had expected that the cult organization would be so decisive. As soon as they learned that Billy Lee Tuttle's underground secret room had been stolen, they killed Billy Lee Tuttle to eliminate future troubles. Kai didn't have any good ideas for a while. He was very strong, yes. He could kill all the cult members by himself. But he was not God. It was impossible for him to know all the members of those cult organizations out of thin air. Now even if he wanted to kill someone, he didn't know who to kill. What's more hateful is that these cult members are not the most important. What's really important is the guy who protects them. As long as they are there, the cult will definitely come back again. Originally, Kai was thinking about catching Billy Lee Tuttle, following the clues, and directly knocking out all the relevant people. Even if some people are not suitable for arrest, he can kill them all in the name of Hannibal. Anyway, they are all called Hannibal, and their reputation can't be any worse. In this case, it is natural to make the best use of them. But at this time, someone gave Kai inspiration. William called immediately after learning that Billy Lee Tuttle was killed. With his experience, he was a little confused about the situation at hand and had no idea what to do. All he could do was comfort Kai and Matthew and tell them not to lose heart. At the end, William sighed, "Blind faith kills people." This sentence was like a flash of lightning that broke through the dark clouds, allowing Kai to see the light. This sentence reminded Kai of a force he had always ignored, a religious force. The Catholic Church. Indeed, this cult is very powerful. But what is it compared to the Catholic Church? And no matter from which aspect, this cult organization seems to be the enemy of the Catholic Church, right? Whether it is ideology or from personal interests. This cult is using the power of the Catholic Church to develop and strengthen itself. No one can tolerate such an act of betrayal, right? The only problem is how to get the Vatican to stand up and fight on the same front with them. So Kai decided to expose the scandal in advance to attract the attention of the Catholic Church, and then use the scandal of Billy Lee Tuttle to make a deal with the Catholic Church. Chapter 403 Help. The black attendant behind Palma is called Devin Bennett. His identity is very special. First of all, he is a black man. Although racial discrimination is also a red line in the church, the fact is that few black people will serve in the Catholic Vatican headquarters. Devin Bennett is an exception. He is the child adopted by the current Pope Benedict XVI when he was preaching in Africa. He used to be a child soldier. The so-called child soldiers are very warlords in war-torn areas who kidnap and force some minors to take up guns and go to the battlefield in order to ensure that they have enough soldiers. In order to control these child soldiers, these warlords will use drugs to corrupt them. There are even some more inhumane warlords. In order to ensure that the child soldiers can be absolutely obedient, they will also ask the child soldiers to kill their parents. If they hesitate or refuse, they will be shot immediately. Devin Bennett is such a child soldier. He came from Congo. When he was 6 years old, he was forcibly recruited as a child soldier by local warlords. It was also in that year that after a short period of training and brainwashing, he killed his parents at the request of the officers. After that, the 6-year-old child began his military career. He himself could not remember how many people he had killed. Anyway, at that time, some people had already begun to call him a devil. People believed that this child was born to be a murderer and the incarnation of the devil in the world. Until 1997, Benedict XVI, who had not yet become Pope, went to Africa to preach and met Devin Bennett, who was already 10 years old. At that time, Devin Bennett was captured because his warlord's armed forces were defeated. Benedict XVI was full of pity for this child with a miserable life and a cruel personality. Benedict XVI asked to adopt the child despite the opposition of others. He did not think that this child was a devil. The real devil was those who turned him into this. Devin Bennett has been following Benedict XVI since then. Benedict XVI is indeed a real priest. Although his thinking is extremely conservative, he is kind and charismatic. He treats Bennett as his own son. Under his care and education, Bennett gradually returned to normal life, completed theological studies, and became a real priest. Later, he followed Benedict XVI into the Vatican. He started as a papal attendant, and then stepped into the position of the Pope's external security officer, became the spokesperson for the Pope's will, and began to get in-depth contact with the affairs of the Holy See. This time, he came to Chicago with Bishop Palma, and also played the role of the spokesperson for the Pope's will, participating in the whole process, and trying to ensure that this scandal would not affect the image of the entire Catholic Church. So when Palma was so angry that he almost had a heart attack, Bennett took the initiative to stand up and took over the power of negotiation. Kai looked at the black priest. Although he didn't know his identity, he was able to negotiate with him directly without a bishop on such an occasion. Obviously, his status was not low. "We Chicago police are not interested in Catholic scandals, unless I catch you molesting underage children." Bennett was helpless when Kai made fun of the scandal of their church. But he would not be angry about it. After all, there were already many such voices in the outside world. "I can understand. So, what do you plan to get from us? Money? Power? Or something else? I think we can talk about it." Originally, Negotiations between respectable people should not be so naked, but Bennett could see that the policeman in front of him was different from ordinary people. Besides, Bennett was different from ordinary priests. He grew up in an environment of jungle law. Some unnecessary cover-ups would only waste time. No, I'm not interested in those things. What I want is cooperation. Cooperation? Bennett was confused by the word. What kind of cooperation does a policeman have with the church? Help promote legal construction while preaching? Kai took out another document. This is the detailed information of the cult that Billy Lee Tuttle believes in. This cult has been developing in Illinois since the 1960s. What's more interesting is that they have been wearing the skin of Christianity from beginning to end. The founder of these cult sects, Sam Tuttle, is Billy Lee Tuttle's father. He was a member of the Southern Baptist Convention. Later, he converted to Catholicism and became a Catholic priest in Chicago. Later, he was promoted to bishop, assistant bishop, and diocesan bishop. In other words, this cult has been using her Catholic resources to strengthen itself. A group of church members looked livid. They were actually played like infernal affairs. Both father and son generations took them as scapegoats. No matter how you deny it, you have a share of the crimes committed by this cult in Illinois. This is to occupy the moral high ground, although it may be useless. Any profession, as long as it develops to the extreme, will actually break away from itself and become a politician. This is the case with policemen and priests. Do politicians care about the moral high ground? Have you seen it? But it's better to have it than not. Now, we need to eradicate this cult, so you should also take the responsibility you should take. Bennett pondered for a few seconds before carefully asking, I don't know, what do you mean by responsibility? This cult has been able to develop until now and has not been eradicated because they have a huge protection network. This includes many officials and politicians, and what you need to do is to mobilize your political forces to help us eliminate interference. This is Kai's main purpose. They are not afraid of killing people. But those umbrellas are a bit difficult to deal with. What's more important is that they don't know who is the umbrella and who is the onlookers. But this is not a difficult task for the Catholic Church. The political power they contain is terrifying. Kai's words made the scene very awkward, especially for Director Cooper and the city council members who came with Palma. This was a naked mockery of them. But they were all very smart and kept silent. Cooper asked himself that he was very clean and had no contact with Billy Lee Tuttle. The same was true for that council member. He was a devout Catholic, otherwise the Vatican would not have found him. Bennett refused without a second thought. Impossible. We can't get involved in politics. This is of course nonsense. Although the Vatican does not seem to interfere in other countries' politics, in fact, they definitely interfere a lot. For example, if a country or region introduces a policy that is not good for Catholicism, these guys will jump the most. However, the Vatican has been standing for so many years, so naturally it has its own set of ways to play. They can fan the flames and exert indirect influence, but they must never personally participate. And Kai's request is undoubtedly to let them personally participate. This is very taboo. The original North American immigrants were mainly some farmers who lost their land, workers with hard lives, and Puritans who were persecuted by religion. Therefore, religious freedom has always been the red line of the United States. They are particularly vigilant against religious persecution. It is also because of this that Catholics personally participate in the fight against the King and Yellow Church, which is very likely to arouse the disgust of the U.S. government. But Kai doesn't care about this. He just looks at Bennett quietly. Of course, he knew what Bennett said. This is the basic national policy of the United States. It is also because of this national policy that cult organizations in the United States are so popular. Many cults like to talk about this. Many cults are known to the outside world as cults, but they can't do anything about them due to this national policy. But the question is it really that simple? If the Catholic Church does not participate in politics, how do those priests who molest minors escape legal sanctions? If they do not participate in politics, how do they suppress so many lawsuits every year? Kai believes that they definitely have a way. If this does not work, Kai really dares to publish all the information and video materials. Bennett obviously understands Kai's bottom line, and he will not give in. I need to make a phone call. In the end, Bennett gave in. There was no way, the impact was too bad. Compared with being disliked by the U.S. government, he still felt that publishing those things would cause greater harm to the church. Please, but I hope time can be faster. About 10 minutes later, Bennett appeared in front of Kai again. He considered his tone, and then said, "As far as I know, there is a prosecutor named Peter Stone in Chicago, who is now an assistant state attorney in Illinois. He is an absolutely honest and reliable prosecutor who hates evil and is unwavering in implementing the justice of the law. I think he will be interested in this case." Kai raised his eyebrows. "See, they will always find a way. Don't look at the name of assistant state attorney. It looks like a small-time position, like a bag-carrying boy next to the prosecutor, but in fact this position has great power, and the assistant state attorney is the bag-carrying boy. Although the Catholic Church is very bureaucratic, they are surprisingly efficient in this matter." The next day, Assistant State Attorney Peter Stone directly issued a search warrant and froze the Tuttle Foundation, and began to intervene in the investigation of the flow of funds and property distribution of the foundation. This was like stirring up a hornet's nest. Many politicians and officials began to lobby and question Peter Stone. Even the state prosecutor was puzzled by Peter Stone's action and hoped that Peter Stone could give a reasonable explanation. But the young assistant state attorney managed to withstand the pressure. Of course, this was also related to the support of many politicians and officials. Just when Peter Stone started investigating the Tuttle Foundation, the IRS suddenly issued a document to freeze all the funds of the foundation. At the same time, the Chicago police and the FBI also launched an investigation into the foundation. So the two political forces began to fight politically around the foundation. On the other hand, Kay, Matthew and others obtained the property and personnel details of the foundation. Not only that, they also obtained authorization to start a detailed investigation of the Tuttle family. Unexpectedly, they soon noticed a suspicious point that had been ignored before. When Matthew and Martin investigated the case that year, they got some testimony from the little girl who was rescued. Green ears and spaghetti face. At that time, they didn't care much, thinking it was the nonsense of a frightened child. But when Martin took out the files from many years ago and the photos near the crime scene, he saw a house with green walls. The walls and the door looked a bit like a human face at first glance, and the green part just corresponded to the ears. Then, they checked the tax system and found that during the period of the crime, the owner of the house had indeed painted the walls and had a money transaction. And the little girl often played nearby at that time. The owner of the house was also investigated and questioned by the police. In his testimony, the owner also mentioned a man with scars all over his chin. Then when Martin continued to check the foundation's financial transactions through the tax system, he found the name of the company that helped the owner paint the walls again. Childress and Son Decoration Company. According to the information, this company is a very small company, but it is responsible for the decoration of the school and parish of the entire SYNOPSIS project. The legal representative of this company is named Billy Childress. This person can be said to have committed many crimes and has a lot of criminal records, including child abuse, indecency, wounding, arson, etc. But this is nothing. The really interesting surname of his wife is Tuttle. His wife is the daughter of Sam Tuttle and the sister of Billy Lee Tuttle. William Childress, the son of Billy Childress and grandson of Sam Tuttle of the Tuttle family, worked at that company, and it just so happened that William Childress's chin was covered with scars. That is to say, William Childress appeared at the scene. Then Martin went a step further and cross-checked the time and location of all the missing cases with the tax records of the company, and found a very scary detail, that is, in the past 10 years, at least 65 cases occurred when the company had business activities near the crime scene. Many of these times, William Childress was nearby, and his relationship with Tuttle basically confirmed this guy's suspicion. After receiving this news, Kai did not do anything more, and immediately took Matthew, Martin and the Wen brothers to the registered address of the company. Regardless of whether this William Childress was a member of the cult, everyone felt that more clues could be found from him. The registered address of this company is not in Chicago, but in a small town about 300 kilometers away from Chicago. This town is hard to find on the map. It was originally an industrial supporting town formed during the prosperous period of Chicago. However, after the American manufacturing industry moved out, the residents moved away one after another, forming a ghost town with few people living. The registered address is in a forest on the edge of the town, very far away from other houses in the town. The house is almost surrounded by trees and bushes. If you don't look carefully, you may miss this shabby-looking cottage. The road leading to the cottage is covered with vines and weeds. It is impossible to drive in. There is only a narrow path that can accommodate one person. Be careful, I feel very bad here." After Sam got out of the car, he immediately felt a cold and decayed breath. He was very familiar with this feeling. He would have this feeling in places where wronged souls gathered and monsters were rampant. Everyone was not careless and approached the house carefully. But after a few steps, Dean immediately asked everyone to stop. Then Dean pulled away the grass, and it was a human wreckage. Dean didn't care that the body was highly decomposed and felt around for a few times. He said with a livid face, "Be careful, it was done by a werewolf. After a werewolf kills a human, they usually don't eat the whole body, they only eat the internal organs, so the wound characteristics are very obvious." Kai and Matthew didn't have any special expressions, only Martin looked confused. "Werewolf? Are you serious?" Chapter 404 Ugly Woman. Sam, Dean, who was leading the way, shouted. Sam immediately took out a bullet chain from his backpack and threw it over. Since they had encountered a werewolf, of course, silver bullets would be effective. At the same time, Sam took out several magazines from his bag and distributed them to everyone. Martin held the magazines with a horrified expression. He was not afraid of werewolves. After all, he didn't believe that there were really such things in the world. What he was afraid of was that he would really be safe if he went out with a bunch of psychopaths. He felt that he was in trouble. But looking at the expressions of the others, they didn't seem to be psychopaths. Martin began to doubt himself. Was his common sense different from others? Was he actually the psychopath? Martin was a good man with poor personal ethics and sometimes lacked his own opinions. For example, now, when everyone thought it was normal, he began to doubt whether he was wrong. After crossing the path, everyone came to the house of the Childress family. The houses here looked quite old, and the owners didn't seem to be interested in repairing them, so the houses looked shabby. Just when everyone came to the house, a bark of dogs came from the house. Then a group of people saw 5 big dogs with mixed hair rushed out from the dog hole of the house. These big dogs with mixed hair were obviously not purebred dogs, but hybrids, so their appearance was very bad. At the same time, these big dogs were covered with scars. These beasts were not afraid of people. Instead, their eyes were full of greedy green light, and they kept roaring in their throats. The fangs at the corners of their mouths were ferocious, and a trace of saliva kept flowing between their teeth. The front feet were low and the back feet were high, as if they were about to pounce on them in the next second. I heard from the old people that if a dog eats human flesh, it will never forget the taste. They will become extremely fierce, and once they have the chance, they will want to taste the taste of human flesh again. These dogs seem to have some problems. Sam is a kind person. He likes dogs very much. He has been fantasizing that one day he will own his own house, marry a wife, and raise a dog. There is nothing better in life than this. So when Sam saw these 5 scarred dogs, his first reaction was to rescue these abused dogs. Others, including Martin who had been confused, looked at Sam in surprise. These things obviously exceeded the scope of pet dogs, right? Which dog would look at people with bared teeth and drool? Your brother, is he sick? Kai was closest to Dean, so he asked quietly. Dean looked at Kai helplessly. He wanted to say, "What do you mean by your brother? You are the brother, right?" But then he thought about it. Kai has always been resistant to the real relationship with him. It's understandable to say so. Anyway, everyone knows the relationship in their hearts, and they don't care about a name. His aesthetics have always been problematic. Can you imagine that a grown man is afraid of clowns? Sam's fear of clowns is a long-standing joke in the Winchester family. He is not afraid of those monsters and ghosts. He has experienced many life and death moments, but he is still afraid of clowns. It's simply. Dean, Sam shouted in shame and anger. This is like your reaction when the adults in your family tell everyone about your embarrassing childhood. Okay. I won't say it anymore. Our little princess Sam is angry. Everyone, should we be serious? Those dogs are still watching us. Martin, like Dean, also has some quirks. For example, he is afraid of dogs. He was bitten when he was a child. So now he is a little nervous. Rustle. Just as Martin was talking, there were bursts of rustling sounds from the grass around them that was 1 meter high. Dean and Sam immediately pointed their guns in the direction of the sound. Martin was going crazy. Those vicious dogs were in front of them. What's going on next to them? Just as he was about to complain, Kai raised his hand and said, "Be careful." Matthew trusted Kai so much that he immediately raised his gun to be on guard. Martin was still stupid. "What on earth are you?" Before he finished speaking, a figure jumped out from the grass not far away from him, and the target was Martin. Martin didn't even see what it was, and he felt a loud noise next to his ear. Bang! The loud gunshot made Martin's head buzz, and Martin's ears could clearly feel a stream of hot air brushing past his ears. He was not a rookie, so he could naturally guess that someone had just fired a gun next to his ears. Covering his ears, Martin wanted to turn back and settle accounts with the person who fired a gun. Damn, it's too dangerous. But when he turned his head, he saw Kai slowly putting away the Desert Eagle in his hand. Seeing Martin looking at him, Kai pointed the muzzle of the gun in front of him. Martin was scared when he saw Kai, and when he saw Kai's gesture, he subconsciously turned his head to look in the direction Kai pointed. A monster with long hair, a wolf head and a human body was lying not far in front of him. Martin was scared to death. There really was a werewolf. The monster was shot in the head by Kai, and it couldn't be deader. What made Martin feel even more unreal was that the monster was changing, and the originally lush hair on its body began to shrink a little bit. Yes, shrinking. The sharp claws and the dislocated legs slowly recovered to the appearance of an ordinary human. About 10 seconds later, a human corpse with a blown head appeared in front of Martin. Martin was scared to death. But while he was incoherent, an absurd idea popped up in his mind. That is, if he became a werewolf, he might not have to worry about baldness anymore. Martin is now 40 years old, and his hairline has reached the top of his head. He is the kind that can't be saved. This is undoubtedly one of the biggest pains in the heart of Martin, who thinks he is cool and handsome, second only to the fact that his beautiful wife cheated on his partner and divorced him. Is there really a werewolf? Kai looked at Matthew curiously. You didn't tell him. Originally, Kai thought that Matthew would tell Martin about the strangeness of this cult before pulling him in. If I tell him in advance, will he believe it? Matthew said calmly. It makes sense. Matthew had never seen a vampire before, and he still thought that the Wen brothers were crazy, but soon he saw a vampire, and it was still alive. Seeing Martin now, Matthew felt inexplicably relieved. This kind of reshaping of three views is really the most refreshing when you drag people into the water. Then keep an eye on him. We are surrounded. Woo woo woo. As the first werewolf was killed, waves of wolf howls were heard around. And the sound was full of anger and madness. Obviously, other werewolves wanted revenge. However, this time, no werewolf jumped out casually. Instead, the 5 vicious dogs that had been frightened by the murderous aura of the crowd could no longer control their inner mania after hearing the wolf howls. They rushed towards the crowd with terrible roars. These big dogs are very fast. Dean and Sam fired repeatedly, but they didn't hit any of them. When these vicious dogs run, they don't run in a straight line like ordinary dogs. On the contrary, these guys move very coquettishly, running, turning and jumping in various ways to avoid the trajectory. This shows that these vicious dogs are obviously not the first time to encounter gunshots. If it were ordinary dogs, they would have run away with their tails between their legs as soon as they heard the gunshots. A big dog moved in a snake-like manner and came to Dean, knocking him down. Dean, when Sam, the younger brother, saw this situation, he naturally couldn't let his brother get hurt, and immediately planned to save him, but he was stopped by Kai as soon as he turned around. He's fine. Pay attention to your defensive position. Kai pushed Sam and told him not to turn his head casually. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 werewolves jumped out of the bushes. These werewolves obviously had a strategy. Those vicious dogs were used by them to attract Kai's attention. As long as someone was not paying attention, they would immediately take advantage of the opportunity to pounce, killing the enemy while creating chaos and giving their companions a chance to fight. Kai had no choice but to turn around and shoot to help Sam. Bang, bang, bang. Kai shot a werewolf with 1 shot, and Sam was a little flustered by the sudden attack, and even fired 3 shots but failed to hit the werewolf's vital point. Werewolves and vampires are afraid of silver, but unlike vampires, silver is as strong as concentrated sulfuric acid plus highly toxic to vampires. A silver bullet can turn a vampire into ashes. Only those old coffins can resist the lethality of silver. But for werewolves, silver is also highly toxic, but it will not cause the same results as vampires. Unless they hit the heart or head, a few silver bullets are not enough to kill them immediately. If you really want to make an analogy, the lethality of silver bullets to werewolves is about the same as that of ordinary bullets to ordinary people. So the werewolf who was shot 3 times by Sam was not far from death, but he still had a breath, enough to pull Sam to the back before he died. Fortunately, Kai was alert and shot again, opening a big hole in the werewolf's heart, and he died on the spot. On the other side, Dean also pushed away the powerless vicious dog. It turned out that when the vicious dog pounced on Dean pulled out a machete from his waist and directly cut open the vicious dog's internal organs. Bah! So disgusting. Dean dug open the belly of the vicious dog, and the internal organs and blood inside all spilled on Dean's body. On the other side, several people finally killed the vicious dogs one after another, but because these vicious dogs attracted firepower, the remaining 3 werewolves had a chance. Matthew was knocked to the ground by a werewolf. If Sam hadn't reacted quickly and pulled out a machete to chop off the werewolf's head, Matthew would probably have confessed. As for the other 2 werewolves, they were more unlucky. Their target was Kai. There is nothing to say about this. Naturally, they can't die anymore. Just when everyone was fighting the werewolves, a fat, ugly, and dirty woman stood at the door of the dilapidated wooden house. The woman had disheveled hair and held a wooden stick. There was a silly smile on her face. She looked a bit like a mentally retarded child. Along the shore, cutting through the clouds, the twin suns sink into the lake, and long shadows fall down, right there in Kekosha. The wonderful night when the black star rises, and the wonderful moon moves in the night. But even more wonderful is the lost Kekosha. No one hears the song of the Hyades, and the king's tattered clothes flutter in the wind. The song silently disappears in the dim Kekosha. My soul can no longer sing, and my song is like tears that no longer flow, only dryness and silence in the lost Kekosha. The woman sang an unknown song in a vague and decayed voice. The tone of the song was very strange and the tones were chaotic. When I listened carefully, I felt my brain was groggy and I wanted to fall asleep. You fools, dare to offend the Lord of the Deep Space Star Sea, the Nameless One, the King in Yellow, the domain of the faraway reveler. You will all surrender and perish before the King in Yellow, and eventually become the food and sacrifice of the true God. The crazy woman sang and danced, and yelled from time to time. The mark representing Kekosha on the twisted wooden stick in her hand began to emit a faint yellow light. The mark looked so filthy and sacred and inviolable. Be careful, except for Kai, no one at the scene could resist the strange power emanating from the mark. Kai could only use his mental power to force everyone to wake up from their sleepy desires. Dean and Sam reacted the fastest. As soon as they woke up, they aimed at the ugly woman who was dancing and shot. They didn't even have time to aim. They didn't expect to kill the ugly woman with one shot. They did this more to interrupt the ugly woman from continuing to cast this weird spell. But the woman didn't care at all. Even if a bullet exploded at her feet, she didn't stop, but became more and more cheerful. Death is not the end, but the beginning of the carnival. With her disgusting singing and greasy dancing, the bodies of the werewolves and vicious dogs lying on the ground began to decay rapidly. In less than a minute, those severely decayed bodies actually stood up. The muscle tissues on these bodies have been severely decayed. With the movement of the bodies, rotten flesh tissues and pus and blood continue to fall to the ground. In the eyes of others, this is the ugly woman casting a spell, but Kai knows very well that this is not the masterpiece of the ugly woman at all. Although there are fluctuations of magic on her body, they are very, very weak. If you really count, she is not even a qualified wizard or presentess. What really resurrected these corpses is the ground under their feet. This is a truly filthy land. Kai didn't feel anything before, but since those corpses stood up, Kai could clearly feel that this land has been corrupted. Every inch of land here exudes thick filth and malice. Countless resentments and sorrows are imprisoned by this land. This woman is at best a key to open the door, and the owner of the door is this land occupied by evil. Bang! Without time to think about it, Kai immediately shot and planned to kill the woman first. But just when the bullet was about to shoot through the woman's head, an axe flew out from nowhere and blocked the bullet. The woman was startled, she was stunned for a moment, and then burst into tears. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 405. This is Kekosha. The sparks from the collision between an ordinary tool axe and a bullet frightened the dirty ugly woman. She was like a child at a loss. After being frightened, she subconsciously wanted to find an adult to protect herself. Ha! Don't cry, my little girl. There's nothing to be afraid of. A man came out from behind the wooden house. The man was shirtless and half wrapped in war clothes. It seemed that he had just finished work. His hair was messy. The lower half of his face was full of scratches and burn scars. He was sloppy and greasy. But contrary to his image, his voice was very magnetic and very pleasant. When he spoke, he was very contagious, making people unconsciously ignore his bad image. The ugly woman ran over as soon as she saw the man. The scene was very much like a third-rate idol drama, where the male and female protagonists met. Of course, the appearance of these two must be ignored. That scene. Tisk tisk. You are finally here. The man hugged the ugly woman, comforted her for a few words, and then looked at Kai and the others, or more accurately, at Kai and Matthew. I've seen you. As the man spoke, the corpses that were originally moving fell apart with a bang, just like puppets that had lost their power. Everyone swallowed their saliva and gathered together unconsciously, pointing their guns at the surroundings, and they were extremely nervous. Everything that had just happened was a bit too scary for them, even for Dean and Sam. Have we met before? Kai put down the gun and spoke. Of course, the man said very confidently, but Kai had no impression at all. The image of this guy was so prominent that Kai asked himself that with his memory, he would never forget it if he had seen it. Where? The future. The man hugged the ugly woman, and a trace of holiness was revealed on his ugly and ferocious face. The future. Kai signaled to Dean and Sam, asking them to pay attention to the surroundings to prevent sneak attacks, and then continued to talk to the man. Yes, in the future, you and I will definitely meet. I knew it a long time ago, but I didn't expect it to be today. Today is really a big day. I left a mark for many days, and I thought I still needed to wait, but I didn't expect the future to change. You, the man pointed at Kai. You got things back on track, although there were some changes, but, you still let him, Matthew, right, you still let Matthew come to me. Everything was planned. He came to Kokosha to witness my ascension in the final stage. His words were very mysterious, but Kai understood the general meaning. This man knew from the beginning that Matthew was investigating them. It can even be said that such an organization has existed for so many years, and almost all cases have been cleverly hidden. If there were no accidents, they would continue to hide, but accidents happened. The Doraland case was different from the previous crimes committed by this cult. Doraland's body was placed there in plain sight. In order to attract other people's attention, they even set fire to the cornfield next to Doraland's body dumping site to make people notice Doraland's body. This is completely different from the previous cases committed by this cult. In the past, the victims were missing alive or dead, and no one knew where the victims went. This is also one of the reasons why this cult has been unknown. But Doraland was very high profile and even left very obvious clues for Matthew to continue investigating. Kai didn't think there was anything wrong before, but now combined with what this guy said, he immediately realized that it was not that they found the cult, but that the cult had found them from the beginning. Well, it's not accurate to say that. It should be said that their initial target was Matthew. They deliberately exposed the problem and let Matthew find them. In other words, they did so much, but they were actually led by the nose all the time. But why is this? Obviously, this man named William Childress didn't intend to explain. Come on, little priest, come on, set foot on the bride's path. This is Kokosha, die with me. This is all his will. He has always been around us. Before you were born. After you die. It's time, isn't it? The dark star rises. I know what will happen next. I saw you in my dreams. You were with me in Kokosha. He saw you. You will definitely do this. After saying that, the scarred man took out a strange-looking dagger from somewhere and cut the throat of the ugly woman in his arms. The ugly woman obviously did not expect that her lover would actually kill her, and in this situation, she desperately covered her throat, staring at the scarred man with wide eyes, with confusion, fear, anger, sadness and other emotions on her face. The scarred man gently hugged the ugly woman, combed her messy hair, and said gently, I have seen the plane to hell in the morning glow. My time is up. We will meet in paradise. Wait for me, dear. Do you know Kokosha? He will devour time. His robe is like a gust of wind. You can only hear his voice but not see him. Celebrate. Death is not the end. The man hugged the woman and began to chant a tune he had never heard before, like some kind of religious hymn. After hearing it, the woman was relieved. When she was dying, she actually nodded with all her strength. The scarred man smiled with satisfaction, and then gave the woman a fierce kiss. To be honest, the picture was a bit bloody and romantic, but it would be even better if the two people were more beautiful. Otherwise, why do you say that those idol dramas on TV always look for handsome men and beautiful women, which are pleasing to the eyes? Look at the performance of these two people. Anyway, Kai just felt goosebumps all over his body, and he always felt like watching a horror movie. After killing his woman, the scarred man turned his head and looked at everyone. "Kill them," he said lightly, then turned around and walked to the back of the house. Hearing the scarred man's words, everyone subconsciously prepared for defense, but at this moment, the grass and vines around them suddenly grew wildly, and as if they were alive, they entangled everyone. Martin was the first to be hit. He was entangled by several vines and was pulled into the dense grass without even struggling. Sam, who was standing next to Martin, saw this situation and immediately rushed forward with a machete. Dean saw Sam disappear in the grass and couldn't help but wanted to rush over, but he was stopped by Kai after just 2 steps. Dean didn't care about this and struggled to rush to his brother. "Let me go. Sam is in danger," but before he could finish his words, he was slapped hard by Kai. Bang! Dean felt that his teeth were loose, half of his face was temporarily unconscious, and his head was buzzing. He covered his face and turned his head to settle accounts with Kai. "Look carefully before you speak." Kai grabbed Dean's neck and made him see the surroundings clearly. Only then did Dean realize that there were no vines and bushes attacking people. There were only a few people gesticulating and performing without props. Martin was lying on the ground, struggling desperately. He had nothing on his body, but he acted like a civilian being tied up and struggling. His cheeks were red, and the veins on his neck and forehead were bulging. His acting skills were amazing. Sam was the same. He was waving a machete alone, slashing at the air desperately. Several times he almost chopped down Martin, who was not far from him. Martin was also unaware of it, and even almost fell into Sam's knife several times. As for Matthew, there was no trace of Matthew. He disappeared long ago. Dean shook his head, trying to clear his mind, but he saw a corpse from the corner of his eye. He quickly turned his head to look over and found that there was not just one corpse, but more than a dozen corpses. The corpses were different, male, female, young and old, but they all had one thing in common, that is, they all had very clear tattoos on their bodies. Dean was not unfamiliar with these tattoos, after all, they had just seen them 2 days ago. It was the genie. Dean turned around and looked at Sam and Martin, who were still performing without props, and immediately realized that they had just been under an illusion. As for when the illusion happened, he had no impression at all. Dean asked. "I killed them." Kai calmly removed the magazine of the Desert Eagle and replaced it with a new one. "Wake them up, we'll go find Matthew." Dean nodded, took out a syringe, and walked towards the 2 people who were still performing in ecstasy. They knew before that the Yellow King cult had the existence of the genie, so they prepared the antidote before they came. After a while, Sam, with a red face, and Martin, with a confused face, came over. Dean had another piece of black material on Sam. Dean, the bastard, even recorded it with his mobile phone, intending to use it to ridicule Sam when he had time. "Where's Matthew?" Sam also noticed that Matthew was not there. He should have been taken away by the scarred man. Kai shook his head and guessed. It turned out that the scarred man had been talking nonsense there just now, not because he was like the villain in the movie, who took the initiative to explain the reason to the protagonist at the end. He was stalling time to create time for his djinn. I don't know how he did it, but he was able to hide from Kai's perception and let Kai fall into the trap. But Kai soon reacted, broke free from the illusion, and immediately shot those djinn. In fact, the combat effectiveness of these things is quite low, just like an ordinary person who has been trained. The only headache is their illusion and venom, but these things are useless to Kai. But even so, their soul power is very sufficient, stronger than vampires, and Kai can be considered to have made a small profit. As for when Matthew left, Kai really didn't know. After all, he was also under an illusion. When Matthew saw the scarred man running away, he reflexively chased him out, and didn't even notice that the people around him didn't catch up. He chased until he came to an ancient, intricate complex of buildings hidden in the forest. The ground was covered with tall and dense weeds. The weeds and dead branches rustled in the wind, as if hinting at something mysterious and disturbing. Many strangely shaped, dark-colored walls and rocks stood in the grass. Because these buildings were covered with the green vegetation and dead branches and leaves, if you were not in them, you would only see a green wilderness, and it would be difficult to find such a huge complex of buildings here. Matthew did not hesitate. It had come to this point, and he was unwilling and impossible to give up. He walked into the complex of buildings, which was even more filthy. Looking around, there were broken branches placed in a strange pattern in a complicated passage like a maze, like a thorny jungle. At the corner of the passage, there were piles of women and children's clothes. There was no doubt that these were the clothes of the missing women and children. There were also some corpses at some forks, some of which were made into mummies, while others were tied up in the air with hemp ropes, leaving them to rot and stink. The air inside was extremely bad. It was not simply a stench or a disgusting smell. Instead, it was full of the smell of spices. However, these aromas did not make people feel comfortable. On the contrary, they were full of decay. It was hard to describe the feeling. In short, it was very uncomfortable. After Matthew entered, he felt that something was constantly draining his energy. The weather in September was not hot, but on the contrary, it was very comfortable. However, Matthew was sweating all over. His white shirt was soaked and stuck to his body. "Go to your right, little priest," the voice of the scarred man came. His voice seemed to be amplified and blessed here, full of majesty and mystery. These voices came from all directions, making it impossible to figure out where the voices came from. He knew Matthew's actions very well. It seemed that he had really become an omniscient and omnipresent evil god here, guiding Matthew forward. "This is Krakosha." Under the guidance of the scarred man, Matthew moved forward in the complex and interconnected passages. The scarred man's voice kept coming to his ears. His voice was calm and full of kindness, just like a friend talking to Matthew in a gentle voice. "Do you know what they have done to me? I will repay all the descendants of mankind. Reggie, Devil, and my believers are all witnesses of my journey. As well as my lover, I have no regrets in death. Little priest, come and die with me." In those mysterious words, Matthew was guided to a huge underground cave. In the center of the cave, a statue in tattered yellow clothes stood there. The evil ancient god was facing Matthew quietly. Although it was just a dead object made of dead branches and many skeletons, Matthew only looked at the skull on the evil statue and immediately fell into endless darkness. On the other side of the darkness, in the vast universe, a huge storm that was enough to swallow the entire galaxy was gathering and attacking him. In the eye of the storm, there was a constant surge of light, as if something wanted to break free from the storm. Just when Matthew was at a loss, the severe pain in his abdomen pulled him out of the hallucination. It was the scarred man. He inserted a dagger deep into Matthew's abdomen. Matthew held the dagger tightly to prevent the scarred man from stirring it. With his other hand, he grabbed the pistol, pointed it at the scarred man and pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. A series of bullets hit the scarred man, but the scarred man was not moved at all. Even if the bullet shot into his eye socket and flipped half of his skull, it could not stop him. The scarred man grabbed the dagger and pulled it up, intending to cut Matthew open. The huge force lifted Matthew up. We are creatures enslaved by the fantasy of self-awareness, a product of the accumulation of perception and sensory experience. We are designed to believe 100% that we are someone, but in fact, we are no one. Only by seeing through all this can we know our destiny, little pastor. Give up, everything will come, everything is destined. The scarred man with half of his head missing seemed to be fine, and kept saying these irrelevant words. Accept the gift from the Yellow King, abandon those meaningless resistances and entanglements, throw away your mask, and accept your true self. As he spoke, rotten flesh and tentacles suddenly emerged from half of the scarred man's head, and he turned into a monster. Chapter 406 End. Half of the scarred man's body began to rot, pus and tumors kept coming out of his body. At the same time, in his lower body, lumps of rotten flesh fell to the ground, and tentacles stretched his flesh, and with a bang, they covered the ground. These tentacles were covered with blood-red pus and blood, emitting a strange smell. The scarred man didn't care about his transformation at all. On the contrary, he was very happy because it meant that God recognized his ritual. He was right. He could feel that the power of the evil god was constantly pouring into his body. The ritual was about to succeed, and the great lord of the deep space star sea, the nameless one, the distant feaster, the king in yellow was about to come. This was the highest reward that their sect had been tirelessly pursuing. He would ascend and become a great one. This was his reward for offering a qualified body to the true God. That's right, Matthew was the body selected by the Tuttle Church. Although he is not the only one, Yes, the Tuttle Church chose not only Matthew for the body of the ancient god to descend. In fact, the Tuttle Church has been looking for the right person since a long time ago. The last person who held this ceremony was the scarred man's father, Billy Childress. But unfortunately, he failed. So he was punished. He was sealed with needles and thread by his own son, the scarred man, William Childress, and imprisoned in bed for 20 years. During this period, he never ate a grain of food or drank a drop of water. The only thing the scarred man provided him was a room that was always kept damp, so that he was always in a moldy state. Now the time has come, and William's time has come. He must prepare a body for the evil god he believes in to descend. This is the mission of the Tuttle Church, and his mission as the leader of Tuttle. He chose Matthew. Matthew's background is very similar to William's. When they were young, they were always surrounded by violence and chaos. Matthew had never watched TV until he was 12 years old. At that time, what he needed to consider was how to survive. After Matthew's father died, he was abandoned by the world. And William was even worse. His father didn't die, but it would be better if he died. His father, a core member of the cult, was a violent maniac, pedophile, and psychopath. Because William looked too much like himself, he burned William's face with his own hands, and tortured and violated William and William's sister inhumanely for many years. But the difference is that William chose to become the most evil one, while Matthew turned to the light and chose to use his own abilities to uphold justice and maintain order. The scarred man, that is, William, chose to be like his father, and was even more tyrannical and evil than him. Is there a more interesting comparison than this? So William determined that Matthew was the one the ancient gods wanted. He sacrificed himself and let the ancient gods use his body to transition and descend into Matthew's body. His father failed, but now it seems that William thinks he will succeed. As long as Matthew's blood is drained, everything will be natural. Now, take off your mask and release the demon in your heart, William said. At this time, Matthew's brain was already fuzzy. He felt that he was disappearing. The boundless darkness was swallowing him. His thoughts, his feelings, and his memories were melting away little by little, but in the darkness, there was another feeling, a deeper feeling, very warm, just like the real thing. He could feel that something was wrapping him up. That feeling was very similar to the feeling when he hugged his daughter for the first time. It was the same feeling when he took his newborn daughter from the doctor in the hospital, the feeling of incomparable peace of mind and warmth. Matthew seemed to see his daughter smiling at him with open arms, wanting to hug him. She was waiting for Matthew. Behind her was another vague figure, his father. Before his daughter was born, his father was Matthew's only warmth. Although his father was a veteran with a rigid and tough personality, Matthew knew very well that he loved him. He always hoped that Matthew could become a responsible man. They were all there, and Matthew knew very well that as long as he let go, as long as he promised not to fight again, he would be with them forever. Matthew wanted to give up. Really wanted to. In fact, he did so. He put down all resistance and let himself drift towards them. But at this moment, there was a loud bang, destroying everything. Matthew's perception quickly recovered, and the pain and weakness caused by blood loss also drowned Matthew like a tide. That feeling. Matthew felt that it would be better to die. Then he felt his body shake and fell to the ground. He barely opened his eyes and found that a ball of light in front of him was emitting light and heat like the sun. This light and heat instantly drove away the darkness and decay in the hole. Mortal. The will of the ancient gods is irresistible. Before Matthew fainted, he saw the monster incarnated by William, like a ball of mud, rushing towards the ball of light. This thing is disgusting, this was the last thought in Matthew's mind. When Kyle rushed to the ancient building complex covered with vegetation, he felt his hair stand up. In his perception, this piece of land corrupted by evil came alive, and countless resentments boiled like boiling water. The originally desolate and lifeless land suddenly became chaotic and terrifying, as if something had awakened from its deep sleep. It waved its tentacles, making the air sticky. Everyone felt a foul smell between their mouths and noses while they were gasping for breath. Kai knew that something terrible must have happened and must be stopped immediately. After that, Kai ignored the others and rushed into the building complex alone. He quickly moved forward in the direction where the evil power was most concentrated, and finally arrived at the deepest part of the building complex at the last moment when Matthew was about to die. Although Kai was not very clear about where the thing with pustules and tentacles came from, he felt unprecedented malice and evil from it. That thing was more disgusting than a demon. The reason why demons are hateful is that they regard humans as food, but this thing is simply evil. It has no need for humans, but simply wants to play with and destroy humans. It is the kind of extremely pure malice without any reason. Kai didn't think much and directly took out a magic-modified pistol and fired at the mud monster. The bullet, wrapped in golden light, blasted a huge wound on the sludge monster. At the edge of the wound, the rotten flesh on the sludge monster was constantly burned by the golden flames, making a hissing sound, just like fat on a grill, and rich corpse oil kept dripping from the sludge monster. The huge pain made the tentacles on the sludge monster twitch desperately as if they were electrified. Mortal. The will of the ancient gods is irresistible. Then an evil force poured into the sludge from nowhere, and then the wound originally blasted by the bullet healed rapidly. Countless granulations with thick water oozing out quickly like weaving cloth, covering the burning pieces of meat, and finally returning to their original state, as if nothing had happened. Then the sludge pounced on Kai, and countless tentacles covered the sky and chopped him down. Bang! Bang! The pistol fired 2 shots in a row, and the 2 bullets hit the sludge monster's body and turned into 2 small suns, blasting countless rotten meat and pus everywhere. Roar! Although the huge explosion caused the mud monster to retreat a few steps, it also completely enraged it. This time, it was too lazy to even recover from the wounds on its body, and it attacked Kai directly. Countless tentacles tangled together and turned into a huge fist, smashing fiercely on Kai's head. Boom! A deep pit was smashed into the ground, and countless pus and blood filled the deep pit in an instant. With a hissing sound, a trace of white steam and an unbearable stench spread. The pus and blood could even corrode the rocks on the ground. Such a powerful force did not satisfy the monster. On the contrary, the monster became even more angry. He roared. It turned out that Kai dodged the attack at the moment it attacked. Not only that, when the fist made of tentacles hit the ground, a golden cold light flashed, and the fist was cut into 2 pieces. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! William watched Kai calmly swing the longsword in his hand, throwing out the pus and dirty blood on the longsword. It looked like he had just done something insignificant and didn't care. This further stimulated William. He became furious, and more tentacles broke out of his body, and then swung at Kai like whips. William had lived in painful torture since he was a child. In addition to making him more cold-blooded and cruel, these pains also made his mind extremely twisted. He began to ignore everything, and neither pain nor humiliation could change his emotions. Those inhuman tortures made him numb to many things. This is why he chose to become more disgusting and evil than his father, because only when he became a torturer could he feel that he was still alive. But now, William couldn't control his emotions. The power of the ancient gods made William stronger and made his mind confused. But for Kai, this was a good thing. Don't think that the attacks of these tentacles are bluffing, but in fact, attacks without rules are worse than nothing. In the eyes of real masters, such attacks with many flaws are living targets. Kai was like a playboy at a ball, passing through a sea of flowers without getting a single leaf on him. He dodged the tentacles' attacks easily while twisting and turning, and gently waved the 2 swords in his hands, and countless tentacles broke, shattered, and burned silently until they turned into ashes. William was not feeling well now, because the ceremony was about to end. If he did not offer Matthew to the king in yellow before the end, he would be waiting for endless torture, even if he died. Death is never the end, but the beginning of a carnival. Instinct drove William to become more violent. His body became larger and larger under the power of the evil god. And tentacles tore William's original body apart. Although he was rotten and covered with pustules before, he could still see a trace of human form, but now he has lost even the last trace of human form. His eyes, mouth, ears and other anthropological features have all been lost, replaced by tentacles twisting everywhere. Thunder Pillar. This spell is one of Kai's favorite spells. It is simple to operate, powerful, and most importantly, fast. In almost one breath, Kai gathered a thunder spear in his hand. Amid the crackling sound of the arc, the air was filled with a hint of fishy smell. That was the lightning that caused the oxygen in the air to react and form ozone. Crack! With a loud bang, the tentacle monster in William's incarnation was blown away. The huge power of the thunder column turned nearly 1/3 of William's tentacle body surface into charcoal. But the damage to William himself was very limited. With a power favored by the evil god, the power regeneration ability was ridiculously strong. No matter how serious the injury was, it would heal quickly in a short time. What really made William furious was the paralysis effect brought by the thunder and lightning. I saw that the tentacle monster in William's incarnation was like a chicken with its feathers blown off, with all the tentacles open and stiff. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Kai jumped and stood on the head of the tentacle monster. Well, anyway, it was right above, so just treat it as the top of the head. He turned the sword with both hands, and after making two beautiful sword flowers, the two swords penetrated deeply into the monster's body. Then a flash of light appeared, and golden flames flashed on the sword. The flower light contained incomparable heat and harshness. It was the desert fire. After making a fortune recently because of vampires, Kai finally regained control of the desert fire. At least it was not like before, when he could only control a small flame at most. With a flash of the flame, William's alienated body expanded again, and a trace of flame could even be clearly seen spraying out from the cracks in his body. With the raging of the desert fire, William's terrible body was like a balloon that was blown up. Huge bubbles began to form on William's body, just like blisters from burns. Pop! A bubble exploded, and the broken meat and pus and blood inside burned in the air. Then, like firecrackers, crackling, the bubbles on William's body exploded one after another. But William was still unwilling to give up. He ignored the crackling explosions on his body and rushed towards Kai. Looking at the huge and somewhat clumsy figure, Kai curled his lips. He rubbed out a thunder column again. But this time the target of the attack was no longer William himself, but the two long swords inserted into his body. Crack! When the thunder column hit the long sword, the thunder was guided into the monster's body. This was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Boom! After the thunder column passed, William's body expanded to the limit, and then, with a bang, the monster turned into fragments. Chapter 407 Storm. While Kai and his group were fighting, the battle in Chicago was getting more intense. Although the battle in Chicago was bloodless and even calm, it was no less dangerous. When Assistant State Attorney Peter Stone started investigating the Tuttle Foundation, a political storm began to take shape. As soon as Peter Stone officially investigated the Tuttle Foundation, the state prosecutor put pressure on Peter Stone to stop the investigation, arguing that the Tuttle Foundation was a religious foundation and a very famous charitable foundation in Illinois. It was unreasonable and reckless to launch such an investigation without any pointing evidence, which would cause protests from religious people. Religion has always been the bottom line of American society, and anything related to religion needs to be done with caution. You should know that in the United States, religious industries do not need to pay taxes. In a sense, religion is a bit lawless in the United States. What's more, the Tuttle Foundation is a religious foundation backed by the Catholic Church. This foundation is committed to helping poor believers out of difficulties, and subsidizes some young people who intend to become priests to complete theological courses. It also runs schools so that some poor children can receive a good education, and even provides scholarships. In short, the Tuttle Foundation is not only backed by a big tree, but also has a very good reputation. It is definitely a target that prosecutors at all levels avoid. But just when the state prosecutor stopped the investigation of Peter Stone, a report from the church appeared in the state prosecutor's office. That's right, the Catholic Church reported its own foundation. They reported corruption within the Tuttle Foundation. According to this internal report from the Archdiocese of Chicago, since 1981, the foundation has lost more than millions of dollars in funds every year, and part of these funds come from donations from believers in the Archdiocese of Chicago. The church's self-explosion caught many people off guard. Then on the same day, Peter Stone found out that there was a serious corruption inside the Tuttle Foundation. A lot of funds disappeared inexplicably, and a considerable part of the funds were transferred under various names. Can you believe that it costs $500,000 to paint the exterior walls of a school under the foundation? That's a school, not a skyscraper. After getting evidence of corruption, Peter Stone began to go a step further and began to thoroughly investigate the flow of funds in the foundation. This made more people nervous. To put it bluntly, the Tuttle Foundation is just a cover for the Tuttle Church to conduct money for power transactions. If the funds are investigated, many people will be implicated. So on the second day, the investigation was hindered. First, the Illinois State Court ruled that Peter Stone's investigation was illegal and released several suspects who were detained by Peter Stone on the grounds of insufficient evidence. As a result, several suspects were taken back to the police station on other charges just after they walked out of the police station building. Then the state police suddenly came to the Chicago Police Department and asked the Chicago police to transfer several people to them for investigation. The Chicago police were still discussing how to deal with the state police's request. But a police inspector in the police station took the initiative to transfer several suspects. This shocked the Chicago police. They didn't expect that such a trick would be played on their own territory. The inspector was immediately controlled, and then the Chicago police immediately planned to recover the suspects. But before the Chicago police took action, news came that the state police who came to pick up the suspects had a car accident on Michigan Avenue, and several suspects were killed. Naked murder. Such blatant murder has not appeared for many years, which made the Chicago police extremely angry. They took several state police back to the police station and planned to open the situation from them. As a result, before the interrogation began, the state police took several police officers away very toughly. They even clamored to sue the Chicago police. According to them, the Chicago police not only did not provide help after their police officers had a car accident, but also prohibited them from going to the hospital. This is a waste of life. In short, it was a quibble. As for the suspects? Anyway, the state police didn't care much. People were dead and everything was an accident. What else could they want? At the same time, on Peter's side, the FBI suddenly intervened in the matter and forcibly took away and sealed the information that Peter had finally found from the foundation. At this point, it seemed that the group supporting the Tuttle Church had won. But in the afternoon, there was a sudden news that the Chicago police had cracked a serial murder case. The perpetrator was named Darrell William Childress. The details of the case were made public in a very short time, and a large number of physical evidence and bodies related to the missing persons were found in the suspect's home. By the time the media exposed it, the police had dug out more than 138 bodies from the suspect's yard, most of which were the remains of women and children. According to the items related to the deceased found in the suspect's home, after comparison and confirmation, the Chicago police have confirmed the identities of 30 of the deceased. The death time span of these deceased people is very long. At present, the earliest deceased confirmed by the Chicago police was about 35 years ago. The suspect, William Childress, is only 41 years old. It is a bit far-fetched to say that he started killing at the age of 5, so the police have reason to believe that William Childress's father, Billy Childress, is also a perverted killer. However, when the police found Billy Childress, he had been tortured and imprisoned by his son, William Childress, for 15 years and had completely lost the ability to bear legal responsibility, so he was exempted from prosecution, but he will spend the rest of his life in the hospital. Even according to the doctor's diagnosis, it is unknown whether this old generation of killer can survive. His facial features were sewn up by his son with needle and thread. His eyes and mouth have basically lost their original functions. Some organs in his body have even atrophied and necrotic to varying degrees. Even according to the doctor, it is a miracle that he is still alive now. Of course, if the matter ends here, it can only be regarded as a social news and will not affect the current political struggle in Chicago. But the series of documents and video materials collected from William Childress's home are different. Those documents contain some records of William Childress's dealings with many people in the political and judicial circles, as well as records of William Childress's financial dealings with the Tuttle Foundation. The most explosive of these was the dealings between William Childress and Illinois State Senator Edwin Tuttle. According to the video and audio materials found at the scene, Edwin Tuttle was not only very familiar with William Childress, but also gave William Childress a lot of help, such as helping him contact some people in the judicial circle and helping to deal with some so-called disclosures. The entire Chicago political arena exploded. Edwin Tuttle is a veteran senator in Illinois. He served as the Chicago District Attorney, the State Attorney, and then ran for governor. Although he failed to be elected, he became one of the 2 senators in Chicago in the subsequent Senate election. He is an absolutely veteran politician, and his connections are all over the Illinois Judicial Department. Once this news broke, the earth shook instantly. Although Edwin Tuttle kept denying his relationship with William Childress, it was useless. What was worse was that even if he could deny his relationship with William Childress, he could not deny his relationship with Billy Lee Tuttle, and Billy Lee Tuttle's sister happened to be William Childress's mother. Taking advantage of this favorable situation, Peter Stone began to focus on investigating several missing cases that were obviously problematic. One of them was the most typical. This was a little girl named Mary Fontenot who disappeared in 1990 when she was 10 years old. The Tuttle family once funded a kindergarten called Shepherd's Home, where Mary stayed. In 1988, Shepherd's Home was accused of child molestation and was forced to close. 2 years later, it was renamed Bright Path Academy and reopened on Pelican Island, and Mary became a student there again. After Mary's mother found out her daughter was missing, she immediately called the police, but the local sheriff Ted Childress privately changed the police report, canceled the report, and asked the then investigator Steve Jersey not to continue investigating the missing case. He claimed that the girl's mother was a prostitute and drug addict, and said that he knew the girl's father and knew that the girl had gone with her father. Steve Jersey later found out that the girl's mother was also missing, so he really gave up the investigation. Then Steve Jersey was appreciated and recommended by Ted Childress and began to rise step by step. According to Peter Stone's investigation, Ted Childress and Billy Childress were cousins. Then a series of officials and police were brought down by this case, and the entire Illinois political arena became chaotic for a while. But this had nothing to do with Kai. After cleaning up the scene and calling the Chicago police to enter, this matter had nothing to do with him. In fact, at this point, many things were no longer controlled by Kai. In fact, now the case has become less important. Once the storm of public opinion is formed, some interest groups will add fuel to the flames. For example, most of the people who targeted State Senator Edwin Tuttle were not seeking justice for the innocent victims. They were more interested in taking advantage of the situation and wanted to bring Edwin Tuttle down. After all, the political pie is only so big. If Edwin Tuttle eats it, others can only eat less or even nothing. In the past, Edwin Tuttle had no flaws, and everything was fine. But now that Edwin Tuttle has revealed such a big flaw, naturally there are people who want to rush over, knock down Edwin Tuttle, and share his pie. The adult world is very cruel. In addition, Kay and Matthew are too conspicuous in this case. If they continue to stay, they will definitely become targets. After all, the people affected by this case are far more than just Edwin Tuttle. Although this time it was the church that took the initiative to take the blame, making their target much smaller, but if they continue to jump, they will be uncomfortable. This is also the reason why Kai would find the church and force them to make a deal. The church is large in size, so even if it stands out and attracts fire, it is not a big problem. Even if those whose interests are damaged want to retaliate, what can they do to the church? At most, they can discuss the church, but so what? The church has been standing for so many years, what kind of storms has it not experienced? Isn't it still the world's largest religion? It's just difficult for Deputy Director Cooper. On the one hand, he needs to stabilize his position and deal with pressure from all parties. On the other hand, he can't offend all parties too much, which will affect his ascension to the throne of director. The mental energy required in the middle is not comparable to that of ordinary police officers handling cases. But how to say it, since Cooper wants to ascend to the throne of director, some pressure must be borne by him. So, you haven't been able to deal with Tapia yet. It's rare that Kai's relatively free today, so he stayed in the police station office and chatted with a group of colleagues. It happened that the partners Marcus and Mike were there. Seeing their dejected look, they were probably scolded by Teresa again. Don't mention it. These days, that bastard seems to have retired from the underworld. He's as honest as a high school nerd. He hasn't even found a lady. We really have no way to deal with him. Marcus was almost driven crazy by this case. As time went by, the patience of the police and the DO was gradually exhausted. The reason why Marcus took over this case before was that he didn't want his sister to take risks. But now the case has not made any progress. The DA and the police can't wait indefinitely. They hope to follow the original plan and let Marcus's sister Sydney take the initiative to attack and attract Tapia's attention. So Marcus is getting anxious every day, but there is no better way. Mike is the same. After all, this guy has an affair with Sydney, and Marcus, the idiot, has not noticed it at all. We thought of some, not so formal methods, but that guy is too cautious, leaving us no chance at all. Mike held his mobile phone and texted Sydney while complaining to Kai. Hey, nigga, can you stop holding your phone like a high school student all day? Can't you just focus on the case? Marcus was upset when he saw Mike still playing with his phone. Oh my god, what's wrong with people nowadays? They hold their phones all day and don't even raise their heads. Why don't they study seriously? Mike silently exited the chat, and then put away his phone with a guilty conscience. It was a very dangerous thing to flirt with his sister in front of a sister control. This is why Mike has not confessed to Marcus until now. Although Sydney has always hoped that Mike would take the initiative to tell Marcus. After all, she is in love, not having an affair, so why is it necessary to be so sneaky? Marcus complained a few more times, and finally looked at Kai and hesitated. What? Do you want to confess to me like you did to Mike? First of all, I declare that I am not a guy, and secondly, even if I am, you can't be my type, you are too ugly. Kai saw Marcus's expression and teased. It would be very unpleasant to be with black people if you are too serious. Especially these two. Hey. I've already told you not to joke about this, okay? The blunder that Marcus and Mike had in the electronics store last time has become the biggest joke in the detective department. Every day, someone would joke about their ambiguous relationship and sexual orientation, which made Marcus very angry. In the end, he made a rule that no one is allowed to joke about this matter in the future. Okay, Kai raised his hand to indicate that he was wrong. If it's not a confession, then what exactly are you going to say? Marcus gritted his teeth and finally said, I want you to help us. Mike looked up at Marcus in surprise. Although Marcus was small and thin, this guy had a very strong self-esteem. If you want him to give in, it would have to be his wife. Among police officers, actively asking others to intervene in the case they are responsible for is definitely a very shameful thing. It is an admission that they are not good enough. Chapter 408 Art Exhibition. Kai was stunned for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. I'm very busy, I won't get involved in your case. Hearing that Kai was unwilling to intervene, Marcus was a little frustrated. He didn't blame Kai. After all, the case has been stuck in a deadlock. If Kai is pulled in, the biggest possibility is that one more person will take the blame. It is human nature that others are unwilling to do so. But I can give you some information. Unexpectedly, there was another unexpected turn of events. Marcus immediately looked at Kai with expectation. Although he didn't know what kind of information Kai could get, Kai always gave people a sense of reassurance, as if any trouble would be solved in his hands. Kai wrote down a phone number. Call this number, tell me my name, and they will give you the information you want. Marcus took the phone number and hesitated. He really wanted to know who the person on the other end of the phone was, but according to the informant protection regulations, the identity of the informant needs to be protected. Unless necessary, they have no right to know Kai's informant. But he was indeed very curious. After all, this was related to the safety of his sister, and he still hoped to be safer. Seeing Marcus's concerns, Kai patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, my informant is absolutely reliable. Just as Teresa was looking for him, Kai left his seat and went to Teresa's office. Mike saw Marcus struggling with the phone number, and finally couldn't bear it anymore. He grabbed the phone number and started dialing. Hey. What are you doing? Marcus stood up and tried to grab the phone number back, but was pushed away by Mike. Do we have any other options now? Since there's such an opportunity, why don't we try it? Mike felt that since they were in a dilemma now, they might as well give it a try. Although trying may not succeed, if they don't try, they will definitely not succeed. Just when Marcus and Mike were on the phone, Kai was called to Teresa's office. Get ready. In 2 days, the Secret Service at the White House will communicate with you about the security of Mr. President to Chicago. When saying this, Teresa looked at Kai with a very strange look. Kai was confused after hearing this. How could he, a small detective from the Chicago Police Detective Department, be related to the White House and the President's security? Isn't this even more ridiculous? When the President of the United States went to place, the local police were either only responsible for the periphery or maintaining order. The security around the president was the responsibility of the White House Secret Service, and even the security on the route the president passed was the same. The local police had always been helping out. It is said that the reason for this was related to the assassination of Kennedy. The performance of the police in Dallas, Texas at that time was so poor that after the assassin was caught, he was shot by a tavern owner under the protection of the police. Although this incident revealed a conspiracy everywhere, the performance of the police in Dallas, Texas was indeed very poor, so later the security of the White House relied more on the Secret Service. After all, no president would be willing to repeat Kennedy's experience. In short, this kind of thing should never have anything to do with a small policeman like him. Even if you want to communicate about security issues, it should be the police boss who comes forward, right? Is there anything about me in this? Teresa heard Kai's question and her expression became even weirder. Originally, Director Cooper was to go in person for this communication, but the Secret Service specifically asked you to go. It is said that it was the president's idea. Teresa did not expect that Kai's network of connections was so wide that even the president knew him. How enviable. President? Benjamin. Kai immediately thought of the presidential candidate he had saved. Kai knew that he had become president, but apart from introducing Duke to a job, Kai did not have much contact with Benjamin. Unexpectedly, this guy still remembered him and specifically asked him to be in charge of security. Do you know the president? Teresa was very curious about what kind of relationship Kai had with the president. Kai nodded and did not hide the relationship. Well, I guess I know him, but Kai could not say the specific details. Although Teresa was very curious about how Kai knew the President of the United States, she also knew that some things about the President were not easy to talk about. Well, you don't have to take any more cases recently. After you take charge of the art exhibition, go directly to the Secret Service. The longer Teresa gets to know Kai, her subordinate, the more she feels that he is not simple. The information Teresa knows now is already very impressive. First of all, he is rich. Very rich. On his first day at work, he drove a limited edition original Cobra 427. That car alone costs at least 7 figures. And he also has a very large house. In short, no matter how you look at it, he is a wealthy class, but this guy chose to be a policeman. That's fine, just treat it as a quirk of rich people. But the problem is that he is really awesome as a policeman. When he was a small town sheriff, he had already made great military achievements. According to the files on the bright side, he has killed at least more than 100 people. It's okay to be able to fight, but the key is that he can also handle cases. In short, everything is good. Now he's even more powerful, with such amazing connections that Teresa doesn't know whether she should be envious or not. Knowing Tony Stark is not enough, and he is also related to the president. Sometimes Teresa is a little scared when she thinks back. With such a powerful subordinate under her command, she doesn't know how to deal with him. Should she like him? Or pretend not to know? Anyway, she is quite entangled. Today is the first day of the official exhibition of the art exhibition at the Art Museum of Chicago. This joint exhibition will last for about a week from today. The exhibition will also be held during this period, which can be regarded as a disguised way of gaining popularity. When Kai drove here, many people had already started queuing. Although it is always said that the United States is the world's #1 power, this country is always too young. As a country, the United States is not young, 200 years old, but as a society, the United States is really, really young. For example, many people talk about European culture, Chinese culture, etc., but few people talk about American culture. If we go back a few decades, many Europeans think that the United States is a cultural wilderness. Strictly speaking, American culture can only be regarded as a branch of British culture. It has not formed a so-called nation. Even now, Americans still divide people into British, German, Italian, Irish, African, Asian, and so on. So even in modern times, the United States is still a little unconfident in art and other cultures, and they prefer European art. So this time the joint exhibition of the Louvre and the Art Institute of Chicago still attracted a lot of people to visit the exhibition. Among them, there are not many people who really come to appreciate art. After all, no matter which country, artists are always a minority. Most people here are here to watch the fun. After all, not every American can afford to go to France. Kai, the policeman in charge of security, is actually very boring. There are local police outside to maintain order, and there are security guards for the museum and the Louvre inside. There is really little that Kai needs to do. He spends most of his time wandering around. Diana and Kelly are very busy. Kelly has been following Diana these days and rarely goes home, although their house is still being renovated. But these days, Kai has hardly seen Kelly except for phone calls. And in the few days when Kelly disappeared, several urban legends suddenly spread in Chicago. It is said that there are 2 crazy women who are dressed in strange clothes and do justice everywhere at night. The media has started to discuss this in the past 2 days. Some media call these 2 people female superheroes. Even some media that pay attention to political correctness have raised them to the level of feminist fighters, saying that they are the vanguards of resisting the patriarchal society. There are all kinds of things. Another part sneered at this, believing that this behavior is not only illegal, but also brings hidden dangers to Social Security. The most important thing is that it will cause some people to imitate it. In short, it is not good. But no matter which side of the media, they all started to criticize the Chicago police after relying on the two female superheroes. They all believe that it is precisely because of the poor public security problem in Chicago that this kind of violence against violence has been born. This makes the Chicago police very helpless. They were praising them as sweetie 2 days ago, but they turned around and criticized them again 2 days later. However, the Chicago police are used to this. After all, criticizing the government and the police is absolutely politically correct in the media. On the contrary, the media that speaks for the government is easily criticized. Therefore, the police don't pay much attention to the two female superheroes. This is Chicago, there shouldn't be too many mavericks. Anyway, the ones being dealt with are just small hooligans, and they won't call the police, so it's not worth paying attention to. In addition, the two didn't cause any major trouble, so they just turned a blind eye and let it go. The police are very busy. Who would waste precious police force for such cost lovers? If they really arrest these two people with great fanfare, believe it or not, the entire Chicago media will be in a carnival the next day. Rather than this, it's better to pretend that nothing is known. Kai is very clear that this is definitely Diana and Kelly's doing. Diana is not to be mentioned, she is a hot-blooded girl, even if she is hundreds of years old, she can't change this. As for Kelly, as an avid fan of superhero comics, what can make her more excited than letting her experience the daily life of superheroes in person? At the exhibition venue today, Kelly said hello to Kai and ran away with a group of classmates. Kelly is now Diana's temporary assistant, and the school is also happy to see this. After all, this is a good social practice opportunity, and even approved Kelly for leave. This also made Kelly very popular in school. Many classmates came to Kelly, hoping to get the so-called internal ticket. After all, a ticket is not cheap. In short, Kelly now has no time to care about her man. Diana is also very busy. As one of the persons in charge of this exhibition, she needs to entertain celebrities. This is one of her duties, and she must complete it. So Kai can only wander around the venue alone. Just as Kai was wandering around, a nun and a young man also entered the venue. However, this nun was not as steady as other nuns. Instead, she held a large glass of juice, sipped it loudly with a straw, and jumped around happily. The young man next to him looked very steady, but he was carrying several large bags in his hands, which looked a bit funny. Sister Catherine, is it really okay to go to find that female knight like this? The young man said to the nun in a low voice, while avoiding the surprised eyes of everyone with a little embarrassment. What's the problem? The nun seemed very relaxed, walking around and looking around, and sipped more happily with a straw in her mouth. Because the voice was too loud, the visitors around cast dissatisfied glances, but when those glances touched the nun's face, they immediately turned into amazement. Because this nun is really beautiful, the kind of beauty that will make people think of something wrong at first sight, very attractive. Men are fine, even women are unconsciously attracted. Oh, I thought we would be more formal. After all, that is a real superhero. And it is very likely to be the original superhero. When the young man mentioned the person he was going to meet, his expression became excited. Eggsy, don't think of Diana so mysteriously, she is just a stupid woman with a bad temper. You think of her so highly, you will be very disappointed when you meet her, Sister Catherine. You can't say that. The young man named Eggsy just wanted to refute, but the nun didn't listen to him at all and left directly. The nun was naturally Catherine, who came from the UK. In fact, Catherine should have come to Chicago a long time ago, but this nun who is over 100 years old has been living in seclusion in the monastery for too many years, so after coming into contact with modern society, she is very curious about everything. I don't know if it's because I've been suppressed for too long that my personality has become extremely willful. I changed my mind at the last minute and had to go to Los Angeles to see Hollywood and go shopping in New York. This caused the trip to be delayed again and again. Eggsy is the assistant assigned by Kingsman to Catherine. To put it bluntly, he is a bag-carrying brother. He is the apprentice of Harry Hart, the new author of the current Kingsman leader. He has inherited Harry Hart's former code name Galahad, officially drank the Holy Grail, and became a Kingsman agent, one of the 12 Knights of the Round Table. Interestingly, Eggsy is the first Kingsman agent born as a civilian in the history of Kingsman. In the past, the recruitment of Kingsman agents would only be from the aristocratic circle, and Eggsy's ancestors for 18 generations were all civilians. There is no aristocratic blood at all. He is also the result of Arthur Harry Hart's reform of Kingsman. Harry Hart feels that in the current situation where the aristocracy is gradually weakening, Kingsmen must adapt to the times if it wants to grow and develop. They need more fresh blood to keep Kingsmen alive. Before Kai's resurrection, this kind of reform had always been obstructed by the conservatives represented by the previous generation Arthur Alfred. After losing their loyal master, they cared more and more about what their master left behind, and they did not allow any changes. But after Kai returned and the Holy Grail began to revive, everything was different. Alfred seemed to be decades younger and found the meaning of life again. As for Kingsman, he also chose to let go and let Harry Hart become the new generation of Arthur and no longer obstruct Harry Hart's reform. In fact, he also knew very well that if he continued to hold on to the old thinking, Kingsman would inevitably weaken. After all, the weakening of the British aristocracy after World War I was visible to the naked eye. But at that time, Alfred had lost his life goal and instinctively hated change. Now, what he thinks is different. He hopes that when he sees his master again, he can hand over a brand new and stronger Kingsman to his master. It's a bit far-fetched. Let's go back to the two of them. Their purpose this time was naturally to find the statue of Ares, the god of war, and Wonder Woman Diana. There is very little information about Wonder Woman in the folk, and in modern times, almost no one knows about Wonder Woman's deeds. After the Allies won the First World War, they all chose to weaken the supernatural events that happened that year. But this certainly does not apply to Kingsman, which has all the detailed files of those events. As a Kingsman who came from the streets, Eggsy naturally admires this kind of superhero. After learning about his mission, Eggsy was excited for many days. Chapter 409, Exhibition Attacked. P.S. I had a company party yesterday, eating, singing, playing cards, and having supper. I didn't get home until 4 a.m. I can only make up for it today. There is one more update, but it should be released after 3 a.m., so don't wait, just read it tomorrow morning. Although Eggsy has been in Kingsman for several years and has taken over the title of Galahad, he is still a frivolous teenager in essence. He was only 18 years old when he was selected as a candidate for Kingsman agent. He has the frivolous and flexible qualities that traditional Kingsman does not have. He does things unconventionally, is clever, and can use anything around him that is beneficial to him. Most importantly, he is shameless. Well, this is indeed an advantage. Since the establishment of Kingsman agents, all members have been nobles. At the beginning, the selection qualifications were more stringent, and only selected from the 13 founding families. Later, it developed to be open to all nobles. Nobles are nobles. Apart from other things, the fact that they are too stubborn to care about face cannot be changed. Every Kingsman agent is a perfect gentleman, tall and strong, elegant and polite, and can basically be regarded as a template for men. But to be honest, agents don't need these. Does being handsome have any special bonus to being an agent? No. Does being a gentleman help an agent's work? No. But because of Kingsman standards for recruiting agents, the agents in the organization all look that way. It was nothing at the beginning, but now it has become a tradition. Even Harry Hart, Kingsman's reformer, can't escape this shackle. But Eggsy is different. He was born on the street and is naturally not interested in the aristocratic set. What's more, because he was born on the street, he is very familiar with the set of improvisation. In order to survive well on the street, he is proficient in cheating and deceiving. It's not an exaggeration to say that he can pretend to be anything. Don't look at him now in a suit and tie, and behave in a measured manner, but that's not his true appearance. He is a gangster, and he still is now. If you have to say that there is any change, it can only be described in one sentence: I'm afraid that gangsters have culture. An agent who can abandon his face at any time is a good agent. After all, the most important duty of an agent is to complete the mission, and nothing else matters. Of course, this is not all good. There are also disadvantages. His jumping also shows from the side that he is not cautious enough. For example, now, when Eggsy and Catherine entered the art exhibition together, he did not notice that someone was following them behind them. After Catherine entered the venue, she was immediately attracted by the artworks on the scene. Unlike Eggsy, although Catherine was also an orphan, she was adopted by the Church of the Holy Trinity since she was a child, and the education she received was also the top elite education. Eggsy was indifferent to the artworks on the scene, but Catherine could appreciate them. To be honest, art appreciation requires a certain amount of accumulation. Do you think that people who can't read can appreciate art? Yes, of course. After all, The original intention of art is to arouse people's empathy. It's possible that they will see I try and arouse empathy. But in terms of probability, only people who have accumulated enough relevant knowledge are more likely to appreciate artworks. People who don't have enough knowledge about art can't really appreciate those works of art. Especially those modern artworks, which are all stream of consciousness. Most people will have a headache just looking at them, let alone see anything from them. Anyway, Eggsy is anxious to see the legendary Wonder Woman, but Catherine is leisurely admiring the artworks and is not in a hurry at all. Moreover, Eggsy doesn't have the courage to urge Catherine. There is no way, he is really scared by this evil nun. He still remembers that when he first met this nun, he couldn't help but say something sloppy, and then he took off his clothes in public and hugged the roadside sign. Like a teddy bear in heat. Now whenever Eggsy thinks back to the scene at that time, he wants to find a manure pit to bury himself alive. It's too shameful. To be honest, it was said before that this nun has lived for hundreds of years. Who would have thought that she still looks like a nightclub queen? It's understandable that she admitted her mistake, right? Just when Eggsy was slandering Catherine in his heart, a beautiful woman with a good figure and good temperament came over and stood directly beside Sister Catherine. When were you released? The woman stood beside Catherine, looking at the painting in front of them with her, and then said something inexplicably. Eggsy didn't react at first, thinking that he had met an acquaintance. But on second thought, Sister Catherine had been living in seclusion in the monastery for almost 80 years. Even if there was an acquaintance, she would either be waiting to die in a nursing home or have seen God long ago. How could there be such a young and beautiful acquaintance? Thinking of this, Eggsy suddenly remembered the information when he came here. It was that person. Eggsy was so excited that he was shaking. He now really wanted to take the storybook of Wonder Woman and have her signed. Well, the existence of Wonder Woman has been covered up by official guidance, and finally became a folk legend similar to the Grimm's fairy tale. Wonder Woman, like King Arthur, is loved by many children in Europe, especially little girls. Who doesn't dream of becoming Wonder Woman? Eggsy. Anyway, when he was a kid, he wanted to be Wonder Woman. It wasn't until he was 8 that he realized that he was a boy and couldn't be Wonder Woman. He was sad for a long time because of this. By the way, his girlfriend also likes this fairy tale very much. Oh, I forgot to mention that Eggsy's girlfriend is Princess Tilda of the Kingdom of Sweden. A real-life version of Cinderella. But Eggsy can only think about it. It's not that he can't, but he's a little too nervous. He doesn't know how to start. Should he tell her that he once wanted to be Wonder Woman? It's too embarrassing. So he's a little confused now. He wants to organize his words, but he's too excited and doesn't know what to say. Aren't you the same? Catherine didn't turn around. Of course, Catherine had noticed Diana coming to her side a long time ago. But unlike Eggsy, to Eggsy, Diana is a legendary mythical figure, but to Catherine, Diana is just an acquaintance who hasn't seen her for a long time. Well, as I said before, the relationship between the two is not very good. In fact, this tendency had already appeared when they were adventuring together. As for the reason, it was both simple and complicated. Women disliked each other, and sometimes it was unreasonable. Diana frowned. This person was still as annoying as before. After Kai disappeared, no one suppressed Catherine's terrible charm. Not only that, as her strength became stronger, her charm became more and more terrible, so the Holy Church could only let her live in seclusion in the monastery, otherwise something big would happen sooner or later. It was in these years that Catherine's strength was finally able to temporarily suppress her terrible charm, so she could come out again. Otherwise, Alfie would not dare to bring Harry Hart to see Catherine. You know, Catherine's charm was enough to make 2 men instantly become her captives, and they were the kind of selfless licking dogs. What are you doing here? Diana saw that Catherine was so calm, and guessed in her heart that she definitely didn't know that Kai was here. Thinking of this, Diana wanted to send her away immediately, now and immediately. Diana was still a little bit less sophisticated, and her tone revealed a hint of urgency. Catherine turned her head to look at Diana, feeling a little strange, but she didn't think much about it. After all, in her opinion, since Kai came back but didn't show up, it means that Kai didn't want to show up. In this case, Diana naturally didn't know where Kai was. So she didn't think about it at all. In fact, he was really wrong. The biggest reason why Kai didn't return to the UK was that he thought that everyone he knew before should be dead, and it didn't make any sense to go back or not. How could he know that Afu and Catherine were still alive and well? As for meeting Diana, it was purely accidental, and he didn't expect to meet Diana. Naturally, it's the same as your purpose. The statue of Ares, the god of war, is of great importance. We can't just turn a blind eye to it. It would be fine if she didn't mention this. Once she mentioned it, Diana got angry. How dare you say that? Where were you when the statue of Ares was taken away by the French? Later, where were you when the statue of Ares was stolen? Now you know you're anxious, Diana thought. She left at the beginning, but Kingsman, the Templar Church, and even the British government were still fine. Why didn't they fulfill their responsibilities? Now that the statue has been lost for so many years, you want to get it back. HMPH. Don't make it sound like you have no responsibility. Don't forget, that's your half-brother. That's your family affair. We're just helping you clean up the mess. It should have been your responsibility to guard Ares, but what about you? You left your responsibility behind without any sense of responsibility and disappeared. Catherine would not tolerate her and directly retorted. You? Diana was speechless. Before the outbreak of World War II, Diana became disheartened because she realized that she could not prevent a war from coming again. At that time, she was completely desperate for humanity. It had been less than 20 years since the last war that killed tens of millions of people. Those who had experienced that terrible war were still alive. They knew what the war would bring, but those people still started the war without hesitation. At that moment, she felt unprecedented confusion. So she left and returned to Paradise Island. Diana endured it, but she still endured it. First, she was not in the right, and second, she thought it would be better to let this hateful woman leave quickly. She was not sure whether she would recognize Kai after seeing him now. Anyway, Diana did not intend to gamble. Since it is my responsibility, then I will take care of Ares. You can leave now, Catherine snorted. It would be strange if she was so obedient. It was not easy to get out, so she must have a good time. Now she found that modern society was much more interesting than their time. By the way, nightclubs, she especially wanted to try it now. Although Eggsy strongly opposed it, it was like this, wasn't it more interesting? This time, we must reclaim the statue of Ares. We don't want someone to be willful again and leave everything behind and run away again. You? Eggsy stood behind him, very excited. Who the hell has ever seen goddesses quarrel? But at this moment, something suddenly fell beside Eggsy. It looked like a lighter. Eggsy saw it and thought it was very familiar. Why does this thing look so much like ours? Fuck. Eggsy then remembered that there was such a thing in Agent Kingsman's equipment, a grenade that could be used as a lighter. In an instant, Eggsy's well-trained reflex was activated. He kicked the bomb away with one foot, and then rushed to Catherine and Diana without hesitation, hoping to use his body to block the explosion. But he forgot that these two women, even if he was given both hands and feet, could beat him to pulp, and he didn't need to protect him at all. Instead, Eggsy suddenly rushed over, making Diana think that this guy was planning to do something bad. So she turned around and kicked him away. Boom. The huge explosion caused the glass in the exhibition area to burst, and also caused the crowd watching the exhibition to explode. After all, it wasn't a few years since 911. Kai was hiding in a corner drinking lemon juice with alcohol, which tasted good. Then the explosion happened. Because he couldn't, Kai immediately pulled out his gun. As a result, his action caused the originally frightened crowd to be in chaos again. After all, in this situation, seeing someone holding a gun, one would subconsciously think of terrorists. Kai was helpless. He had to take out his police badge and shouted loudly, "CPD. Everyone, don't panic. Don't panic. Keep your head down and leave through the emergency exit." At this time, the security guards in the venue were also dispatched. Follow the staff and leave in an orderly manner. Don't panic. Don't be chaotic. Act according to instructions. Kai ran towards the explosion while holding his police badge. As soon as he ran there, he found that he seemed to be no longer needed. He saw Diana and a nun beating up a guy with a mechanical arm. Diana and the nun didn't use any special abilities, they just beat the man with their fists. The man never dreamed that he would be beaten to pulp by two women. Kai looked around and found that there were still some masked armed men lying on the ground. A young man in a suit and black-framed glasses knocked down the gangsters at a very fast speed. His fighting style was a bit like Jack Chan's, knocking down the enemy while juggling. The most amazing thing was that the guy could use an umbrella to block bullets. What Kai wanted to ask the most was, where did you buy this umbrella? It's so sturdy. After looking around, Kai found that he didn't seem to have anything to do with it. At this time, the guy in the suit had also dealt with the masked bandits. He happened to see Kai standing by with a gun. The guy's first reaction was to turn the umbrella and point it at him. Kai was confused. What was going on? Was he embarrassed? But before he could say anything, he heard a bang. A rubber bullet was shot at him. Kai immediately lowered his head to avoid the rubber bullet. "Hey, I'm a friendly army." But the guy on the opposite side didn't even wait for Kai to say anything and rushed over. He was seen stretching his whole body, with a very beautiful move of white crane spreading its wings, and a blade appeared on his leather shoes, and it seemed that he was going to go straight for the vitals. Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Damn, do I look like a bad guy? Also, when fighting, flying kick in the air. Who are you looking down on? Anyone who practices martial arts knows that when fighting with others, it's best not to leave your feet on the ground. First, the force comes from the ground, and it is difficult to exert force after being in the air. Second, after being in the air, there is no place to use force, so it is difficult to perform actions, whether it is attacking or defending. It is not easy, and the whole body is full of flaws. So Kai decided to teach him a lesson. He grabbed the British boy's ankle, followed his strength, and threw him against the wall of the exhibition area. Bang! Then the guy fainted gorgeously. Chapter 410, Distant Times. The loud noise immediately attracted the attention of Diana and Catherine. No. That's a 17th century oil painting. Diana immediately covered her forehead after seeing what Kai had done. Kai smiled awkwardly. He didn't know what artistic value that oil painting that didn't look very good had, but he knew it was worth a lot of money just by looking at its age. "I'll pay for it." It's not about money at all, it's about history. History, you know. Diana knew from before that Kai had never been interested in things like art. But she really didn't expect Kai to be so ignorant. Can money measure this thing? Kai still didn't care much. "I know, history, who doesn't know it? How about I compensate you with my gold cup from the ancient Celtic period?" Catherine, who had never cared much, had been beating up the idiot with a mechanical arm. She didn't care when Kai knocked Eggsy unconscious. Judging from Diana's attitude, the two should know each other. Since they are acquaintances, it's okay. Eggsy? There is nothing wrong with young people fighting. Catherine doesn't like Eggsy's frivolity. But when she heard the words ancient Celts, Catherine was immediately stunned. She turned her head and looked at Kai. At this time, Kai could see Catherine's appearance clearly. He was also stunned. "Catherine?" Kai asked uncertainly. It's not that Kai forgot about Catherine. After all, for him, he didn't leave for long. Counting the 5 years on the Lost Plateau, Kai now feels that he has only been away for more than 10 years, which is not a long time. He really didn't expect Catherine to be alive until now. Kai's appearance has changed a lot. Let alone Catherine, even Diana was confirmed by Kai himself. So Catherine didn't dare to confirm whether the person in front of her was the person she thought, but for some reason, she always felt that this was him. Kai laughed and met an acquaintance again. "It's me." Kai opened his hands so that Catherine could see more clearly. "Is it really you, Duke?" Catherine felt her eyes warm. She had never understood what it felt like to be touched, but now she felt that she understood. "It's me," Kai confirmed again. Then Catherine rushed into Kai's arms like a swallow plunging into the forest. Kai didn't think much and hugged Catherine. After all, Catherine was his personal maid. Although they had only been together for a few years, in those years, most of Kai's things were left to Catherine to take care of. She was the closest person to him except for the butler Afu. Only Diana was curling her lips wildly over there. They were off foxes for many years. Who didn't know who? Diana didn't believe that after so many years, Catherine was still the little girl she was back then. Only men would wishfully think that a woman over 100 years old was still as innocent as a teenager. Just as they were meeting happily, the man with the mechanical arm who was beaten half to death finally seized the opportunity, and his mechanical palm suddenly sprayed out a prototype ball. Bang! The strong light and smoke instantly obscured everyone's career. Even Kai and Catherine closed their eyes subconsciously. When they reacted, they saw that Kai flicked his palm like a hook, grabbed a flying machine and ran away. If it were Kai's personality, he would not let that bastard go so easily. Don't forget that he is nominally responsible for the security of this exhibition. Don't talk about whether to punish him or not. Now the Chicago Police Department is almost going to put Kai in prison. What's the point of punishing him? The problem is that it's embarrassing. But at this moment, Kai has no intention of chasing him. After all, it's a happy thing to see an old friend. Kai is naturally not interested in chasing this kind of trash. Eggsy was very depressed. He felt so embarrassed. He originally planned to perform well in front of his idol, but he was knocked down by a policeman in one stroke. This made Eggsy doubt whether the training he had undergone was real. He had suffered so much and experienced so many dangers, but he was still knocked down by a Chicago policeman in one stroke. It was a grief to think about it. So Eggsy has made up his mind to fight that cop again when he has time. Thinking about these things, Eggsy rubbed his neck while looking at the four people who were talking and laughing over there. Kai, Catherine, Diana and Kelly. Kelly's classmates were scared. Kelly was ready to help at that time, but she was embarrassed to leave them alone when she saw that several of her classmates were so scared that their legs were weak. In addition, Diana taught her not to act too strange in front of outsiders, so she could only follow the crowd and leave the venue. As a result, she missed a good show. Kelly was very sorry about this, so when Kai came out of the venue with a dozen masked gangsters, she kept pestering Kai and Diana to tell her what happened inside. Of course, Kelly was also very interested in Catherine's existence, because she actually felt the same kind of breath from this woman. Catherine felt the same way. So the two started chatting, and unexpectedly discovered that although the so-called same kind was an illusion, one of them belonged to the blood of the three-phase goddess, the blood of the ancient Celtic gods, and the other was a completely alien creature, but their temperaments were unexpectedly in sync. Kelly was afraid and respectful of Diana, but he had a natural liking for Catherine. And Catherine also liked that Kelly was immune to her down charm. The two chatted enthusiastically and ignored Diana, which made Diana very unhappy, but she was embarrassed to say anything, but she made up her mind to train Kelly well. As she talked, Catherine finally brought the topic to Kingsman. To be honest, you really don't plan to go back to the UK? After all, Kingsman was founded. If you go back, Alpha will be very happy. He always thinks that he is guarding the industry for you. Catherine said so. Kai shook his head. The establishment of Kingsman was an accident, and you know this very well. After all, you participated in the whole process. I didn't think about establishing an organization at that time. It was too tiring and I didn't like it. Kai himself had no intention of power, otherwise he would not be just a small policeman until now. When Kingsman was founded, it was just the last contribution to society by those noble families who lost their descendants. At that time, Kai didn't think that this organization would exist for a long time. And I heard you say that they have developed very well in recent years without me. So what difference does it make if I go back or not? But Kingsman can grow and develop because of the Holy Grail you left behind. They all accepted the gift of the Holy Grail, which is equivalent to giving their souls to you. You are their master. And this cannot be changed. Catherine naturally knew what the Holy Grail of life was. After all, she had the blood of the three-phase goddess in her body, and she was of the same origin as the Holy Grail of life. Although the Holy Grail is magical, it is essentially an instrument of equal exchange. It does not give anything by itself, but only trades what it wants. While gaining power, trade souls, and then the souls will return to the Holy Grail and become part of the Holy Grail. In a sense, those who accept the Holy Grail are actually using their own things. And Alfred has been waiting for you to go back. Catherine had to admire Alfred. He had never been Kai's butler for a day. Before Kai disappeared, his butler was Alfred's grandfather, Old Alfred. But Alfred took on the responsibility of butler after Old Alfred's death, and managed Kai's industries in the UK in an orderly manner over the years. For example, St. James's Palace, which nominally belongs to the royal family, but the title deed actually bears Kai's name, and many companies that Old Fu bought at the bottom. Those companies were originally assigned to Kingsman by Kai, but later, when Kingsman got on the right track, Alfred divested those companies and made them Kai's private property again. Of course, few people know about these things. Alfred used a fake noble family to register a company to manage these industries. Now this company has developed into an extremely large group, but not many people know about it, and it is very low-key. Afu, that guy is still alive. Kai was very emotional. He thought that all his old friends had passed away with the passage of time, but he was surprised one after another. I still remember the first time I saw that guy. The fuzz on his mouth had not yet faded. I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye. He has become an old man. Kai likes Afu very much, partly because of Old Fu. Old Fu is a typical British gentleman, old-fashioned but loyal to his duties. Afu has also inherited this aspect of Old Fu very well. Those properties, it doesn't matter, anyway, it didn't cost much at the time. As for Afu, didn't you say that he retired? You can let him come to the United States, whether it's retirement or vacation, he can come to find me, looking for you. Do you think Afu hasn't looked for you? Since the Holy Grail was revived, Afu has mobilized all the power he can use, but in the end he still couldn't find you. Catherine looked at Diana with dissatisfaction. HMPH, like some people, they found you but didn't say a word. Who knows what they are thinking? Diana raised her eyebrows. She felt that Catherine had become more arrogant after not seeing her for these years. Did she think that Diana couldn't lift the knife? Kai hurriedly held Diana's arm and asked her to restrain herself. They hadn't seen each other for many years. There was no reason to be unhappy when they met. Seeing Kai's actions, Catherine was very proud. After all, it seemed that Kai was still on her side. Diana became even angrier. Fortunately, Kelly spoke up to help at this time. What are you talking about? Kelly could hear something wrong no matter how stupid he was. What does the first time I saw him, he was a child, and now he is an old man mean? Catherine turned around and looked at Kai. Have you never told her this? Kai shook his head helplessly. There's nothing to say about this. In fact, I don't know many things myself. How can I say it? Should I tell him from the beginning that I am a person who has lived for tens of thousands of years? What, tens of thousands of years? What do you mean? Kelly was even more confused. Catherine looked at Kelly, then at Kai, and finally asked, can you tell me? There's nothing I can't say. On the contrary, it's more appropriate for you to say it than for me to say it. If Kai were to tell Kelly that he was a prehistoric man, Kelly would definitely not believe it. It was too ridiculous. But if a third party told her, it would be more credible. So Catherine told her how they found Kai from the tomb, and then how they followed Kai to fight mummies in Egypt, fight vampires in Serbia, and finally fight the Germans. Kelly didn't believe it at first. As I said, it was too ridiculous. But when Catherine retold it and Diana testified on the side, it didn't sound like nonsense. And those stories were so interesting that Kelly listened attentively. Are there really mummies? Why haven't any been found in modern times? How should I know? Kai really doesn't know why modern people discovered mummies. Maybe they all hid? Are there really sphinxes? Yes, they should actually be considered a kind of robot, Kai explained. They are a kind of machine created by the Egyptian gods to assist themselves, but they are very different from modern technology. Then have you really seen the Egyptian gods? Yes. What do they look like? Much taller than humans, with an average height of about 3 meters, and they look much better. As for strength, how should I put it? Let me put it this way, any small Egyptian god can beat you to pulp. Then the Book of the Dead and the Scripture of the Sun are still in your hands? Yes. Then why have you never used them? Didn't I say that after my strength was greatly reduced, many things would be unusable? Before Kai's strength recovers to a certain level, he can't use many of his things, such as the artifacts in his treasury and the king's treasure. Even the current Kai can't use the king's treasure at will, because that thing requires too much mental strength. Are you really an ancient Celt? A contemporary of King Arthur? Yes, Arthur would call me brother. In fact, he should be called brother-in-law, but there is no need to say such things. In other words, the prototype of the Night King we have been talking about is also you. I don't know how it was spread like this, but I have never been a king. Anyway, in the end, Kelly turned into 100,000 wise and kept asking questions. Kai also patiently answered them, many of which were unknown to Diana and Catherine. For example, Kai had only told them a little about the prehistoric era when he once lived, but never mentioned the details. Anyway, in the end, Kelly felt that his worldview was shaky. It turned out that thousands of years ago, the world was full of brilliant civilizations, and many civilizations were even more sci-fi than modern ones, such as the Egyptian civilization, where they could actually create intelligent machines to help them complete their work. It turned out that the legend of King Arthur was true, and there really was a kingdom called Camelot. Chapter 411 Review of Characters. I don't know how long the group of people chatted, but Eggsy was bored. He had been waiting on the other side for 3 hours. To be honest, he admired that guy. He could talk to those 2 scary women for more than 3 hours. It was amazing. Eggsy asked himself if he had the courage to talk nonsense for several hours in front of Wonder Woman and Sister Catherine. Eggsy saw with his own eyes how those 2 women beat his old friend Charlie to the point that he couldn't take care of himself. Speaking of Charlie, Eggsy always thought he was dead, but he didn't expect that he was not only alive, but also installed a mechanical arm for himself. Back then, Charlie and Eggsy were candidate agents of the same period. They trained together and competed for the vacant position code-named Lancelot. As a result, Charlie and those aristocratic candidates discriminated against and suppressed him. But in the end, when he was tested, Charlie was eliminated. Then Charlie's mentality exploded and he ran to the army of Kingsman's enemy at the time, the technology tycoon Valentine. Valentine, a former tech tycoon, once controlled the world's largest multinational telecommunications company, and also owned 3 mobile phone brands, 2 personal computer brands, and a series of electronics companies. Of course, this was 5 years ago. I just said that Valentine was a former tech tycoon. Why did I say once? Because Valentine is dead, and the cause of death announced to the public was a plane crash. But in fact, Valentine was killed by Kingsman. Valentine is a tech genius with a deviant mindset. He plans to solve the global population growth problem himself with distorted ideas. As for the solution he thought of, it was his tech company. He plans to issue a free phone card worldwide. Anyone who buys a mobile phone from their company can get a free phone card. With this phone card, not only can calls be free, but also free internet access. There is no free lunch in this world. Valentine will naturally not really be a good person. Even if he wants to do it, others will not allow it. After all, if he does it, will others still make money? His real purpose is to use phone cards and mobile phones to release a special ultrasonic wave, which can stimulate the subconscious bestiality and violence of human beings, make people crazy, and finally cause the world to collapse in riots, so as to solve the problem of population growth. Valentine believes that human beings are viruses on the earth. Just like the human body, a small amount of virus will not cause much harm to the earth, so humans can indeed coexist peacefully. But the virus spreads throughout the world, making the earth's body overwhelmed. There are only 2 final results. Either the earth and the virus are finished together, or the earth heals itself and eliminates humans. But no matter which result, humans will be finished. In this case, why don't they take the initiative to suppress the virus of humans? Valentine's plan is to eliminate the largest number of mediocrities in the world, leaving only the truly elite people. This can not only greatly reduce the number of humans, but also allow human civilization to continue perfectly intact. And this Valentine is really a talent. Such a crazy plan actually allowed him to find many people willing to cooperate. Alfred almost joined the plan before, but fortunately Kai returned and revived the Holy Grail, which also allowed Alfred to find his life goal again, so he decided to defect. At that time, Kingsman broke into Valentine's secret base and killed Valentine, his men and allies. Charlie was there at the time, and Eggsy didn't know how Charlie survived. In short, the 2 of them were born to be incompatible, and this time Charlie's initial target was Eggsy. Eggsy was beaten so badly by Charlie that he almost fell to the street. If Diana and Catherine hadn't been very unhappy with Charlie's bomb throwing, so they taught him a lesson, Eggsy might have been defeated by a loser. Thinking of this, Eggsy admired the policeman even more. He was so awesome that he dared to flirt with such a powerful woman. Beep, beep. Just as he was thinking about it, Eggsy's glasses suddenly made a beeping sound. Eggsy hurriedly pressed a micro button on the glasses, and a picture immediately appeared on the originally ordinary glasses. Agent Kingsman's glasses are like a microcomputer. They can analyze the environment, assist in aiming, query information, and see virtual images. They are very advanced. It's Arthur calling. The terrorist attack at the art exhibition almost drove the Department of Homeland Security and the Chicago Police Department crazy. The last terrorist attack just happened not long ago, and now another one has happened. This even attracted the attention of the White House and the group of gentlemen on Capitol Hill. According to the internal assessment of the U.S. government, the probability of Chicago being attacked by terrorists has directly exceeded that of New York, Los Angeles and Washington, becoming the first in the United States. Even many members of Congress have begun to discuss whether to continue to hold the Stark Expo in Chicago. After all, even if Chicago loses an expo, at most the economy will be affected. But if the terrorist attack really causes a large number of casualties, then it will not be the political leaders in Chicago who will be unlucky. This made the Chicago city government and the Congress panic. The invitation letter and publicity for the expo have been sent out for more than half a year. Now you tell me that we are not allowed to hold it? What's worse is that if the expo is stopped at this time, the panic it will cause to the market will be much greater than the terrorist attack. The butt determines the head. In different positions, the perspectives of considering things are completely different. In short, the Chicago police were not only scolded by the media this time, but also the officials above them kept asking the Chicago police to rectify the Chicago security. Chief Cooper went from being in high spirits to being a punching bag for all parties in a few days, and now he's in a mess. What's more terrible is that he doesn't have any good solutions. Fortunately, Tony Stark has always been a stubborn and willful guy. Although he is a bastard, he is surprisingly kind. After receiving some advice, this guy not only did not have the idea of retreating, but became more and more courageous, and actually began to prepare for the expo seriously. After Kai learned about it, his first reaction was that this guy was really cheap, and he would not leave even if he was beaten. But this made Pepper feel a lot more relaxed. After all, such a big event, you asked her, a secretary, to handle it, which was a bit excessive no matter how you looked at it. After all, can Pepper's face be compared with Tony's face? Now, due to Tony's sudden enthusiasm for work, Pepper actually had time to rest. Pepper, who suddenly had free time, wanted to relax, so she went shopping with her best friend Tracy. But somehow, while walking around, she unexpectedly came to Kai's house. Kai's house was almost half of Chicago away from Michigan Avenue and the Gold Coast. When Pepper was brought into the house by the servant, she was also stunned. She didn't expect that Kai's life was much more colorful than she imagined. She actually saw a group of beautiful and charming beauties wearing silk pajamas and partying in Kai's underwear at Kai's house. Pepper wanted to throw the shopping bag in her hand on Kai's face at that time. Although she knew that Kai and her, how to say it, it should be regarded as a trick of fate, and it is impossible for them to be together again. After all, Kai has a girlfriend, and she also has Tony, but she still has a good impression of Kai, and she thinks Kai's a good person. But the scene in front of her made her feel blind. Why are all the men she meets such bad people? In fact, Kai was also embarrassed. This matter really made a mess. This scene in front of us has to start from 2 days ago. After Catherine and Kai recognized each other, it was naturally impossible for them to leave. So Kai simply let her live in his house. Anyway, the house is very big, and Matthew has moved out since he cracked a cult case. According to him, since the case is over, it is inconvenient for him to disturb Kai and Kelly's world of two. Anyway, Kelly has no objection. Diana is unhappy that Catherine is here. Anyway, she can't let Catherine take advantage, so she also moved in. Of course, Kai has no objection to this. To put it shamelessly, how many men would refuse such a good thing? It's not that you have to have any unreasonable thoughts. Such a beautiful woman is pleasing to the eye even if she does nothing. So Diana also moved in. It just so happens that Alexandra also came today. First of all, this is not the first time Alexandra has come to Kai, and Kai did not act like a scumbag. Instead, he generously introduced Alexandra to Kelly as a friend. As a result, Kelly was very curious about Alexandra. As a girl, who doesn't have a dream of becoming a star? Kelly was also very interested in supermodels like Alexandra. After all, people in their line of work have an innate sensitivity to fashion and dressing, and the two of them got along very well. When the expo was being prepared, Tony, the playboy, insisted on holding a Victoria's Secret show at the expo. Because of this, Pepper almost gave up. Who the hell would hold an underwear show at an industrial expo? But Tony, the genius, thought of it, and what's even more exaggerated is that he made it happen. Victoria's Secret agreed to hold the show at the expo. As the most popular supermodel recently, Alexandra naturally had to participate in this fashion show. Today, she had made an appointment with Kelly to ask Kelly to help her look at the underwear she was going to exhibit this time. Kelly thought that she had neglected Kai a little recently, so she planned to have a little romance with Kai, so there was this date. But she didn't expect that there would be 2 more women in the house. Most women are very passionate about clothes, even the Amazon princess from Paradise Island is no exception. Catherine will not miss such an interesting thing, so after a while, the 4 women started a lingerie party at home. Kelly naturally has nothing to be shy about Kai. Alexandra originally worked in this line of work. She usually wears lingerie to show off in front of everyone, so she naturally doesn't feel shy. As for Catherine, you know witches, right? Do you think witches care about this? As for Diana, it's even simpler. You should look at her dressing style in Paradise Island. It's so unrestrained. On the contrary, The clothes in modern society are a bit too much fabric in Diana's opinion, not suitable for activities. So the four people didn't care that Kai was there at all. Kelly even made an appointment with another best friend of hers, the unlucky girl who was involved in the drug theft case, independent photographer Mott. This beautiful unlucky girl can't even eat now, so Kelly plans to introduce her to people in the fashion circle. Although Mott has always pursued art, no matter how much she pursues art, she must not starve to death first. Besides, taking photos for people in the fashion circle is not an insult to art. It turned out that the servant was new and didn't know Mort, so he mistook Pepper for Mort, and thus the misunderstanding occurred. After Kai explained, Pepper reluctantly believed it. After all, the girls in front of her did not seem like easy girls. Besides, she knew Diana. After the misunderstanding was resolved, Kelly invited Pepper to the lingerie party. Pepper was actually a little tempted, but was immediately stopped by Kai. What a joke, forget about the four of them. Pepper has Tony, the arrogant and jealous one, and Tracy is a good woman. He can't do this. He doesn't want to be hunted down by Miles and Tony. When a group of people were making a fuss, the servant suddenly rushed in and told them that a group of black super police came outside, and each of them was very fierce. Black super police? Could it be that the fat guy Happy brought Tony's bodyguards to cause trouble? Last time, Happy led a group of people to take Pepper, who was protected by the police, but was beaten up by Kai. Surprise, as soon as Kai arrived at the door, he saw an unexpected person. Margaret. I guess many book friends have forgotten this person. Her full name is Margaret Asher, and she is now the First Lady of the United States. At that time, she and her husband, Benjamin Asher, who was still a presidential candidate at the time, took a family trip because of their marriage red light, intending to save their marriage, but they encountered a sea monster. Kai, who was still serving in the U.S. Special Forces at the time, was tasked with saving her family. As a result, the people were saved in that mission, but a teammate was also sacrificed. Then Kai was forced to retire because he beat General Ross, who was also on a mission on the ship at the time. Margaret was wearing a red dress. Although the color was bright, there was a special dignified beauty in Margaret. Strictly speaking, Margaret is not the type that makes people particularly stunning at first sight, but she has a very graceful temperament, which makes people feel very comfortable, and the more you look at her, the more you look at her. Kai had a very good impression of this lady. When they were on the boat, this woman showed calmness and persistence that most people did not have. She was a very good person. Before Kai could be surprised why Margaret appeared here, several Secret Service agents broke into Kai's house without caring whether Kai agreed or not. This made Kai very angry. Hey, assholes, you are trespassing. Kai would not indulge these Secret Service agents. These people might be able to bluff others. But Kai didn't care. This was private land. It was not illegal to break in without the owner's consent and shoot. So Kai naturally pulled out his gun. Unexpectedly, several agents reacted strongly and pointed their guns at Kai. Put down your gun. Get on the ground. Otherwise we will shoot. Another agent even called someone on the intercom. Someone here is armed. Someone here is armed with a lethal weapon. Someone else protected Margaret and retreated. WTF, Kai was about to explode. What the hell? Several agents surrounded Kai and tried to control him. I repeat one last time, put your guns down and get on the ground, or we'll shoot. As soon as they said this, several guns appeared behind their heads. Hey, Agent J, from the Black Special Police, you are the ones who should put your guns down. A group of agents stared in amazement at how some beauties in silk pajamas and underwear appeared behind them, pointing guns at their heads. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 412 Politics. Enough. Stop it. At the moment of stalemate, Margaret finally screamed to stop the embarrassing scene in front of her. Margaret looked at an agent beside her angrily. Seeing the other agents listening to his orders, he should be the leader. This guy's appearance made Kai look a little familiar. After thinking carefully, he realized that he looked a bit like the protagonist of a movie he had seen in his previous life. He forgot the name. Anyway, it was a movie about a Roman general who inexplicably became a slave and then a gladiator. Because I watched it on the movie channel at that time, I didn't watch it all, and I almost forgot the content. Anyway, I remember that the protagonist had a face full of bitterness and hatred. Banning. I said, I'm meeting a friend. Kelly looked at the First Lady of the United States in front of her with a little curiosity. She never knew that her boyfriend knew such a person. In her impression, Kai seemed to have never had a good impression of politicians and never had the habit of voting. Of course, even if she was curious, Kelly didn't stand up to the action under her hands. She shook the muzzle of the gun and asked the agents under the gun to throw the gun over. The Secret Service agents naturally refused, but Kelly didn't care about that. He loaded his gun directly. His meaning was very clear. If they didn't drop their guns, they would be shot. Several agents' faces turned red with anger. They were actually being bullied by a few call girls, at least in their eyes. Kelly and the others did look like call girls. After all, a group of women, and dressed like that, it was really easy for people to think wrongly. Of course, they didn't want to give in like this. It was too embarrassing. Unfortunately, those women were more ruthless than each other. From their eyes, several agents could see that they would really shoot. In desperation, they could only drop their guns and walk aside. Banning was furious when he saw his men's actions. Damn, if this was a real gangster, wouldn't the safety of the president's wife be completely ruined? Banning. Seeing that Banning was still unmoved, Margaret immediately raised her voice. Banning looked at Kai, who was sneering at the side, and then looked at the president's wife, whose face was getting uglier and uglier, and had to explain, Madam President, I did this for your safety. After all, Chicago is not safe right now. This house has not been inspected for safety, so, I said, Kai is my friend. As long as he is here, there is no safer place in the world than here. Kai was a little angry at first, thinking that Margaret was making trouble for him. Did she see that the family was partying in Kai's underwear? As the only man in this house, this is such a rare welfare time, but now it's all messed up. But after being praised by Margaret, Kai felt much more comfortable. Facing Banning's dissatisfaction, Kai just raised his eyebrows, looked at him provocatively, waved his hand and pointed at the door and said, Get out. Banning was so angry at this attitude that he wanted to say something, but Margaret immediately shouted, Banning. There was nothing he could do. The leaders all stood on the side of others, and it was useless to say anything. So he could only let a few of his subordinates who were embarrassed to follow him out. As soon as they walked out of the door, they heard a bang behind them and the door was closed. What's the matter with these idiots? Kai asked Margaret. Unexpectedly, Margaret, who was very high-spirited just now covered her face with a haggard look. What's wrong? Kai asked curiously. It's because of Benjamin, Margaret said weakly. Others also had gossipy faces. Even Catherine, who had not been involved in worldly affairs for many years, knew that the current president of the United States was called Benjamin. As the president of the world's most powerful country, this position itself represents an extremely huge influence. And looking at Margaret's expression and tone, it is typical that if there is a melon to eat, and it is the melon of the President of the United States, then it must be eaten even more. Then Margaret seemed to have found an outlet to vent, and vented all her depression in her heart. In fact, it was basically the matter between husband and wife, but because it was the President's family affairs, it seemed particularly special. In short, Margaret felt that she was losing herself more and more. She doesn't like her current life. Margaret is not a typical housewife. She has her own ideas and doesn't want to stay at home to take care of her husband and children. Before she married Benjamin, Margaret was a reporter, and a relatively famous reporter. She had two dreams. One was to be a war correspondent. The other was to travel around the world as a nature photographer. But since she fell in love with Benjamin, Margaret stopped her career and concentrated on taking care of her husband and children. But as time went by, Margaret gradually became tired of such a life. She felt that this was not the life she wanted. As Benjamin rose rapidly in the political arena, Margaret felt more and more depressed. She was imprisoned in the identity of Benjamin's wife. Because of this, the marriage with Benjamin was in crisis. Sometimes Margaret doubted whether Benjamin really loved her. Perhaps he just needed her to play the role of good wife. After all, as a political star, he needed this role. Many people say that the United States is a superpower, developed and advanced, but in fact, the United States has always been a conservative country. They care very much about their traditions. For example, in the history of the United States, no president has ever divorced during his term. Even now, only one American president has divorced. President Reagan divorced his original wife in 1948 and married the later First Lady Nancy 4 years later. When Americans choose presidents, they are always willing to believe those candidates who have a happy family, children and wives. This is why Margaret doubted whether Benjamin maintained this marriage because he loved her. Benjamin wanted to get more support, and he had to give people a positive image in family relationships. Even when Benjamin traveled with her on the eve of the election to save his marriage, Margaret suspected that it was a means for the election. But unfortunately, they actually encountered a sea monster. But fortunately, Margaret confirmed Benjamin's intentions. Whether it was the protection of her and her children when danger came, or the constant adherence to her, it was enough to show Benjamin's feelings for her. This also saved their direct marriage. But the essential problem between them has not been solved, that is, Margaret has never been able to accept her role. She has her own career ambition and has never thought of being a man's vassal. What's worse is that after Benjamin became president, Margaret found that she began to lose herself. She became a person who wore a formulaic smile every day, doing things that she was not interested in and did not want to do at all, and pretended to be very happy to the outside world. This almost drove her crazy. This trip to Chicago was supposed to wait a few days for her and Benjamin to come to Chicago together. But she really couldn't stand it, so she left the entire presidential team and went to Chicago first. As for why she came to find Kai, the reason is actually not complicated. It's because Kai is not only her lifesaver, but also not that familiar with her. Margaret has always been very grateful for Kai's life-saving grace, so when she learned that Kai was in Chicago and was responsible for the safety of their family, she decided to meet Kai properly and express her gratitude. The reason why she was not so familiar with him was that basically everyone she knew had advised her, either openly or secretly, to settle down in her current role, which was good for her, Benjamin, and the family. What these people said was right, and they really meant it for their own good, but that was not what Margaret wanted to hear. She came to Kai just to vent her feelings with a friend who would not persuade her. As for getting any advice from Kai, she had never thought about it. To put it bluntly, he was just a tool. And Benning was the president's personal bodyguard, and he got along well with Benjamin. He came to Chicago with Margaret this time because Benjamin asked him to do so. As for being so rude to Kai, it was completely his own decision, hoping to give Kai a head start. He didn't want any scandals to happen to the First Lady. But others didn't buy his tricks at all. A group of women were fascinated by the First Lady's marriage story, but Kai found it boring. For Kai, the President of the United States might be very influential, but the wife of the President of the United States, who would care? If you don't believe me, go ask people on the street what Trump's wife's name is. I guarantee that many people don't know it. I don't know it. Am I proud? Since you can't live with him, just divorce him. This is Kay's advice to Margaret. Well, Kay is serious. Although Kay is not petty, think about the fact that the goat sacrificed himself to save Benjamin, but Benjamin only cared about the deal with the military and kept silent about the goat's sacrifice. This made Kay very angry. Benjamin, a politician, can forget that Ross wanted to kill him for political interests, but Kay can't forget the hatred of his comrade being killed by Ross. So Kay has always been very cold to Benjamin. Even though Benjamin contacted him several times as the president, he didn't pay much attention. If Kay could see this guy getting so upset because his wife wanted to divorce him, he wouldn't think it would be bad. How could the president's wife's visit to Chicago be concealed? After all, the president's family has a great influence in the United States, especially the First Lady. In short, Chicago knew everything it should know 1 hour before Margaret arrived in Chicago. The only question now is how to receive her. First of all, they didn't know why the First Lady suddenly came to Chicago ahead of schedule. After all, according to the previous notification from the White House, the president and his wife and son should come to Chicago in 6 days and carry out a series of activities, then the opening of the expo, and then return to Washington. These procedures have been set and cannot be changed casually. After all, the president's itinerary requires a lot of scheduling and cooperation from the city government, which cannot be changed casually. Secondly, the First Lady did not communicate with the Chicago government before and after coming to Chicago. This made Chicago very annoyed, because this behavior represented serious political immaturity. Although it seemed that this was a personal behavior of the First Lady, the problem was that the identity she represented was destined, and every action of hers would involve many people. To put it bluntly, if Margaret was suddenly killed by someone, who would it be? No matter what Chicago did at that time, it would be blamed. If the First Lady was not safe in Chicago, who would be safe? In short, the Chicago government was very annoyed, so it quickly protested to the White House. President Benjamin had no choice but to send a telegram to Chicago, explaining the purpose of the First Lady's visit, which was to the effect that the First Lady was paving the way for the President. Of course, this is just an official statement, so that everyone can see it clearly. In fact, the White House has reached a series of political deals with Chicago. There is no way, being willful has a price to pay. Things like the Emperor's incognito visits on TV are impossible in reality. No mature political creature would do such a thing. As for the First Lady going to see a little policeman, it is not something that can be put on the table. Chicago is not interested in making a fuss about this. After all, Illinois has always been a stronghold of the Donkey Party, Democratic Party, and the current mayor of Chicago is also a Democrat. If the interests are acceptable, he will not make the president uncomfortable. Of course, in order not to affect Kay's normal life, Margaret did not live in Kay's house, but in a hotel. If he really stayed at Kay's house for one night, the headlines the next day would be absolutely terrifying, and Benjamin might also become the first president in the entire history of the United States to be rumored to be cuckolded, which would be a lot of fun. 6 days passed quickly. During this period, although Margaret kept complaining, she still fulfilled her obligations as the president's wife very well. She visited the injured in the previous 2 terrorist attacks on behalf of the president, inspected the orphanage with a Chicago local charity foundation, and contacted and gave speeches to students in a school. These things were originally what the president should do, but there was nothing wrong with the president's wife doing them. As for the reasons, there were a lot of them, such as the president cared about the victims of the terrorist attacks and asked the president's wife to visit them in advance. It was also reasonable and could give the outside world a good impression. It was also a very good political show. At least the public and public opinion had a high evaluation of the president sending his wife to Chicago to express condolences in advance. Margaret also gained a wave of reputation. Of course, in return, Margaret also endorsed the safety of Chicago and cheered Chicago in front of the media. It was this series of operations that made Benjamin warmly welcomed by local people when he arrived in Chicago. Chapter 413 Marriage Problem Expert. Judging from the evaluation of the outside world, this term's First Lady is the best First Lady in recent years, elegant and beautiful. Well, this is what the American people require of the First Lady, otherwise what? Should the First Lady help the President to exercise his powers? If so, it will definitely cause a political storm. After all, the people elect the President, and the First Lady is a byproduct. When Benjamin came to Chicago, the two of them were a perfect match, and they performed their love to the fullest. For a time, the entire Chicago headlines were all about the President and his wife, which surprised the President's team. They didn't expect that this trip to Chicago would make the President so popular. After all, the position of President, to be honest, is not much different from that of a star. As long as you are popular, everything will be fine. Clinton made such a big pot back then because of his high approval rating, and he still had nothing to worry about. In politics, approval rating basically represents everything. Anyway, the country is not really controlled by the president. The president is just a signboard launched by the political group, just like a spokesperson. As long as the spokesperson is popular, then naturally support him, but once the spokesperson is unpopular, of course he must be replaced. The most obvious example is Nixon. Did Nixon really do something that angered the heavens and the people? Of course not. Nixon himself said that he just did something that everyone had done. The real reason why Nixon resigned was that his approval rating dropped. The Watergate scandal in 1972 caused Nixon's approval rating to drop sharply, which was also the reason why the Democratic Party abandoned him. Like Clinton, the seriousness of his incident was not that he could not control his lower body. After all, Kennedy was more excessive back then. What really put Clinton in crisis was that he lied. When the Zippergate was exposed, Clinton swore that he had never cared about the female intern. As a result, he was exposed afterwards. This is the main reason why he was impeached, not because of those sex scandals. A president swore in public in front of the whole nation, and then was exposed as a liar. This is the most important point. This brought his personal and political credibility to the freezing point. But the problem is that his approval rating is high, so after the impeachment, he was able to stay in office with a slight advantage of 151%. Nixon was not so lucky. He was also faced with an impeachment case, But the problem was that the party did not support him, so he decisively chose to resign to avoid becoming the first president to be impeached and removed from office. In short, approval rating is very important in the presidential line. Obviously, the gains from this trip to Chicago have far exceeded the expectations of the presidential team. They have begun to make plans to use this wave of heat to continue to increase exposure and increase Benjamin's approval rating. Although Benjamin has only been president for a year, he also needs to start considering re-election. Margaret. I think we have to talk. Benjamin returned to the hotel room after the event and stopped Margaret, who was about to leave. He had always wanted to talk to Margaret, but Margaret had always avoided him, which made Benjamin very distressed. In addition, he was too busy, so he could only put it aside for the time being. But this time Margaret actually took the initiative to run away from home, which made Benjamin completely realize that the conflict between them had reached the point where he had to take it seriously. Whether from personal feelings or career needs, he didn't want to divorce Margaret. Seeing that she couldn't hide anymore, Margaret could only sit down and look at her husband seriously. Yes, we have to talk. Margaret originally wanted to say all her distress in one go, but when the words came to her lips, they didn't have any substance, so she said the advice Kai gave her. Let's get a divorce. Benjamin was stunned. What is getting divorced? At 12 o'clock in the night, a group of uninvited guests came to Kai's door. When Kai opened the door, he saw a familiar face. You're still here? Banning, the president's personal bodyguard, still had a bitter and vengeful look on his face. This actor seems to have always played this kind of role. I've seen several of his movies and found that he rarely had a good ending, except for the Olympus Has Fallen series. Banning ignored him and made way for Benjamin behind him. Huh? Why do the couple take turns? I don't remember being that familiar with you guys. Kai looked at Benjamin's buttocks and chin, and felt very strange. Margaret came to him, and it can be said that she had no one else to go to, but Benjamin is the president of a country after all, and he is so idle. Won't you invite me in and sit down? Benjamin can become the president, and it must be said that his charm is still quite good. At least everyone who comes into contact with him recognizes his personal qualities. Come in. Today, Kelly and Catherine went to a party hosted by Alexandra. It is said that they are all people in the fashion industry. The three women are very curious about this circle, so they went together. Today, Kai was the only one in the house. After asking the servants to serve some drinks to Benjamin and his entourage, Kai asked directly, Mr. President, you came to me in the middle of the night. Didn't you really just want to chat with me? Tell me, what's the matter? Benjamin was not used to Kai's straightforward way of speaking. At least in his circle of life, there were very few people like him. But at this point, Benjamin couldn't avoid it anymore, so he winked at his personal bodyguard. Banning immediately understood what he meant, so he made a few gestures to his men, and a group of Secret Service agents left the living room very consciously, leaving only Banning guarding the entrance and exit not far away. I want to know. Did Margaret say something to you? Kai was stunned, and then immediately reacted. Did the woman really ask for a divorce? She has personality. Are you talking about the fact that she wants to divorce you? Benjamin nodded immediately. Yes. Today she suddenly asked me for a divorce. I know there are some problems between us, but I don't think it's time for a divorce. I wanted to ask her why, but she didn't want to communicate with me. I don't know who to talk to about this now. She has never said such a thing before, and she only came to your place when she came to Chicago, so I want to know what she really thinks. You don't know. Benjamin shook his head blankly. He didn't think there was anything wrong with his current life. He became the President of the United States, the most powerful man in the world. His family also became different because of his success. The weight of the first family, even in this country that always emphasizes freedom and equality, has extraordinary significance. There is nothing wrong with calling it the American royal family. Isn't this kind of life good? Kai suddenly felt that Margaret's request for divorce was not entirely due to his suggestion. At least the President of the United States in front of him still couldn't figure out what his bedmate wanted. This is no longer something that can be explained by straight men. I can tell you that it was me who suggested that Margaret divorce you. Benjamin's face changed drastically. Although he guessed that Kai might have tricked him, he didn't expect Kai to admit it so readily. For a moment, Benjamin's heart was full of alarm bells, as if a hat had fallen from the sky. Seeing Benjamin's expression, Kai's face turned green. Although compared with his previous life, Kai also admitted that his moral integrity had been reduced a lot, otherwise he would not have done such a thing as killing Kelly and Sandra, mother and daughter, but Kai would never do such a thing as hooking up with a married man. Humph. Judging from your current performance, I think my suggestion is right. Benjamin's expression management was still very qualified. He immediately felt Kai's unhappiness, so he put away his doubts and showed an embarrassed expression. At this time, he also thought that Kai and Margaret had only had a few contacts. If he could dump his wife like this, it would be too magical. Besides, he thought he knew his wife well and was definitely not that kind of person. Just a little. I can't leave her. I'm so sorry. Kai ignored him and took a cup of coffee to calm himself down. Damn, she almost became a mistress, and she even interfered with the president's wife. If this gets out, he will be recorded in history. After about a minute of silence, Benjamin raised his head and looked at Kai very seriously. He said in a very sincere manner, I have always known that there are problems between us, but I always thought that it was just normal emotions between husband and wife, just like the 7-year itch. I don't understand how things have developed to this point. I know that for the sake of work, I don't care enough about Margaret. I can change it, but now I want to know what the problem between us is. I hope that if you know, you can tell me. About half an hour later, Kai looked at Benjamin, who left with a lot of thoughts, and suddenly felt a sense of absurdity. What kind of thing is this? He is a good policeman. How can he become an expert on marriage problems? Margaret came to him because of the trivial things between them, and now Benjamin came to him for the same trivial things. Just as Kai was daydreaming, his cell phone rang. It was Marcus's number. Well, it seemed that he would not be able to sleep tonight. Hello? Marcus, don't you see what time it is now? Help. Help. Someone, no, there are monsters chasing us. The heart-wrenching cry for help came from the phone. It didn't seem like Marcus's prank. After all, this guy didn't have such a good acting skill. Where are you? I'll be there right away. Kai ran to the room immediately. No one was home today, and Kai had nothing to entertain himself. He had no interest in soap operas on TV, especially Spanish soap operas. Those were 100 times more boring than the domestic anti-Japanese dramas. Not only were the plots dragged out, but the performances were also exaggerated and exaggerated. What's more terrible is that the series were boring and long, and people who watched them wanted to sleep. So adhering to the good habit of going to bed early and getting up early, Kai was wearing pajamas and preparing to go to bed early. Now he needed to change his clothes. Kai said that. Mike yelled at his partner while driving his Porsche at 180 miles per hour. He couldn't help but yell. The group of mechanical monsters behind them were constantly firing at them. If he didn't yell at the top of his lungs, Marcus wouldn't be able to hear his voice at all. He's coming. But before that, we have to make sure we can survive. As he was talking, Marcus suddenly turned around and yelled at Mike, "It's all your fault for coming up with a bad idea. I told you not to force your way into the morgue, but you didn't listen. Now we're going to die. Oh. God, how sad my wife would be if she knew about my death, and I still have 3 children to raise." Shut up, Nico. Mike suddenly swerved the steering wheel to avoid a rocket. The rocket didn't hit Marcus' car, but blew up a scrap car on the side of the road. Holy st. Those bastards actually have rockets. Are those mechanical bastards crazy? Marcus saw the explosion and his emotions exploded again. Fuck. Be quiet, Marcus. Hold your gun and fight back. Remember, if you die, your wife will most likely take your pension and remarry with your child, and then another man will spend your money, sleep with your wife, and beat your child. So, we have to live. Especially you. You don't want those things to happen, right? Mike's words stimulated Marcus. When he thought of the words "another man will spend your money, sleep with your wife, and beat your child," he felt that this scene was more difficult for him to accept than letting him die. This time he went all out. He stretched out the window, holding an UMP-45 submachine gun, and fired at the pursuers behind the car. Unfortunately, the pursuers behind him didn't care about the power of this light submachine gun at all. Not only did they not dodge, but they took out another rocket and rushed over. Marcus was so scared that he quickly shrank back into the car, nervously holding the seatbelt to resist the huge inertia brought by Mike's sharp turn again. Boom. This time, it was an abandoned shop on the roadside that was unlucky. Even the roof was blown off by the explosion. This scene made Marcus tremble. Fuck. Fuck. Why are we, the police, equipped worse than the criminals? This gun is useless. We are about to be beaten to shit. Marcus threw down the UMP-45 submachine gun in his hand. Marcus and Mike only had two Glock 18s in their hands. Under normal circumstances, the power of two Glock 18s would definitely be enough, but the people chasing them were not ordinary people. If there were people around at this time, they would find that the Terminator was staged in reality. There were 3 people in the car chase behind Marcus and Mike. 2 of them were responsible for firepower, and the other was responsible for driving. If you look closely, you will find that these 3 people have one thing in common. They have all been mechanized. 2 of them are equipped with mechanical arms, and the other half of the head is metal. Stop complaining. Tell me quickly, where are we going? Quotation mark. Chapter 414 Terminator. Just when Marcus and his friends were being chased to the sky and the ground, Kai was rushing towards them. In order to arrive quickly, Kai had to call Pepper and ask her to lend him the means of transportation, Tony's extremely coquettish Bell 609 tilt-rotor aircraft. This rotorcraft was jointly developed by Bell and Boeing, and the price is $14 million, making it one of the most expensive helicopters in the world. It can take off in a vertical position, uses a brushless electric pump and engine start, can accommodate nearly 9 passengers, and only 81 have been sold around the world. But who is Tony? Tony Stark, the most showy and arrogant man in the United States. This guy likes uniqueness the most. He doesn't want to use the same things as others, even toothbrushes. He only uses unique ones. In short, it's to do. So it is estimated that except for the rotor, everything else of his Bell 609 tilt-rotor aircraft has been replaced by Tony. Now the Bell 609 tilt-rotor aircraft has been painted in red and gold. Well, one thing to say is that the gold is said to be real gold paint. The interior space has also been modified, with super sound insulation, super heat insulation, and luxurious decoration. The balance system has also been changed. After the aircraft takes off, the vibration felt inside is very small. The external fuselage and the main body structure can withstand the damage of 25mm shells. The power unit has been changed to 2 T800 turboshaft engines. The biggest advantage of Comanche is its excellent stealth capability, because it is equipped with a radar jammer, which can confuse detection radar. For now, it is the world's first stealth helicopter among private helicopters, and its reconnaissance equipment is also very advanced, such as thermal imagers or low-light televisions and millimeter-wave radars. It can be said that this rotorcraft is better than most military helicopters equipped by the U.S. military today, except that it is not equipped with weapons. Anyway, it is as showy as it can be. It is said that Tony still feels uncomfortable with this, and he even plans to redesign a helicopter with nuclear power. Finally, the board of directors stopped it. After all, Stark Industries' business scope has always been ground vehicles and weapons, and it rarely involves air vehicles. That is the traditional sphere of influence of Boeing and Lockheed Martin. Everyone has been in this circle for so many years. Although some unspoken rules are not stated explicitly, everyone knows it. For example, Stark Group almost monopolizes the U.S. military missile business, and Boeing and Lockheed Martin rarely intervene in this. The board of directors cannot intervene in other people's sphere of influence just because of Tony's whim. How long will it take for Kai to get here? None of us is called John Connor. There is no robot like Schwarzenegger to rescue us. But the Terminator is chasing us. Mike felt that the rear of his car was not broken. If it goes on like this, the best result is that the new car he just bought will be completely scrapped. Damn, he only bought this car for 2 months. He was envious of Kai driving such a cool sports car, so he gritted his teeth and changed his car. He didn't expect that he hadn't used this car to pick up a few girls, and now it is going to be scrapped. Moreover, the insurance company will never compensate for the damage caused by this situation. Although Mike's family is rich, they are not so rich that they can afford to build a luxury sports car. As for the worst-case scenario, the car will be destroyed and the people will die. Shut up. I'm on the phone with him. Marcus had no intention of fighting back because he had no bullets. Hiding a bomb in the car was the limit for Mike. How could he have extra ammunition? He was not Kai. Marcus dialed the phone, but it sent a message saying that he was owed money. Fuck. You owe money at this time, Mike yelled at Marcus. Marcus was a little scared by the yelling. He said embarrassedly, I haven't been home for a long time because of this case. So I talk to my wife a lot on the phone. I don't care. Hurry up and use my phone. Mike didn't want to know what this guy and his wife did with the phone. Marcus immediately took the phone out of Mike's trouser pocket. Ah. That's not a phone. That's my dick. Marcus quickly let go, but then he thought it was wrong. How could I grab your dick if I took your trouser pocket? Mike was almost mad at Marcus's puzzled expression. It was already this time. Could he not think about those nonsense? What are you looking at? What's wrong with my big capital? I'm black. Marcus's face changed again, as if he thought of something unspeakable. But he came back to his senses immediately and stopped thinking about that scene. He took out Mike's phone. Just as he was about to make a call, Mike's phone rang. At this moment, a bullet from the chasing car behind hit their wheel, and the whole car shook. Marcus, who was originally startled by the sudden call, couldn't hold the phone at all. The phone jumped a few times in his hand and flew out of the window. Marcus froze. Do you have a spare phone? Are you serious? I only brought this one phone today. Mike felt like he was going crazy. But the next second, he didn't have the heart to complain, because the pursuers behind caught up again. In this way, they ran for another 3 blocks and came to a dead end, and the car could not drive through. Mike looked at his partner silently. Hey, Marcus. I have always wanted to say something to you, and now it seems that I have to say it, otherwise I am afraid I will never have the chance in the future. Marcus unbuckled his seatbelt and was about to get out of the car, intending to defend himself with an empty gun. Although a gun without bullets is worse than a fire stick, what if it can scare the other party? But when he heard Mike's words, his body suddenly froze. He turned his head stiffly and looked at Mike. We have been partners for 10 years, please don't tell me that you are a guy. I am not gay. Mike didn't want to tease Marcus. He took a deep breath and finally made up his mind. I'm in love with your sister. Just at this time, the pursuers caught up. Marcus focused on the pursuers and didn't hear what Mike said clearly, so he asked casually. What? I'm in love with Sydney, Mike shouted at the top of his voice. Marcus' body stiffened again. He turned his head like a stone statue and looked at his partner. You? Mike nodded. And Sydney? Mike nodded again. At this time, Marcus was thinking about whether to kill Mike first, and then die together with the pursuers outside. Just when Marcus hesitated, there was a sound of a spiral sword turning in the sky. The two of them raised their heads at the same time and looked at the extremely flashy rotorcraft above their heads. Buzz! The sound of the motor rotating. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. A dense storm of bullets like a metal storm instantly flooded. Their car was shot into a honeycomb in almost a blink of an eye. As for the people inside, Mike and Marcus could not see them, but saw that the broken windshield was covered with blood. Almost a minute later, the car started to catch fire, and then with a bang, the fire surged and engulfed the entire car. Marcus and Mike watched all this happen stupidly, always feeling a sense of unreality. 1 second they were being chased to the sky, and the next second the other party was dead. Just when the two were stupid, a rope dropped down. A strong man fell from the sky. Kai appeared from the gyroplane with a 6-barrel Vulcan cannon. Hey. Guys, are you okay? It seems I'm not too late. Kai smiled and greeted them. It turned out that the two seemed not to hear him, and were still stupidly looking at the vehicle that was blown up by Kai. Hey, Kai waved the Vulcan cannon in his hand, trying to make them come back to their senses, but he didn't expect a loud noise behind him. Kai quickly turned his head and saw a very Terminator scene. A mechanical arm stretched out from the car and pulled the door off, then a mechanical foot stepped hard on the ground, and finally a half-pulled mechanical skull stretched out from the car. When the thing completely walked out of the burning car, Kai saw clearly that it was not a Terminator, but not the entire Terminator. At least half of this guy was still human. His right side was still flesh and blood, but his left side was completely metal. You, damn it, the guy endured great pain and stared at the 3 people present with resentment. Then he raised his mechanized arm, and the mechanical arm turned for a while, and a micro-rocket stretched out. Go to hell, ding, with a light sound, the micro-rocket was in a state of being activated. Then, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. There was no more. After a dense rain of bullets, the guy's body was completely smashed. Even if it was a metal shell, it could only kneel down in the face of Mk149 Mod 4 tungsten core armor-piercing shells. What the hell are you doing? I just asked you to investigate a drug lord, and I didn't ask you to destroy Skynet. How could you create a Terminator? Kai was actually also shocked. It was the first time he had seen such a thing. Half of its body had been transformed into a machine. It was too sci-fi. Unfortunately, Marcus and the other man had no intention of paying attention to Kai at this moment. Because, the two of them started fighting. Asshole. You actually fucked my sister. No. We are truly in love. Fuck, we are truly in love. I have been your partner for 10 years, and the women you truly love can fill up the entire police station. This time it's true. Fuck. You just said this to Jenny last month. I swear. You swear to every woman. The two of them fought fiercely and didn't care that Kai was next to them. Hey, guys, forget it. Let's talk about it later. Kai originally planned to stop them, but he reached out his hand and took it back. It is difficult for a judge to judge family affairs. Mike fucked Marcus's sister. Well, considering Mike's character, if it was Kai would also beat him to death. The whole police station knew that Mike was a playboy. He changed girlfriends every few days, more frequently than his clothes. No one had confidence in Mike when it came to women, let alone Marcus. About half an hour later, the two bruised and battered guys finally calmed down. During this time, Kai had eaten 3 hot dogs and 2 cups of coffee. It was easy to get hungry when going out in the middle of the night. I think we can stop talking about Marcus's sister for now. That's your private matter, and I don't want to get involved. By the way, Marcus, I support you in killing that bastard. Mike's face changed when Kai said that. But just as he was about to explain, Kai changed the subject. Let's talk business now. What happened? What on earth were you doing? Why were there 3 Terminators chasing you? While the two of them were fighting, Kai had already called for support to come and clean up the mess. Everyone who saw the 3 bodies called out Terminator. It seems that Arnold Schwarzenegger's Terminator is really deeply rooted in people's hearts. No wonder Schwarzenegger can run for governor of California, he is so popular. Even though this guy is actually Austrian. Then this incident alarmed the top police officers and some related people. When Kai was chatting with the 2 funny guys, the scene had been blocked, and any unrelated people were asked to leave. Then people in biochemical suits began to search for fragments all over the floor. It seems that the higher-ups attach great importance to this thing. But it is also normal. If such a thing happened in the Celestial Empire in the previous life, it would probably even alarm the central government. When Kai was questioning the 2 of them, Chief Cooper was also there. Recently, Chief Cooper's originally thick hair seems to be about to be laid off, and his hairline is retreating. It is estimated that after a few more years, he will be able to gloriously declare that he has become stronger. We don't know where these people came from. Mike, whose eyes were swollen and squinted, spat out 2 mouthfuls of bloody phlegm and said in a muffled voice, "We were monitoring Tapia's residence at the time, and then these people came. They said some weird things. They said Tapia was qualified to participate in the Golden Circle, and then one of the Terminators found our monitoring equipment, and then, you saw it." Marcus was still sulking on the side. He just called his sister, but the call ended unpleasantly. His sister was obviously not satisfied with Marcus interfering in her relationship. Golden Circle, Director Cooper was thoughtful. "What? Have you heard of this thing?" Kai asked. Director Cooper pondered for 2 moments before saying, "I'm not sure, I just heard that there is such an organization. It is said that it was first organized by Colombian drug lords. It is an organization that specializes in accepting top drug lords. They are very mysterious and have not made any moves for a long time, so no one cares about it." Colombian drug lords? Did those guys fall from grace long ago? In the 1980s, the Colombian drug lords were the most arrogant drug lords in the world. However, due to the crackdown by the U.S. government and the rise of Mexican drug lords, the Colombian drug lords began to weaken and have long lost their former power. Chapter 415, Accidents at the Opening Ceremony. In the 1980s and 1990s, the United States did not ban drugs, or did not know much about drugs such as heroin. At that time, the United States cared most about marijuana and opium. So that era was the best era for drug lords, and the biggest ones at that time were Colombian drug lords. Colombian drug lords were not the first to start drug trafficking, but they were the biggest and strongest. It was also this group of Colombians who first started to organize drug trafficking. At that time, the largest drug lord group in Colombia was the Medellin group. Medellin is the second largest city in Colombia. In this beautiful city, the world's largest drug lord, Pablo Escobar, walked out. How legendary is this guy? Just take a look at his profile to know. Pablo Escobar was once selected as one of the world's top 7 richest people by Fortune magazine. His private army of 40,000 people is well equipped, His private plane is called Skylark. This combat helicopter originally belonged to the Colombian Navy, equipped with multiple rocket launchers and Sidewinder missiles, and was known as the air tank. Escobar dispatched 3 fighter jets to force the Skylark to land at his own airport, making it his private plane. Escobar was the most arrogant drug lord in history. The police who arrested him were shot dead within 3 days, the judge who tried him had his wife gang raped, and the related items were sent to the judge's office. The Colombian attorney general who wanted him was offered a reward of $100 million by him, and finally died on the street. In 1987, Ochoa, one of his partners, was arrested. The president of the Colombian Supreme Court, who was in charge of the trial, resigned one after another, and the Minister of Justice had to cancel the arrest warrant. He also sent people to assassinate the Minister of Justice who advocated drug prohibition at the time, and sent people to attack the Colombian Ministry of Justice building, kidnapping senior officials of the Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, the Supreme Procuratorate and the Anti-Drug Police Bureau who were in a meeting. Finally, the Colombian government sent troops to finally suppress the riot, but that was all. More than half of the judges and prosecutors in the building died, and by the way, they also burned all the evidence of Escobar's crimes. After that, the legendary drug lord also planned to assassinate the president, but the president was lucky and did not board the plane with a bomb installed, but the plane still crashed, causing a large number of casualties. In short, this legendary drug lord really achieved the achievement of fighting the entire country with one person. If the Americans hadn't personally intervened, it is estimated that this guy could really turn the whole of Colombia over. Then there is the Medellin group to which he belongs. The Medellin drug cartel is actually not a specific gang organization, but is composed of 4 gang organizations. These 4 major drug trafficking groups are all notorious local drug trafficking organizations. How powerful are they? Let me tell you. The Medellin drug cartel has a total of nearly 300 drug lords of all sizes. They are active in various parts of the world and control a huge drug trafficking network of nearly 20,000 people. The Medellin drug cartel has a complete drug production and sales system, and has strong armed support. It has also trained a large number of assassination members to assassinate official personnel who want to ban drugs. In front of the Medellin drug cartel, the power of the mafia and the Yamaguchi-gumi is not up to par. The annual income of the Medellin drug cartel has reached more than $30 billion. An American drug control official once described the Medellin drug cartel like this: in front of the Medellin drug cartel, the mafia is like a primary school student. However, the cartel was too arrogant and the American father was unhappy, so he personally intervened. The result is self-evident. The fate of the Americans was naturally not what the Medellin cartel could satisfy, so the Cali cartel, the second largest drug cartel in Colombia at the time, was also affected and destroyed. After that, the drug lords in Colombia were no longer a force to be reckoned with. The Golden Circle was also an organization conceived when Escobar was alive. At that time, the United States was negotiating an extradition treaty with Colombia, hoping to extradite Colombian drug lords to the United States for trial and imprisonment. At that time, it might be an exaggeration to say that Colombia was a country ruled by drug lords, but the drug lords did live very happily there. Even if they were caught by the police, it didn't matter. Going to jail was like a vacation. As long as they spent money, they could live comfortably. After a few years, they could be given parole, medical parole, and other means. So being extradited to the United States was simply a disaster for them. After all, no one in the United States would buy into their tricks. Once you are caught, you are really in jail, and you won't be able to get out for hundreds of years. So almost all drug lords opposed this move at the time. Escobar even killed a presidential candidate for this. At that time, Escobar felt that it was a bit risky for him to fight the government alone for the interests of all drug lords, so he wondered if he could bring together domestic drug lords, such as the Cali Group and the North Valley Group, to form a large alliance of drug lords. This is the Golden Circle, and the name is very appropriate. It must be said that Escobar's idea is indeed very good. According to the strength of all drug lords in Colombia at that time, it is indeed not difficult to fight against the government. Unfortunately, the idea is good, but the reality is very skinny. There is more competition than cooperation among these drug lord groups. For example, the conflict between the Medellin group and the Cali group is very large. The competition between the two sides for the New York market has led to a situation where the two sides are almost at death. The other drug lord groups are not much different, so when it comes to Escobar's proposal, everyone just caters to him for the sake of face, seeing that he is the strongest, and then do what they should do. When the US government got the news, it was really nervous for a while. After all, if these drug lords really united and organized hundreds of thousands of armed personnel easily, then at that time, it would not be drug control, but only war. This was definitely not a good thing for the US government, which was surging with anti-war thoughts at the time. But later, it was discovered that the so-called Golden Circle was just a showpiece. So it didn't matter. After listening to it, Kai was also very moved. Socialism is still good. There are no such things. The situation is complicated now. Our Chicago police have no ability to get involved. I will let the DA take over. You can take a vacation first. This matter is not over yet. Cooper asked everyone to leave the case very toughly, and then he left alone with ease. If it is really the Golden Circle that has revived, then this matter is not their responsibility in Chicago. If it were in the past, Chief Cooper would not care about this. As long as it was a case, he would grab it. After all, the case represents merit, not to mention this kind of big case, but it is a little different recently. There have been too many troubles in Chicago recently, and Chief Cooper does not want to ask for trouble. Marcus and Mike opened their mouths, wanting to call out to Director Cooper, but in the end they didn't say anything. There was no way. The level difference was too big. If Teresa was here, they would definitely force the case into their own hands. After all, Marcus's sister Sydney was involved. More importantly, the things involved here, they really couldn't handle it. Marcus and Mike both considered themselves to be fearless people, but they were still a little nervous when facing these Terminators. They were not even normal humans, so how could they play? Anyway, the only way they could think of now was to get Sydney to withdraw from the case. Kai didn't sleep all night. After all, the things in this case were too shocking. In the end, even the CIA was alarmed. When Colombia was fighting against drugs, the CIA actually participated in part of the operation. Of course, they were not fighting against drugs, but to ensure that Colombia would not be communistized. In the 1980s, it was a critical period for the hegemony between the United States and the Soviet Union. The countries in South America were also the focus of competition between the two countries. Especially for the United States, South America was their backyard and economic colony. Naturally, it was impossible for the United States to intervene. The lesson of Cuba was enough for them. Therefore, the main goal of the CIA in the local area was to ensure that Colombia would not fall to the socialist camp. At that time, there were really too many anti-government armed forces in Colombia, and 9 out of 10 of them were under the banner of socialism. The CIA also participated in the operation against the Colombian drug lords at that time, and knew about the Golden Circle. But the problem is that they didn't know that this organization, which had never existed at all, was alive, which was a big deal. Again, South America is the backyard of the United States. But now there is an organization in the backyard that they didn't know before, that is, the CIA's dereliction of duty, and they must understand it. Of course, it is unknown whether there is a reason for stealing credit. Anyway, since the establishment of several major law enforcement agencies in the United States, the biggest enemy has never been external, but internal payers. After all, Congress only allocates so much money every year. If you have more, I will have less. So if they want more funding, they must be more powerful than the other departments. At the same time, for the 3 Terminator wreckages, in addition to the Chicago Police, the FBI, CIA, and the Department of Homeland Security are all scrambling for them. These 3 departments have their own scientific research capabilities. And it is impossible not to scramble. If the DIA did not have any decent scientific research capabilities, they would have to scramble. This chaos did not stop until the 3rd day when the expo was about to open. As a member of the police special operations team of this expo, Kai had to return to his base. However, Kai did not stay in one place on standby like other colleagues. He was named by the president to serve as an escort. Naturally, the Chicago police would not make it difficult for him and agree directly. So at the opening ceremony, Kai had the honor of going to the rostrum, but not in front, but behind the scenes. So, he saw the bitter and vengeful Banning again. Seeing Kai yawning, Banning looked very uncomfortable. Banning is a person who regards his duties as more important than his life. So he hates people who neglect their duties, such as Kai. In Banning's opinion, Kai is unprofessional. If such a person is in his team, he will kick him out immediately. Such a person is not qualified to protect the president. However, Kai doesn't care much. He didn't want to come in the first place. He was almost annoyed by those bureaucrats these days. These people asked the same questions over and over again, as if Kai was the one behind the 3 Terminators. He didn't sleep well these days. If he had time now, he really wanted to run away from the command car and sleep. Who wants to run around like a fool with the president? The opening ceremony was very grand, but that was all. Tony, the playboy, didn't do anything fancy. He just followed the procedure honestly. This made many people who are familiar with Tony Stark's nature feel very satisfied. This guy is too jumpy and may give people a big surprise at any time, but these surprises are completely unnecessary for many politicians. After all, no one wants to come here from afar to be a background. Whenever Tony Stark does something, he is the one who gets in the limelight. How can this work? Did they come here just to see Tony, the playboy, get in the limelight? If that's the case, they might as well read the newspaper, which has much more exciting content than this. But just when everyone thought that Tony didn't do anything this time, the music suddenly sounded. Tony directly grabbed the microphone from the host and shouted in a high-pitched voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, let's do something different." After that, dry ice suddenly sprayed around the opening ceremony stage. Before the dignitaries on the stage could figure out what was going on, they saw the backstage suddenly cracked, revealing the stairs below, and then accompanied by dynamic music, a model wearing Victoria's underwear with angel wings walked out of the stairs in a catwalk. There was an uproar at the scene, and then everyone stood up and clapped and whistled wildly. Only the politicians and celebrities who were still on the stage felt very embarrassed. They could only put on a fake smile and clap along with the music. They could do nothing else. Such a serious occasion suddenly turned into an underwear show, which made them all unsure of how to deal with it. If they were to say that in private, they really wouldn't mind admiring those beautiful bodies. But the problem is that now in public, if they reveal their true nature, it would be a joke. What made them even more angry was that they didn't know how to leave. After the stage cracked, it just blocked their way out of the scene. Seeing this scene, Banning almost drew his gun and rushed out. After all, this situation was completely outside the process they knew in advance. This unexpected situation was the most annoying situation for security personnel. There were too many uncertainties. For example, what if someone in the Mott was plotting something bad? Of course, this is unlikely to happen. The fabrics on those young ladies were pitifully small, and it was unlikely that there would be any dangerous items hidden. But what if? Fortunately, he didn't rush out, otherwise tomorrow's front page headlines would be lively. Tell me, how can we get Mr. President out of there? Banning grabbed the person in charge of the stage angrily and kept asking him to let the president go. It will take a few more minutes according to the process. Now is the time when the attention is the highest. If the president is allowed to leave, it will affect the effect. The person in charge is the planner of the Victoria's Secret show. Of course, they can't miss such a good publicity opportunity. If it were in the past, who would invite the president to watch the Victoria's Secret show? Not to mention that he has become a guest performer now. Fuck. I don't care about the process. Listen to me, now, immediately, right now. Let the president come back here, otherwise, I will arrest you for endangering the president's safety. Banning doesn't care about such nonsense. His duty is to protect the president. Everyone else, stand aside. The person in charge was robbed and swallowed his saliva. In the end, he didn't have the courage to refuse. He wanted to use the president's influence to help Victoria's Secret high public opinion, but in comparison, his life was more important. Chapter 416, Fishing. When Benjamin and Margaret came down from the stage, they were so embarrassed. Especially Benjamin. It was nonsense to say that he didn't like those beautiful bodies, but as a president and a husband, and his wife was still around, it seemed that it was not appropriate for him to show any other expression except an embarrassed expression. Kai seemed much more casual. His girlfriend even brought her best friends to his house to have an underwear party. He didn't care about this at all. It was also at this time that Nicki Minaj appeared as a guest performer. Nicki Minaj came on stage wearing sexy underwear. Her exaggerated gourd-shaped figure and the sexy red sexy underwear immediately made 80% of the men present bow and salute. Although Kai really couldn't appreciate Nicki Minaj's deadly figure, he couldn't help but say that the American people liked it. The ABC TV station responsible for the broadcast was so happy that it was crazy. Originally, Tony Stark played a prank on those dignitaries and directly put on an underwear show at the opening ceremony, which had already caused a surge in ratings. Now Nicki Minaj's hot performance immediately increased the ratings again. Generally speaking, even if the level of this kind of professional expo is very high, the average American is still not very interested. But with Tony's prank in front, plus Nicki Minaj's song Starships, the entertainment atmosphere at the scene suddenly exploded. Americans like excitement, so the ratings soared. This made the ABC executives smile. After all, only ghosts would want to watch the formal opening ceremony, and now it is so conscious and lively. Isabella in the backstage was so excited that she almost broke her nails. Such a background and such attention are enough to make Nicki Minaj a hit. This is exactly what Isabella pursued. Although Nicki Minaj's record contract has been signed to someone else, her economic contract is still in the hands of Siloak Entertainment. The higher the value of Nicki Minaj, the more benefits Siloak Entertainment can get from it. Isabella has now completely transformed. In fact, there is no way not to be thorough. That day, Bullseye almost killed all the Voodoo Gang's brothers. Now the Voodoo Gang is left with only a signboard. In this case, there is no other way but to transform. But no matter what, it seems that this choice is right now. At least she has seen the light, and then it depends on the performance of several other artists under her. Of course, there is only Nicki Minaj in this show. After all, it is very awesome for a small company to arrange an artist to open the show for you. Do you want to arrange all the artists in the company? Unless you are Tony Stark's father. Under the dynamic music of Starships, Sexy and 12 Victoria's Secret Angels walked on the stage one by one, and the atmosphere on the scene became more and more heated. But at this time, Kai had to leave first. There was no way. The president said that he couldn't stand the noise on the scene and decided to go back to the lounge to rest before proceeding to the next event. As a security guard stationed by the president in Chicago, Kai needs to pretend even if he is slacking off. In fact, Kai thinks that instead of running around with a group of people, it is better to stay where he was originally scheduled to watch the young lady walking the catwalk in a little fabric. At least it is pleasing to the eyes. Although Kai followed the president in name to protect his safety, in fact, Kai was dozens of meters away from the president. The Secret Service personnel in the White House did not let Kai get close to the president at all. Instead of running around like a fool, it was better to stay where he was and continue to fish. Moreover, in such an occasion, even if Benjamin and Margaret wanted to show a little closer relationship with Kai, it was not very good. After all, most of the people present were political bigwigs and celebrities. As a president, you don't communicate with them more, but go to chat with a small policeman. What is this expressing? Politicians are like this, especially the President of the United States. Every word they say will be analyzed by countless people under a magnifying glass. Just look at Trump in his previous life. That guy can make news with a tweet. What he said was analyzed word by word. In this way, Kai followed them for a whole day without knowing why. But in the evening, a phone call forced Kai to stop fishing. Tapio ran away. It turns out that Tapio has been waiting for an opportunity to withdraw from Chicago. During this period of time, Tapio has also felt the pressure from everywhere. At the beginning, he did temporarily drive Kingpin's power out of Chicago with the help of the power of vampires, but this did not make his business better. On the contrary, because of the theft of drugs seized by the police some time ago, the entire Chicago Police Department monitored him more closely, and his reputation also plummeted because of the crackdown by the Chicago Police Department. This is the United States, not Colombia or Mexico. The government is not so incompetent that it can't even deal with a drug lord. Even though Tapia became a taboo in the police department because of the lawsuit against the police department before, the police were reluctant to provoke him, but once the official power really took it seriously and dealt with him with all its strength, it still made Tapia Alexander. The Chicago Police Department didn't even need to really do anything to him personally. It only needed to do its best to crack down on the business of Tapia's clients, which was enough to make Tapia's business begin to weaken comprehensively. During this period, the police cracked down on various criminal activities and achieved considerable results, many of which were Tapia's clients. Tapia's drugs were brought into Chicago, so they had to be sold. Otherwise, they couldn't make a living if they kept them. Not only that, the police also strengthened water control, which dealt a heavy blow to Tapia's route of transporting drugs by water. This made Tapia's supply extremely unstable. To do their business, if you want to expand, the two most important requirements are volume and stability. Without these two things, who would do business with you for a long time? This is not the key. The more important thing is that Tapia found that his money could not be transported back. Although Tapia's roots are in Cuba, Cuba itself is a socialist country with strict drug control. Even if Tapia has a deep foundation in Cuba, he can't make drugs in Cuba. Tapia's drugs still come from Colombia, Ecuador, Bolivia and Peru. He would regularly send funds to the cooperating drug lords through various means, and then transport the drugs to Cuba through Colombian partners, and then to the United States via Cuba. But now, the US dollars he earned in the United States cannot be shipped out. Those drug lords are very realistic. Anyway, they don't have to worry about sales. Since you, Tapia, can't buy it, they will naturally look for other partners. So Tapia now desperately needs to ship the cash in his hands out of the United States. But the problem is that the Chicago police and the DEA are watching him too closely, so he has no way to ship hundreds of millions of dollars out. It is also because of this incident that Tapia has been constantly looking for ways to break the deadlock recently, and even joined the mysterious organization Golden Circle at a huge cost. He hopes to use this Drug Lord Alliance organization to help himself through the difficulties. But who would have thought that the three people sent by the Golden Circle were so powerful at the beginning, but they fell on the street the next day. Tapia, who had no choice, decided to go all out. He planned to take advantage of the president's visit to Chicago and the Stark Industrial Expo to take a risky move. In the past, Tapia would arrange for a plane to transport cash, fly directly to Miami, and then transfer in Miami to go directly to Cuba. But now, this way is no longer possible, so he plans to use corpses to transport cash. In addition to the drug business, Tapia also has some formal industries, such as the funeral industry. He has 11 funeral homes in Chicago, and because his family is Cuban, he also runs a Cuban funeral home. Although the West does not pay as much attention to returning to one's roots as the East, everyone has a sense of nostalgia. In particular, most Cubans left Cuba and came to the United States not because they wanted to, but because of the special environment at the time. Although these Cubans who drifted to the United States have obtained American citizenship, a large number of them still hope to be buried in their hometown after death. However, since 1960, after Cuba announced that it would nationalize the industries of American citizens in Cuba, the United States announced sanctions against Cuba. 2 years later, the sanctions were further strengthened to a near-total economic blockade, which continues to this day. On February 3, 1962, the then U.S. President John F. Kennedy signed a decree to formally announce a comprehensive embargo, economic, financial and trade embargo, on Cuba. This has frustrated the wishes of many Cubans to return to their hometown. But in modern times, since 1992, the United Nations General Assembly has passed resolutions every year demanding that the United States end its economic blockade against Cuba. This has also led to the United States loosening up on some issues. Especially in recent years, the United States has gradually opened up direct charter flights to Cuba and relaxed restrictions on some American groups traveling to Cuba. In reality, it will take several years later, but because it is a different world, some changes are understandable. Among them, the U.S. government has also opened up to Cubans who hope to be buried in their hometown after death. However, this requires the deceased's will before it takes effect. The Cuban funeral home run by Tapia is also doing business in this area. But before, because the embargo still exists and the inspection is still very strict, Tapia has never thought of transporting cash from this aspect. Until this time, he was forced to take the risk of bribing the relevant personnel. Those customs officers are not all spotless, but most of them still dare not play tricks in this regard. If the ban is not touched for a day, the risk is still very high. But today is different. First of all, due to the arrival of the president and the opening of the expo, most of the police force in Chicago has been withdrawn, and even some of the customs police have been withdrawn, which makes the inspection strength very small, which gives Tapia an opportunity. Unexpectedly, things went wrong with the two policemen that Tapia didn't care about before. Marcus and Mike were forced by Cooper to terminate their investigation of Tapia, but they still wanted to find some key evidence to nail Tapia down. As a result, they really found a little clue. They noticed that Tapia's company had close contacts with a shipping company in Miami, so they found the company through Sydney's relationship in Miami. Sydney was a DEA agent in Miami. It turned out that the company did not commit any illegal acts, but it had a special license for navigation with Cuba. They had a long-term contract with Tapia Company for the transportation of remains. If it was just that, the two of them would not have suspected anything. But when they checked the latest transportation contract, they found a problem. There were too many remains this time. A total of 94 remains needed to be transported through Miami. How many Cubans live in Chicago? Marcus and his friends didn't know about this, but it was definitely not too many. Generally speaking, Cubans are concentrated in several southeastern coastal states such as Florida. The farther north you go, the fewer Cubans there are. Although Chicago is considered an international city, there are not many Cubans. How could it be such a coincidence that so many Cubans died at the same time? You know, in the past, only a dozen bodies were transferred at most. So the two of them ran to the funeral home to investigate the situation. It was amazing to see that the people in the funeral home were emptying the bodies and modifying the coffins. Seeing this scene, the two immediately went to Teresa's house and told Teresa about the situation, hoping that Teresa would allow them to act and intercept the batch of cash. Teresa hesitated for a long time and finally called Director Cooper. Director Cooper naturally disagreed with this at first. It was so easy to pass the pot to the Dia, and there was no reason for him to pick it up again. But the problem is that he really doesn't need this credit to consolidate his position. It is basically certain that he will sit on the throne of director, but the problem is that Teresa needs it. As a good leader, you must consider the ideas of your subordinates. Teresa needs credit to consolidate her position, and even go further. This is human nature. Director Cooper understands and must understand. So, Cooper can only agree, but he also has his own requirements. That is, don't make it a big deal, and do it quietly. It's best not to have a gunfight or a car race. The most important thing is that there should be no casualties, especially among the police and civilians. Otherwise, if something big happens at this critical moment, he won't be able to bear it. After getting the authorization, Marcus and Mike immediately led people to raid the funeral home and found evidence. Everything became very simple. They only needed to catch Tapia and everything would be done. Unfortunately, the last step went wrong as expected. Tapia ran away. This is nothing. If he ran away, he ran away. It's not unacceptable to the police. After all, they have already taken revenge. Tapia can't think of appearing anywhere in the United States in a swagger in the future. As for catching him, it will really be the job of the DIA. In this matter, the Chicago police only have credit. But the bad thing is that he ran away and took Sydney away. Just when Marcus and others were looking for evidence, Tapia finally remembered Sydney. He called Sydney and hoped to discuss cooperation. Tapia felt that the previous method was safe, but too inefficient. For example, this time, he couldn't transport so much cash out. So he wanted to change his method, and Sydney was remembered by Tapia. He hoped to use a professional money laundering team to help him clean up the gambling money and then enter his account openly. At least in this way, he would no longer have to worry about his money being left in the cellar and attic to be gnawed by rats. As a result, at this time, his men reported to him that their funeral home was raided and the money was also raided. Not only that, they also found out the relationship between Sydney and Marcus. So when Tapia escaped, he also took Sydney hostage. Chapter 417 Cuban Rescue. When Kyle rushed back to the police station, Director Cooper had already held a meeting with the CIA, FBI, State Department and DIA personnel. Among them, because of Marcus's special status, he was also specially allowed to participate in this meeting. Unfortunately, this was just a formality, and Marcus had no say there. After Tapia hijacked Sydney and boarded the plane, he called Marcus. Tapia's request was very simple, that is, to let Marcus return all the money seized from Tapia, and he would let Sydney go. But of course this is impossible. Not to mention that in the eyes of the top leaders, such a large sum of money is definitely more valuable than a DIA agent. Just to say that the government will never bow to the robbers, Tapia's request is doomed to be unsatisfied. Not compromising with the robbers is basically the rule of the police all over the world, because once this kind of thing happens for the first time, the police will wait for unlimited hostage incidents. In this way, although it means to ignore the safety of the hostages, this is the world. If you want to avoid the emergence of countless victims later, you must be ruthless at the beginning and don't give those criminals any fluke. So no matter how angry and aggrieved Marcus was, those people would only hypocritically comfort Marcus and tell him that the State Department was conducting diplomatic mediation and that they were trying their best to use diplomatic means to rescue Sydney safely. In fact, these words have little practical significance. The relationship between Cuba and the United States is very complicated. It is nonsense to say that there is no direct communication between the two. Although the United States and Cuba do not have diplomatic relations at the national level, the two countries are still in contact through third parties and civilians. What's more, the U.S. military's Guantanamo military base is in Cuba. It is very interesting to say that the two countries have been on the verge of a war for so many years and have even severed diplomatic relations, but the U.S. military still has a military base in Cuba. The Guantanamo base is the earliest military base established by the United States overseas. It is located in the former Oriental Province in the southeast of Cuba. In 1898, the U.S. military took advantage of the victory of the Spanish-American War to enter Cuba, which was originally a Spanish colony. In 1903, the United States forcibly leased Guantanamo Bay and part of the adjacent land to Cuba to build a naval base. The rent was 2,000 gold coins per year, equivalent to about $4,000 US. This amount has not changed to this day. In 1934, U.S. President Roosevelt and Cuban President Palma signed a permanent lease treaty, stipulating that Cuba could only take back the base if the base was abandoned or the two sides agreed. After the victory of the Cuban Revolution in 1959, the Cuban revolutionary government demanded that the United States return the Guantanamo base, but the United States has always refused to give up the base. Castro has always opposed the existence of the base and refused to accept the U.S. rent, demanding that the U.S. military withdraw from Guantanamo. But the U.S. side didn't listen. In name, it paid the rent to the designated account every year. Castro couldn't really break up with the U.S. military and go to war, so things were stuck there. Until now, the Guantanamo military base has become an enclave of the United States. The U.S. military has built minefields and defensive positions outside the military base. Anyone approaching will be regarded as a provocation. The U.S. military has the right to shoot, which is very rogue. In short, it's not that the two countries don't have channels of communication, but the relationship between the two countries is there. Castro is an iconic anti-American pioneer. Although he won't do anything that actually hurts the United States, he will definitely sing a different tune. For Cuba, Tapia is not a criminal, and is even an excellent citizen who supports the construction of the motherland. Castro will never touch Tapia. After all, Cuba and the United States do not have an extradition treaty, not to mention that Tapia is trafficking drugs in the United States, but not in Cuba. The Cuban authorities cannot arrest a patriot for such a thing. Coupled with the hostility between the two peoples, the bad things Tapia did in the United States are considered anti-American and anti-imperialist in the minds of many Cubans. When Kai pushed the door open and went in, Marcus had already started to slam the table. As his direct superior, Teresa could only comfort him as much as possible, and there was no other way. When Kai entered the door, he did not immediately go to talk to Marcus, but greeted an old acquaintance he hadn't seen for a long time. "Hey. How are you doing recently? How are Caroline and the children? I'm as the special envoy of the State Department this time." To be honest, Caroline? She is still the same, worrying about the children all day long. You know, they have reached adolescence, a lot of trouble. I'm used to work in the Special Forces Command, and he was Kai's acquaintance. He retired a few years ago and went to work in the Pentagon. Later, he was transferred to the State Department because of his military background. He was considered to be successful. Kai did not expect to meet an acquaintance here. Although he and Kai are acquaintances, I cannot let go on certain things. After all, he has his own position. Kai, you know, rules are rules. About your colleague's sister, Kai waved his hand to interrupt IM's next words. I know. I understand the rules. But you should know me, I'm obviously heard what Kai meant. He was silent for a while, then smiled bitterly and said, I knew it, of course you should know, I used to do this. Kai smiled and patted his shoulder. Okay, you can go back and report. Yim nodded, turned around and picked up his briefcase, and was about to leave with the FBI and CIA people. But halfway through, he said a few words to the CIA person, got a phone number from that person, and then turned around and handed it to Kai. I can only do so much, and I won't admit that I did anything afterwards. This matter has nothing to do with us. Well, you should know the rules. After saying that, Yim took his people away directly, without even saying a few words to Chief Cooper. It was very straightforward. Others in the police station were either thinking about it or confused, not understanding why Kai wanted to drive these people away. Chief Cooper knew a little more, but still looked at Kai with a little worry. Kai, can you handle it? Chief Cooper was not qualified to view Kai's information completely, but from the limited information, it was not difficult to analyze what Kai used to do in the army. Every country has various urban legends about this kind of thing. But Cooper knows that some are true. After all, there is a dark side everywhere, right? But this time is different, that is Cuba. The United States is very powerful, but to be honest, Americans are actually very ignorant. A TV station once conducted a survey. They randomly interviewed people on the street and asked them about their attitude towards North Korea. Basically, 80% of the people blurted out that North Korea is the enemy of the United States, and they want to destroy the United States all the time. But when they were asked to talk about why North Korea is the enemy of the United States, and how North Korea will destroy the United States, no one knew. Even more than 70% of people don't know where North Korea is at all. They know nothing about the situation in North Korea. This ignorance does not mean that Americans are really stupid, but that they are arrogant. They think that they only need to understand their own country. Other countries are irrelevant in our rural areas. As for Cuba, most Americans don't know much about it either. They only speculate about Cuba based on their inherent impressions. Dictatorship, poverty, people's livelihood, spies everywhere, and every Cuban hates Americans. But people who have actually been to Cuba know that it is not the case at all. Cuba is actually a very nice country except that it is a little poor. First of all, under Castro's governance, Cuba's literacy rate is quite high, exceeding 99%, which is much better than the United States. At the same time, Cuba's life expectancy has reached 78.3 years, the pace of life is slow, the people are warm and simple, and the public security is good, especially the public security is good, which ranks among the best in the whole South America. Other South American countries, because they have not carried out national construction, or have listened to the Americans' deception, have engaged in small government and liberal economic theory. As a result, many South American countries have serious local separatism, such as Brazil, Argentina and other countries that everyone is most familiar with. Although they look like modern countries, they are actually extremely serious local separatism and class contradictions. Liberal economic theory has also made these countries' domestic industries single, lacking an independent industrial system, and finally gradually becoming economic colonies of the United States. Let's take Brazil and Argentina as examples. Brazil is engaged in bulk exports of timber and minerals, and Argentina can only do agriculture and animal husbandry. It lacks its own industrial system, and the domestic and foreign commodity market share is far ahead of domestic commodities. In this case, domestic jobs will naturally become fewer, the unemployment rate will soar, and then the society will become richer and the poor poorer, and public security will be a ghost. But Cuba is not like this. The gap between the rich and the poor is not large, domestic conflicts are naturally small, and society is naturally good. So to say Cuba is a den of wolves and dragons is really an exaggeration. Kai had been in the Guantanamo military base for a while and knew what Cuba was like. No problem, I have acquaintances there. Kai did not explain to Cooper that Cuba was actually a good place. Anyway, he might not believe it. Under the influence of public opinion, his mindset was fixed. Unless the media across the United States began to sing the praises of Cuba one day, this situation could not be changed at all, and it would be a waste of saliva to talk about it. Marcus finally understood what Kai was going to do. This emotional little black man was already in tears of emotion. "Thank you, Kai, thank you." Mike was more passionate, and he stood up immediately. "I'll go with you," but Kai obviously didn't plan to take him with him. No, you'd better stay here. It takes professionals to do this kind of thing." What a joke. Going to an enemy country to rescue hostages is different from rescuing hostages in Chicago. What's more, Mike's style. This guy always makes a big scene every time he catches a thief. Last time they went to eavesdrop on Tapia, they almost blew up 3 blocks and fired thousands of bullets, not to mention the cars and public facilities that were destroyed. Anyway, after the bill was sent to the police station, the chief almost called an ambulance. If it weren't for his and Marcus' excellent business skills, they would have packed up and left long ago. If he really took him with him, Marcus would definitely go with him, and then it would be a blast. He didn't want to fight the Cuban army head-on. Of course, he would deal with this matter as quickly as possible and then run away. If he was really held up by the Cuban army, he would be in trouble. Whether he could win or not is another matter. It's easy to cause international conflicts afterwards. It's a bit exaggerated to make two countries tense in order to rescue a hostage. Since it's his old business, he naturally has to call all his old brothers. Sage and his friends had just returned from Chicago, but they were called back again within 2 days. Although he complained, he was very decisive in his hands. After all, he had money to earn. No matter what, this time, they were going to rescue the DIA agents, and they had to show their sincerity, even if Kai's original intention was just to save his friend's sister. But one thing is one thing. The DIA was also very sensible. For them, rescuing their own people was natural, and they were willing to spend any amount of money on such a matter. After all, it was related to the morale of the entire agency. As for the money, what was the congressional appropriation for? They didn't use their personal money, so why would they feel sorry for public money? And such a thing was easy to account for. Even the big bosses of the Congressional Audit Committee would not make things difficult for them. So the DIA waved its hand and directly wrote a huge check. On the same day, Sage and his team were picked up by a special plane to Chicago, and then flew directly from Chicago to Miami. Then from Miami, they went directly to Cuba through an unspeakable channel. The CIA privately controlled many channels to enter Cuba, and this was not a secret. After all, the CIA had carried out 638 assassination attempts on Castro, and although none of them succeeded, it was enough to show that the CIA had the ability to send people to Cuba. On the morning of the third day, a group of people arrived at Guantanamo City, the capital of Guantanamo Province in southeastern Cuba. This is the location of the famous Guantanamo military base of the United States and the location of Guantanamo Prison. Tapia's Manor is on the northeast corner of Guantanamo City, close to the sea, and only a few kilometers away from the jurisdiction of the U.S. military base. That is Tapia's Manor, the most luxurious manor in the entire Guantanamo City, with a super large swimming pool and a golf course. Many officials like to come here for entertainment when they have nothing to do, especially some officers. Tapia will provide them with many American products that are rare in the Cuban market, so Tapia has a very good relationship with a local garrison. The person who spoke was a CIA staff member in Cuba, a native Cuban. The CIA has a natural advantage in finding collaborators or guides. Apart from anything else, an American passport alone can attract many people to work for the CIA. Although Cubans have a high happiness index, there are always some people who are not satisfied with the status quo and want a better life. The decades of hegemony of the United States have caused many people to think that the United States is a paradise. The young man in front of him works for the CIA because he wants to immigrate to the United States and live a rich life. This is also one of the helps that Yemu gave Kai. There are many such collaborators in Cuba, and it doesn't matter if they are exposed. Anyway, the CIA does not expect these people to help them assassinate Castro or overthrow the Cuban government. So I don't feel bad. It is precisely because of the good relationship with the garrison that the alarm in his guard room is directly connected to the military camp. Once an accident occurs, fully armed soldiers will rush to the scene immediately. If you want to attack there, you must first destroy their guard room. The CIA's observation point here is opposite the Tapia Manor. Standing on the third floor, you can see most of the configuration of the manor. How is their staff configuration? Kai asked as he looked at a group of people in flowered shirts with guns patrolling inside and outside the manor. By the way, why do drug dealers like Hawaiian flowered shirts with gold necklaces and gold watches? It looks so rustic. There are at least 50 robbers in the manor. These robbers are not ordinary thugs. They were arranged by Tapia to go to the military camp and undergo formal military training. Some of them were directly recruited by Tapia from retired soldiers. After all, he has a lot of US dollars. Although the relationship between Cuba and the United States is very bad, the purchasing power of the US dollar in Cuba is still very strong. Many Cubans prefer to receive US dollars instead of their own currency. In addition, a full set of security systems are installed in the manor. Once someone breaks into the manor, the sensor will alarm. This is also a troublesome problem. We did not get his security design drawings. This system was installed by Tapia himself, and my people did not handle it. So you can only solve it by yourselves. Kai nodded, indicating that he understood. So what about the hostages? We already know this. They don't guard the hostages too strictly. Our people have contacted her. She is in the second room on the west side of the second floor. Okay, I see. By the way, can you do me another favor? If I can do it, don't be nervous, it's very simple. Can you find me some small animals like cats and dogs? Of course you can, but what are they used for? The Cuban guy didn't quite understand what Kai was going to do. Destroy the security system, Kai said very confidently. The Cuban guy was confused. Tisk, Kai smacked his lips and whispered something in the guy's ear, and then he immediately realized it. No problem, leave it to me. Chapter 418 Cuban Rescue continued. When it comes to Cuba, the keywords that come to mind are probably socialist country, poor and backward people's livelihood, economic blockade imposed by the United States, nationals have no freedom of speech, etc. But in fact Cuba is a very beautiful country, whether it is people or natural scenery. The slow pace of life, good public security and hospitable people all give this place a lazy beauty. In Cuba, every film taken is an old photo. Cuba in black and white film seems to be no different from 50 years ago, and every color in Cuba under color film is shining. Cubans are romantic and passionate, just like people in other South American countries. It seems that people in the Spanish-speaking department have a kind of unrestrained and lazy nature. The same is true at night. There are no big cities with bright lights and night revelry here, and its night is not colorful, but it has a different kind of beauty. In addition, there are really many beauties in Cuba. Like the ancestors of reform and opening up, girls there especially like foreigners. The best way to have such a night is to go to a local bar and have a romantic encounter with a passionate Cuban beauty. Unfortunately, Kai is destined not to have the blessing to enjoy the Cuban night. When the clock pointed to 1:30 in the evening, Kai and his team were busy. The topographic map of Tapia Manor had been studied countless times, the battle plan had been emphasized countless times, and even the equipment on the body had to be checked several times, so everything had to be foolproof. Kai was a cautious person, especially when performing a mission. He would never tire of making preparations in advance. After all, they were doing a job that required their heads to be attached to the waistband of their pants, and a small mistake could cost lives, so it was never too cautious. This did not change even if Kai had supernatural powers. After all, he was not God, and it was impossible for him to deal with everything. For example, when the goat was sacrificed, couldn't Kai just watch? While Kai and his team were preparing, Tapia Manor was never quiet, and alarms kept ringing, which annoyed the gunmen. The alarms were triggered by either wildcats or pet dogs that ran out of nowhere, and the last time there were 2 lizards. Tapia prepared the most advanced security system in the United States for his manor. The maintenance in Cuba was a bit behind schedule, and it was normal for problems to occur. In fact, when Tapia was not here, the person in charge would not turn on the security system at all. In the end, Tapia could not help it and simply asked someone to stop the alarm system. There was no way, this thing was too noisy. And deep down, Tapia did not think he would be in any danger in Cuba. The public security in Cuba is quite good, and the gangster culture prevalent in other South American countries does not work here at all. Apart from some petty thefts, there were no serious criminal cases. In addition, Tapia had a good relationship with the authorities, and as long as he was in Cuba, the Americans could not do anything to him. After all, the Cuban authorities were still anti-American. So Tapia did not think much about it at all, and directly asked his men to turn off the unfortunate alarm system. At about 3 o'clock in the evening, except for a few patrols responsible for security, the manor fell into silence. Begin the action. Remember the rules. Our action will not be recognized by anyone this time, so don't show your face. When Kai served in the U.S. military, he spent most of his time on such shady missions. Such missions will not be officially recognized, and basically you have to take care of your own life and if something unexpected happens, don't expect to get any help. This time is no exception. The U.S. government will not completely break up with the Cuban government for a female DIA agent. It's not a question of whether they dare or not, but whether it's worth it. In fact, not only Tapia's vigilance has decreased, but also his men. They never thought that the Americans would chase Cuba, so even patrols are just a show to prevent petty thefts, and they don't really care at all. Generally speaking, patrols are in groups of 2, but this is Cuba, and they don't think it's necessary to be so serious, so the patrols are very casual, and there are no groups of 2. If this were in Chicago, the patrols would be much stricter than this. A robber casually put a pistol on his back garden and burped. When he walked to a flower bed, he suddenly felt the urge to urinate. There was no need to be so particular. He just unzipped his zipper and prepared to fertilize the flower bed. But just as he lowered his head to find the zipper, a man walked out of the bushes behind him. Puff! The gunman had no time to react before his throat was cut from behind. The force of the knife was strong enough to cut his throat in one stroke. Kai held the fallen gunman and dragged his body into the bushes. This is Duke. Area C has been cleared. The so-called Area C is the area from the left side of the manor to the front door. This is Robin Hood, calm and peaceful. Portman's code name is Robin Hood. It's still the same old routine. Portman occupies the best sniper point and is responsible for reconnaissance and support. This is Polar Bear. I've solved it here. This is the code name of Meatball's operation this time. He is responsible for the seaside of the manor. This is Adjutant. I'm here. These bastards are all drunk. Sage was in charge of the right side of the manor, where there was a swimming pool. A party had just been held there today, so it was originally the most crowded place, but the opponent seemed to be having too much fun, so he didn't do anything at all. Very good, proceed to the next step. Adjutant, continue to sweep towards the main house. Remember, don't alert others. Polar Bear goes to the distribution room as planned, and cuts off the power after receiving the signal. I will take care of the guard room. Robin Hood, pay attention to the direction of the military camp. If there is any situation, immediately start sniping. Understood? 3 After saying this, Kai's figure was like a ghost, shuttling through the green vegetation in the garden. Because in the old nest, Tapia's bodyguards had no vigilance at all. Most of them either went to the city to have fun, or stayed near the main building of the manor. Kai's infiltration seemed extremely easy. He only needed to pay attention to the nearby surveillance cameras. These people were obviously a bit amateur. The angles of the surveillance cameras were very ordinary. There was no full coverage, leaving many blind spots, and there was no hidden processing. They could be found at a glance. Soon, near the main building of the manor, about 100 meters away from him, is the security room. It is a semicircular building with a good view. It can monitor most of the front area of the manor. There is also a small bunker on the top with a machine gun on it. On both sides of the security room, there are 2 sentry towers with searchlights on them. Once something happens, the firepower of the security room and the sentry towers alone can cover all areas near the gate of the manor. After arriving nearby, Kai stopped. There is an entrance at the left side of the security room, at the 3 o'clock direction. There are people guarding there, 3 people, all with weapons. Portman reported the situation in time. Kai walked forward silently. The 3 bodyguards were sitting or standing at the entrance, smoking cigars and chatting. They seemed very relaxed and didn't even see Kai approaching. One of the guys had just finished smoking the cigar in his hand, picked up the bottle of wine next to him and blew hard, then said something to his 2 companions in Spanish, causing the other 2 to laugh and curse loudly. But when he turned around and was about to go out, he saw Kai standing in front of him. His first reaction was not to warn his accomplice loudly, but to ask inexplicably, "What are you doing?" He didn't realize that Kai was an intruder. Kai smiled, then used his fingers to hook the saber on his waist, the tiger claw close combat knife. This knife originated in the Sumatra island of Malaysia. It was originally a tool for farmers to harvest. Its shape is very similar to tiger claw, so it is called a tiger claw knife. The power of attack is terrifying, and every strike can cause disability. The tiger claw knife is a fierce weapon with strong offensive power. It is known for its ruthlessness, accuracy and speed. Generally, the knife is held in reverse grip, and the swing range of the knife is 90 to 180 degrees. The arm holding the knife must be strong and powerful because the tiger claw knife is easy to slip out of the hand, and it must be held tightly to be more lethal. This saber is not popular among the US military, but it is Kai's personal interest, because it is extremely powerful when combined with close combat. The saber was curved like a tiger's claw, and the blade was very short. It turned in Kai's hand, and then quickly cut across the bodyguard's throat. Then Kai grabbed the bodyguard's body to prevent him from falling. The sound of the blade cutting across the bodyguard's neck alarmed the other 2 bodyguards. They just leaned their heads out to see what the sound was, and saw their companion standing at the door motionless. They thought their companion was joking with them again, so they wanted to go forward and see what this guy was doing. But just as they took a step, they found that a gun muzzle with a silencer suddenly stretched out from their companion's armpit. Biu. Biu. Two light sounds, and two blood holes appeared on the foreheads of the two bodyguards. Just after finishing off the three people, Portman's voice came to his ears again. Two people are coming from the left, 8 meters, 5 meters, 2 meters away from the corner. Kai immediately threw the bodies of the three people to the side and hid behind the door. The two who just arrived ran to the door. One of them asked curiously, "Where are the people? Did they say someone was guarding here? What else can they do? They just went out to drink." The other one was not surprised at all. "It's not their fault. I heard that the boss had problems in Chicago some time ago. Those who followed the boss were nervous every day. Now that they are back, they naturally need to relax." The two of them said these two words and arrived at the door and pushed it open. The moment the door opened, Kai suddenly rushed out and hit one of them in the Adam's apple with a tricky hand. Crack! The man's neck bone made a fine cracking sound and fell straight back. The other hand held a tiger claw knife in reverse and inserted it into the neck of another person. Kai pulled them back one by one, and stuffed them into a corner not far from the entrance together with the three bodies before. "There are 3 people in the security room." "Shit, what's going on?" Kai heard Portman suddenly swear and immediately knew that something had happened. Then he heard the gunshot outside. "Sage has been discovered. A woman has discovered him." Portman did not explain in detail what happened, but he still gave a general idea. It should be that when Sage was sneaking in, he met a woman who came from nowhere. As a result, the woman screamed and alarmed the gunmen and bodyguards. Since he had been exposed, Kai would naturally not do any sneaking operations. He directly pulled out the M1911 under his armpit, kicked open the door of the security room, and then fired 3 shots in a lightning speed, killing the 3 people in the security room. Fortunately, Kai's reaction was fast enough. He did not trigger the alarm for the people in the security room to alert the people in the nearby military camp. However, this was only temporary. After all, the gunshots were so obvious that unless everyone nearby was deaf, the garrison in the military camp would definitely notice the situation here. According to estimates, it is only a 3-minute drive from the military camp to Tapia's manor, plus some necessary time, leaving Kai and his men only about 5 minutes. After unplugging the power supply of the security room, Kai immediately shouted in the communicator, "Polar bear! Cut off the power." Then with a click, the whole manor fell into darkness, with only a few emergency lights providing some light. After doing all this, Saji and his men immediately put on night vision goggles and began to move towards the main building of the manor. When everything fell into darkness, the advantage in numbers actually became dispensable. After all, these bodyguards had never thought of fighting in such a situation. When a person just fell from light to darkness, the eyes would have an adaptation process, during which the vision would become extremely poor. Saji took advantage of this and directly raised the M249 machine gun in his hand, firing a series of bullets. Saji had no problem dealing with the blindness of both eyes. In a short time, the opponent was defeated. When Tapia built this manor, it was built completely according to the American manor, and the layout was very clear, so even without the blueprints, Kai could easily find the second floor. Kai adjusted his breathing slightly, and then raised the M1911 with a silencer in his hand. Biu, 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 biu. In the dark, even without night vision goggles, Kai's sight would not be obstructed. In this asymmetric confrontation, many shooters didn't know who killed them. Some even panicked and shot everywhere after being suddenly attacked. As a result, Kai was fine, but many of the bodyguards were killed by their own people. Kai moved towards the west side of the second floor, but just as he turned a corner on the second floor, he saw a fat old lady walking out of the room with a double-barreled shotgun. "Fuck. You bunch of cursed bad boys, my son will kill you one by one." Then he raised the double-barreled shotgun in his hand and fired at Kai. This antique gun may have a touching accuracy, but it is definitely powerful. With one shot, a big hole was directly made in the wall next to Kai. "Come on. I'm not afraid of you." The old lady had a very hot temper. She was not afraid of the guns around her. She actually stood there and changed the bullets for her double-barreled shotgun. Well, it was very slow to change bullets for a folding loading shotgun, and she could only change 2 bullets at a time. Facing such a fierce old lady, Kai was a little hesitant. Looking at the old lady's age, she was at least 70, and it was really hard to do it. But the battlefield is the battlefield. No matter if you are 7 or 70 years old, As long as you pick up a gun and shoot, you are the enemy. Kai will not be soft-hearted. But before Kai could make a move, a vase suddenly appeared behind the old lady's head. Bang! The vase hit the old lady's head hard, and then the old lady with 2 guns fainted gorgeously. Standing behind her was Sydney. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 419 Retreat. Hi Sydney, how was your trip to Cuba? Kai smiled as he looked at the girl in front of him. Seeing that there was nothing unusual about her and that her mental state was not bad, Kai felt relieved. Kai was quite confident that he could rescue Sydney, but he was not sure if he could rescue her intact. After all, she was caught here by a group of vicious bastards. There were too many variables in the process. The drug dealers were inhumane and it was normal for them to do something to Sydney. But now it seems that the result is very good. Sydney was not only not violated or abused, but also in very good mental and physical condition. Tapia even changed her clothes for her. They were very sexy, with slits on the front and back, revealing large areas of skin. It seems that Tapia really didn't dare to do anything to Sydney in order to get his money back. Or was it because Sydney's identity as a DM made him a little cautious? Although Sydney's pretty face was still a little frightened, she remained calm on the whole. Not bad, but I like America more. I think, should we leave here quickly? The gunshots outside have not stopped since just now, which makes Sydney a little nervous. Although Sydney is Dia, to be honest, this operation against Tapia is her first time on the field. She is a complete rookie. She did not lie to her brother before. She is indeed a civilian. It is precisely because of her clean background that she was selected by the DIA to carry out undercover operations. Those old-timers who have been on the field for a long time are not good at doing such things. No problem, Mom. Kai took out a Glock 17 and threw it to Sydney, then took out a bulletproof vest from the backpack behind him and threw it to her. Sydney changed into the bulletproof vest as quickly as possible, which was a good thing for Kai. Sydney couldn't be so particular about changing clothes in this situation, and she didn't have time to care about exposure. Although Kai's aesthetics made it impossible for him to accept a black girlfriend, if you just appreciate it, you have to admit that this girl has a great figure. After changing into a bulletproof vest, Sydney held a Glock 17 in a standard position and planned to fight with Kai. But Kai did not move. Sydney looked at Kai strangely. Kai pointed at the high heels on Sydney's feet. You are not going to fight with these shoes, are you? Although they are beautiful, but Sydney immediately realized what was going on. She was also very decisive. She kicked off the red high heels on her feet, and then took a pair of sneakers from a dead man's feet and put them on her feet. Fortunately, this girl was not like her brother. She was very tall and the shoes barely fit her feet. Boss. I can't hold on any longer. Saji was the most unlucky. He was the first to be exposed, so he was hit by the most fierce firepower. Now the marble pillars he used as a shelter were almost broken by bullets. At this time, Kai had secretly touched behind the group of snipers. He asked Sydney behind him to retreat and hide in the corner, and he picked up the M1911 with a silencer in his hand and called out the names of the gunmen one by one. Click. Click. 2 people were shot on the head. The people around didn't notice how the 2 were shot. After all, the scene was so chaotic, it wouldn't be surprising if they were shot to death by their own people. These 2 bullets also exhausted the bullets in Kai's magazine. After Kai removed the magazine and loaded a new one, he continued to shoot secretly. Ta. 2 more gunmen fell to the ground. But this time, a clever guy found something wrong. After all, he was next to them. When the people around him fell, he saw clearly that the bullets were shot from behind. Be careful. Someone is shooting from behind. He immediately understood that someone was shooting at them from behind, so he shouted loudly to remind others, but before he finished speaking, a bullet shot his head and made his head explode. As for his reminder, when the gunmen at the scene fired, they were all yelling, and his shouting was not special among them, so no one cared at all, thinking that this guy was just unlucky and got shot. But Kai's career of shooting secretly was almost over. More and more robbers rushed over from all around the manor, and he was also discovered. Someone, a gunman who came from outside the house saw Kai, but his lines were just these few. After shouting these 2 words, he was done. Seeing more and more gunmen coming, Lai also put away his guns and raised his HK-417 assault rifle to suppress the gunmen who came to support him with firepower, and then took 3 grenades from his tactical vest. He pulled a ring and threw them out. After doing all this, Kai immediately ran out with Sydney. Boom boom boom. The interval between the 3 explosions was no more than half a second. Kai has been a soldier for 2 lifetimes, and he is really familiar with throwing grenades. Whether it is accuracy or timing, he has reached the pinnacle. In order to ensure killing, Kai used fragmentation grenades. Those gunmen were in a hurry to support, and in the dark, they really didn't notice the grenades. So the power of the 3 grenades was not wasted at all. More than a dozen gunmen were all reimbursed without even a line. And the remaining gunmen were also scared and dared not rush in. On the other side, Meatball also came over. He surrounded Sage from the right side, and with Kai's occasional support, he immediately surrounded the group of gunmen who were focusing on Sage. Just after killing the last gunman, Portman's voice came from the headset. "Guys, the army is coming, then let them wait first, and let them come in to clean up after we leave," Kai said. Understood. When Portman said this again, he did not stop his movements. He took out an RPG-7 from the weapon box beside him and aimed at a car placed on the roadside. The car was on the road that the Cuban militia had to pass to support the manor. Just when several military vehicles were about to approach the car, a rocket hit the car that was placed in advance. Boom! A huge fireball shot up into the sky. Shattered the glass on both sides of the road. The car was placed in advance by Kai and his team. In order to ensure deterrence, they also added a few barrels of gasoline in it, so the explosion was quite loud. Huge flames and burning car wreckage blocked the Cuban militia's path. The rockets just now also made the militia dare not act rashly. They only dared to shoot at Portman's position with their guns, but the distance was several hundred meters and it was night, so it would be strange if they could hide him. Okay, retreat. The huge explosion was the best signal. After hearing the explosion, Kai followed the predetermined route to the coastline. There was a yacht prepared in advance. Through the yacht, they can directly enter the U.S. military-controlled area. At that time, even if the Cuban government wanted to investigate, it would be impossible. Speaking of this, we have to talk about the Guantanamo U.S. military base again. This U.S. military base was originally a naval base, so it must have an outlet to the sea. Therefore, Guantanamo Bay in Guantanamo Province, Cuba was divided into 2 parts by the United States, divided into North and South parts. The North was under the control of Cuba, and the South was the outlet controlled by the U.S. military. In other words, if Cuba's own ships want to go out to sea in Guantanamo Bay, they need the consent of the U.S. military. Let's just say whether this operation is cool or not. Because of the presence of the U.S. Navy, Cuba has no decent surface force in Guantanamo Bay. After all, no matter how hard it tries, the Cuban Navy cannot confront the U.S. Navy, so Cuba is more likely to deploy defenses on the shore, and at sea, that's all it can do. If you can't do it, it's useless to say anything. Anyway, as long as you get on the ship, everything will be fine. As for the Cuban government looking for trouble with the United States, this matter can be big or small. But as long as they are not caught in the act, then everything will be fine. The United States is simply handy in this regard. Is there anyone better than the United States at playing rogue? Unfortunately, someone is unwilling to accept it. Who? Of course it's Tapia. As soon as the gunshots rang out, Tapia's men took the lead in protecting him and his daughter and sent them out of the manor. Originally, Tapia must take his mother with him, but unfortunately the house is too big. When those men were just about to go find the old lady, they happened to meet Kai, so Kai killed them. The life and death of his mother is unknown, the house was beaten to pieces, and the hostages were rescued. The more Tapia thought about it, the angrier he became. He said that he would not let those people go at all costs, so he called the local garrison commander directly and spent a lot of money to ask him to send as many people as possible. So when Kai and his men had just run out of the manor, Tapia and his men chased them out. "Boss, there are cars chasing us. 3 Chevrolet SUVs and 5 military vehicles. They should be Tapia's people and the Cuban army." Although Portman had left the previous sniper point, he was still doing reconnaissance work, but he was using drones for reconnaissance. First, find a way to delay those militias, and then return to the base from another direction. The rest is up to me. Understood. After Portman ended the call, he immediately looked for a sniper point again. Because he had already visited the points before, all the suitable sniper points in this area were marked out. Portman could quickly select the most suitable location for sniper support. Soon he found a sniper point, waiting for the convoy to appear in his field of vision. Ta-ta. 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 All 10 shots hit, but he didn't kill anyone, but focused on the car. The first 3 Chevrolets were not attacked, so Portman let them pass, but the 5 military vehicles behind them all broke down. The hoods of 3 of the military vehicles were blown off, and thick smoke billowed out, and they were directly scrapped. The tires of the other 2 vehicles were hot and they turned over. Although the United States can act like a gangster, it should avoid doing some sensitive things as much as possible, such as killing soldiers. That is a naked provocation. Although there is no fear of any overreaction from the Cuban side, if it can be avoided, it is better to avoid it. The previous use of car explosions to block the army's way and the current use of taxis instead of hitting people are all for this purpose. Done. After Portman did all this, he immediately notified Kai. Okay, see you at the base in an hour at most. Kai drove the car while running towards the designated location. But after about 10 minutes, Kai stopped the car. Why stop? Sydney didn't understand. Clean up the last bit? Kai turned the car sideways and replaced the HK-417 with a new magazine. Meatball and Sage were doing the same thing. They all knew Kai's style very well. Kai sometimes had strong principles. For example, he never killed innocent people and was especially soft-hearted towards women, the elderly and children. Another example was that he always implemented a strategy of killing all enemies when carrying out missions, and habitually killed all enemies. These 2 points seemed a bit conflicting. The first point seemed a bit saintly, while the second point seemed ruthless. But in fact, they were not conflicting. Innocent people refer to people who don't hold guns. Kai's definition of innocent is irrelevant people, but as long as the other party holds a weapon, Kai will not be soft-hearted. After all, only enemies will point weapons at you. At that time, the identities of the elderly, women and children were meaningless. After all, there was no difference between the bullet fired by a 5-year-old child and the bullet fired by a 30-year-old man. They used the old car they were driving as a cover and quietly waited for Tapia's arrival. Because of the embargo, Cuba's streets are full of old cars from decades ago, and new cars are hard to find in Cuba. Soon, Tapia's convoy appeared in their sight. Fire. When the convoy was still 300 meters away, Kai directly ordered to open fire. Bang 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 bang. A series of dense gunshots rang out. The car at the front of the convoy was hit first. The driver was the worst hit. He was the first to be hit. Then the front of the car caught fire, turned over, and finally exploded with a bang. Sapris. Damn it, Saji was the most excited to see the explosion. He was suppressed today. If it weren't for the timely rescue, Saji would have been in a state of misfortune. After the meatball emptied the bullets in the rifle, he took out an RPG from the back seat of the car. The reason why he used this thing instead of the more advanced individual missile was to hide his identity. As for why it was RPG, the reason was very simple, because this thing is popular. Because RPG can not only pose a considerable threat to land transportation vehicles, such as transport vehicles, tanks, armored vehicles, etc., but also to expensive aircraft such as helicopters and low-flying attack aircraft. A classic example is the U.S. military's loss of 2 Black Hawk helicopters in Mogadishu street fighting in 1993 due to RPG. See the movie Black Hawk Project. And it is easy to operate, and any kid can use it. More importantly, this thing is cheap. Therefore, it can be seen in various regional conflict areas. Various resistance organizations, terrorist organizations, and even the armies of some poor countries like to use this thing. As a highly practical and inexpensive individual weapon, like the AK series automatic rifles and the Type 63-107 rocket launcher, the RPG has played an irreplaceable role in international armed conflicts and asymmetric warfare since its inception. Using this thing can make people less likely to associate it with the United States. Boom. A ball of fire spurted out from behind the launcher, and then the rocket flew out with a whoosh and hit another car. The explosion caused the car and the people in the car to spiral directly into the sky. Tapia was a little confused by this sudden attack. He didn't expect this group of people to be so reckless. They were obviously running away but still had the courage to stop and give them a hard time. This gave him a bad feeling. So the next moment, Tapia decided to be a bit scared first. Unfortunately, it was too late. Just when he was about to ask the driver to turn around, a bullet shot the driver's neck and killed him directly. Tapia asked his men in the car to open fire to provide cover. He lifted the driver's body from the driver's seat and tried to turn and run away, but the car seemed to be out of control and would not start. Chapter 420 Memorial. The car broke down. Tapia cursed anxiously. Although he loved his mother very much, he couldn't control his emotions at all. He raised his head to see the situation on the other side, and saw 3 people on the other side holding guns and shooting while moving towards his car. Da 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 da. The robbers in the car were killed one by one, and only Tapia was left. Tapia was very smart, otherwise he would not have been at large for so many years. Not only was he not caught by the Chicago police, but he even relied on suing the Chicago police to obtain millions of dollars in compensation. After he understood his situation, he immediately chose to surrender. I surrender. Surrendering does not necessarily mean death, but if you don't surrender, you will definitely die. Tapia saw this very clearly. So he decisively threw away the gun and raised his hands to surrender. Only when people are alive can they have more possibilities. Anyway, they are still in Cuba. He only needs to delay time and wait for the Cuban side to rescue him. And even if he is caught and brought back to the United States, he will not die. At most, he will go to jail, which is better than dying immediately. Tapia raised his hands and got out of the car carefully, for fear of provoking the other party to shoot. Put your hands on your head and kneel beside you, Kai aimed at Tapia without any relaxation. With such an old silver coin, who knows if you will show weakness. The 3 carefully checked several cars and gradually relaxed after finding no living people. Sydney couldn't help but come over. Seeing that Tapia's men were all killed and Tapia himself surrendered, she was immediately overjoyed. This meant that they could arrest Tapia and bring him back for trial, so her action would not be considered a complete failure. But before she could say anything, she saw Kai pull out the pistol from his armpit and point it at the back of Tapia's head. He wanted to execute Tapia. No, Sydney screamed and tried to stop Kai, but it was too late. Bang! Tapia's head exploded like a rotten watermelon. How can you kill him? He surrendered. We can take him back to the United States, where he can receive a fair trial, Sydney asked angrily. Kai and Sage looked at each other, not understanding what was wrong with this girl. Isn't what I'm doing fair enough? Is there any doubt that a drug lord who has been at large for many years was sentenced to death? Sydney may have a bit of a saintly attitude, or she may have a bit of a self-interest, but Kai doesn't care. He doesn't want to accommodate a little girl who doesn't know anything yet. Although Sydney is not young, she is still immature in her thinking. We can take him back to the United States. Sydney knew that it was a bit bad to blame the person who just saved her, so she planned to use a gentle tone to tell Kai and the others that there was another way to solve this problem. Unfortunately, Kai didn't want to listen. Please, miss, do you know that we are still in Cuba, still in someone else's territory, and it is already difficult to rescue you back to the United States? You still want us to take this guy with you? Do you think our mission is too easy? Sage couldn't help but choke back. Tapia is a living person. It is unknown how many variables will be caused if such a person is brought back to the United States. So executing him is the best way. As for taking him back for trial, what does it have to do with him? Sydney was still dissatisfied with the statement, but there was nothing she could do. The person was dead, so it was useless to say anything. 3 days later, in Chicago, Kai's house, a party was being held. Woo! This is a party, Mike, wearing a pair of swimming trunks and holding a bottle of champagne, let out a wolf howl, and then jumped into the swimming pool full of beauties with a splash. On the other side, Marcus carefully stared at the beauties passing by and apologized to Sage and the others. Listen, guys, I apologize to you for Sydney's stupidity. She is just a stupid kid who knows nothing. If I had known, I shouldn't have spent money to send her to college. Now her mind is full of those stupid white people's ideas. I am grateful for everything you have done, including killing that bastard Tapia. Sage pouted and clinked glasses with Marcus, without saying much. After all, this is someone else's brother, it is not good to complain in front of him. Just reminding Marcus that the one who is most affected by this matter is not them, but Kai. We don't care. No matter how much she complains, it won't affect us. But it's different for us. I heard that your sister even filed a complaint with the Chicago Police Department. Yes, that's right. Marcus' unlucky sister actually complained to Kai and his team after she came back. The reason was still the same thing, saying that they executed Tapia. Marcus almost broke off relations with his sister because of this matter. Marcus felt extremely ashamed. Kai was so kind to take the initiative to rescue Sydney after she was kidnapped. As a result, Sydney stabbed him in the back just after he rescued her. This made Marcus, who grew up on the streets, furious. This is betrayal. Even in the police station, Sydney's complaint caused some waves. Many policemen felt that the DA people were really assholes. They had a problem on their side, and the Chicago police helped to solve it, but they were bitten back. The police profession, because they have been fighting against criminals for a long time, also has a bit of gangster spirit. So they were extremely dissatisfied with this obviously breaking the rules. This made Marcus even more upset. What was going on? But Sydney herself was not aware of it at all. She was very grateful to Kai for saving her, but she didn't think Kai's approach was right, so she had to say it out. Facing her brother's accusations, she always insisted on her own opinion and didn't think she had done anything wrong. There was no way. Marcus could only find a way to make up for it. So he took out his private money for many years and found Mike. He asked him to find a bunch of beauties and planned to reward Kai and Sage and the others, which was also considered an apology. As a result, somehow, the scene became bigger and bigger, and too many people came. Mike, this bastard, didn't know how he did it, but he actually got involved with the Victoria's Secret Angels who were still in Chicago and invited them over. Looking at these beauties in swimsuits around him, Marcus felt his heart bleeding. Although Mike had said in advance that he had paid for all the beauties, Marcus had to pay for the drinks and DJs on the scene. The money was spent, but he had nothing to do with it. His wife Teresa was also here. It was impossible for him to hide such a big thing from his wife, and it would be strange if she didn't watch him in such a sinister scene. Now he had to be careful even to enjoy his eyes, and it was even more of a dream to want a home run. Speaking of which, why didn't I see Kai? Where's he? Meatball swallowed a bite of the cake and said vaguely, it seems that there are guests, and the boss went to entertain them. What guests? I don't know. Anyway, they look like rich people. Oh, since they are rich people, then I have nothing to do with them, Marcus thought sadly. Wow, Duke. I thought I would never see you again in this life. I finally waited, in Kai's study. An old man knelt on one knee in front of Kai, crying excitedly. Kai was also a little moved, but also a little sad about the ruthlessness of time. He patted the old man's head, just like decades ago. Get up, Alfred. Kai is not a person who likes to show his emotions too much. He will not say some high-sounding words, so thousands of words are combined into one sentence. This old man is Kingsman's predecessor Arthur, Alfred Pennyworth. He actually wanted to come to Kai's side a long time ago, but his identity destined him to not leave Britain casually. He must make some preparations, such as a new identity, a perfect identity. My Lord Duke, please allow me, Alfred Pennyworth, to continue to complete the unfinished mission of my Pennyworth family and serve you. Alfred did not stand up, but still knelt on the ground, expressing his hope to continue serving. But this request made Kai a little embarrassed. After all, Alfred is more than 100 years old. It is a bit too much to let such an old man serve him. As if sensing Kai's embarrassment, Alfred looked at Kai firmly. My Lord Duke, ever since my grandfather swore allegiance to you on behalf of the Pennyworth family, the men of the Pennyworth family are destined to be your servants. This is my mission, a mission that has been lost for 90 years. I know I am very old, but that is why I don't want to go to the grave with such regrets. And I am very clear about my situation. With the blessing of the Holy Grail, I should be able to serve you for some time. Looking at Alfu in front of him reminded Kai of his grandfather, Old Fu. When Old Fu became his butler, he was not young anymore. But the old man never showed any inability to do his job, but arranged everything very well. And Alfu is exactly the same as his grandfather now. Well, Alfu, congratulations, you have graduated from the trainee butler, and you will be my best butler. It's an honor. Alfu stood up. He stood beside Kai very consciously. Although the two hadn't seen each other for almost a century, surprisingly, they didn't seem to need to adapt to each other. Everything went naturally without any awkwardness. You guys should get up too, Kai then said to the two people who had been kneeling behind Alfu. You are different from Alfu. You don't need to be loyal to me. Kingsman has been running independently for almost a century and will continue to run independently, Kai learned about Kingsmen from Catherine. It must be said that this organization has done a good job over the years. These two people are Harry Hart and Eggsy, but their emotions are completely different now. Eggsy was completely confused. He didn't expect that the little Chicago policeman in front of him was actually the legendary Night King Kai who founded Kingsmen. Compared with Wonder Woman, she is more noble within Kingsmen. After all, Kingsmen can grow and develop based on the artifact Holy Grail. And the original owner of the Holy Grail is Night King Kai. Even the name of this organization clearly indicates its nature. Kingsman translates to the King's Guard or the one who serves the king. Eggsy is not from an orthodox Kingsman noble family, and is just shocked or curious about Kai's identity. But for Harry Hart, who was born into the traditional Kingsman nobility, Kai's identity represents more than just a legend. Simply put, Kai is the belief of these orthodox Kingsman nobility. The education they received since childhood told them that they must be loyal to their king. This king is not the King of England. During World War I, the king stood aside when politicians weakened the traditional nobility, which disappointed many nobles. Those nobles who gathered together to form Kingsmen were completely desperate for the king. They sent their heirs to the battlefield for the country and the king, so that their family was extinct, but what awaited them was the king's indifference and the suppression of politicians. This made them discouraged, so they turned to the true master of the British Isles to pledge allegiance. Although Harry Hart is a reformist, it does not mean that he is the kind of person who forgets his ancestors. The reason why he wants to reform is that if he does not reform, Kingsmen will surely weaken. From the way he cultivated Eggsy, he did not really abandon tradition. On the contrary, his transformation of Eggsy was his adherence to tradition. No. Although the original intention of Kingsmen was to maintain peace, it does not mean that we will forget where we came from. On the contrary, I have always remembered your teachings. Kingsmen will always belong to the Night King. Harry Hart took out a briefcase beside him and presented it to Kai very respectfully. To be honest, the piety in Harry Hart's tone made Kai very uncomfortable. He always felt like a charlatan. Afu took the briefcase and handed it to Kai. Kai knew what was in the briefcase even without looking at it. After all, this thing originally belonged to him. Kai touched the briefcase with emotion and then opened it. A soft light illuminated the study room, which was already brightly lit. The light was not dazzling, but it instantly dimmed the whole world. Then a simple metal cup slowly floated out of the briefcase. The cup looked ordinary, but it had a charm that made people unconsciously indulge in it. It seemed that all the attention in the world should be focused on it. Eggsy's eyes widened, and he looked at the metal cup in shock. That was the Holy Grail. Eggsy had only seen it once, when he officially became a Kingsman agent. He had never seen it again since then. The preservation of the Holy Grail had a very strict process within Kingsmen. Except for the current Arthur and those Kingsman agents who volunteered to be the guardians of the Holy Grail, people within Kingsmen had only one chance to see the true face of the Holy Grail. In fact, only a few people within the Kingsman organization had the opportunity to see it. The Holy Grail of Life, Kai said softly in ancient Celtic. As if in response to Kai's call, the light of the Holy Grail flickered. Kai stretched out his hand, and the Holy Grail automatically fell into his hand. Looking at him, Kai seemed to have returned to the prehistoric century. He thought of many things, such as Camelot, King Uther, Arthur, and Morgana. For a moment, Kai was a little absent-minded. The others also held their breath, and even Diana and Catherine did not make any sound. They rarely saw Kai like this. Harry Hart and Eggsy could clearly feel the joy of the Holy Grail, and that joy even infected them, making them feel a strong sense of belonging from the bottom of their hearts. They were the messengers of the Holy Grail, and from the day they signed the contract with the Holy Grail, they would definitely return to the Holy Grail. In a sense, they also belonged to Kai. This recommendation vote was too miserable. Chapter 421 Budget War. Kelly was also in the study, but her presence was very weak. Because of what was happening in front of her, she lacked a sense of participation. After all, she didn't know what Kingsman was, let alone who the crying old man and the two people were. But she did get the general idea, that is, her boyfriend accidentally founded an organization decades ago, and the organization has been developing for so many years, and now it has come back to find him. As Westerners, they also value loyalty. But Kelly didn't expect this level of loyalty. Her boyfriend has disappeared for decades, and this group of people are still devoted to him. But on second thought, it seems that it's nothing. God hasn't appeared, but there are still a lot of people who are devoted to him. Although it's a bit disrespectful to God, in Kelly's opinion, these people do have the meaning of fanatics. Thinking about it this way, Kelly felt very excited. Her boyfriend was not only an ancient man, but also a mythological figure, and he also had believers. However, this still made Kelly feel a little sense of participation. After all, she didn't care much about what they said. This girl has a kind of naive energy. But when she saw the Holy Grail, she became interested. If the legend of the Night King is still unknown to the whole West, then the legend of the Holy Grail is really known to everyone. After all, the Night King is a British myth, so it is normal for people from other countries not to be interested, but the Holy Grail is not. The Holy Grail is a standard Christian myth. Is this the Holy Grail? Kelly looked at this holy object that was 80% similar to the legend, and was very curious. Kai was still immersed in nostalgia and just nodded perfunctorily. Can it really make people rejuvenate and immortal? Can it fulfill all people's wishes? Kelly asked. This time it was Afu who answered. It's not as powerful as the legend, but it is indeed magical. Whether it can make people immortal, I don't know, but it can indeed bring people back to life. The old master used it to bring me back to life. Afu died in Egypt when fighting against the army of dog demons. At the request of Laufu, Kai used the Holy Grail to revive Afu. After Kai disappeared, the Holy Grail was left to Kingsman, but Kingsman could only use it to create a group of super agents. They still could not discover other magical features. Alfu's words made Kai sober up from his nostalgia. He smiled and said, in a sense, the answer to Kelly's question just now is yes. Not only Kelly, but everyone else also looked over in surprise, especially Alfu, Harry Hard and Eggsy. After all, this thing had been in Kingsman's hands for almost a century, and they hadn't figured out anything. The Holy Grail is a sacred object of the old church. At this point, Kai remembered that the title of the old church was a bit inappropriate here. The old religion I'm talking about is the kind of primitive worship. They worship nature, which is a bit similar to the modern Druid doctrine, but also a bit different. But this is not important. In ancient times, the old religion was once a behemoth. They held the right to interpret all mysterious events. It was also the birthplace of the most authoritative religion in magic. In their most glorious time, they even touched the law of cause and effect. And the Holy Grail is their highest achievement. You can think of it as a universal wishing machine, which can fulfill any of your wishes. Everyone who heard this stared at the Holy Grail. No one is a saint, and everyone has something they want but can't get. Now that they heard that there is such a holy object that can fulfill any of their wishes, of course they are tempted. But Kai, a smart person, noticed that Kai added a prefix in a sense before. Generally speaking, as long as this sentence is added, the content behind it will be greatly discounted. Does it have any restrictions? Catherine asked. Kai looked at Catherine with appreciation. Of course. If it was really that powerful, the world would not be what it is now. What restrictions? The price. Kai seemed to have thought of something and laughed. You have to pay a price for what you want. Kai guessed that when the old church leaders created the Holy Grail, this was definitely not their original intention. It is estimated that after they created the Holy Grail, they were also very angry. It is a complete equal exchange. For example, if you want to kill someone, you must pay with your own life. There are definitely ruthless people in this world who are willing to die with their enemies, but there are definitely not many. After all, there are many ways to kill the enemy. Who is willing to die together unless they have no choice? Too careless. Since Kai got the Holy Grail, he has been thinking that it was definitely because of this that the old church people put this thing aside. Equal exchange is the principle of the Holy Grail. What if I wish for world peace? Kelly asked curiously. Sure, Kai replied with a smile, but the final result is likely that you need to sacrifice half of the world's people, and then the Holy Grail kills the other half. Then this thing doesn't seem to be useful. Kelly suddenly felt bored. This made the three Kingsmen secretly glare at her, but Kelly didn't notice it at all. That's not the case. If it's in the right hands, it will be different. Kai raised the Holy Grail and slowly injected his soul energy into it. Suddenly, the Holy Grail burst into dazzling light. The three Kingsmen felt it most directly. They clearly felt the changes in their bodies. In fact, except for Alfu, both Harry Hard and Eggsy were much weaker than the warriors Kai created with the Holy Grail. After all, although the Holy Grail is magical, it is just a dead object. No one controls it, and it lacks the supply of power. Naturally, its ability can only become weaker and weaker. After consuming about half of the experience bar, the power in the Holy Grail has recovered a lot. Over the years, it has also collected a lot of souls. These souls are the souls of Kingsman's elite agents. It's just that without the control of the master, it can't use those powers very well. Now Kai actively uses his soul power to help it digest those souls, so it naturally recovers quickly. After completing this action, Kai sent the Holy Grail back. Take it. You have done a good job over the years. Then keep working. After taking the Holy Grail from Kai, Harry Hart was obviously a little confused. Won't you go back with us? Why should I go back? Kai said with a smile. Go back and give you orders? Forget it. Kingsman has been running independently for so many years, and there is no need for someone who knows nothing to go and give orders. To be honest, Kai was already very touched by Afu's loyalty. But expecting those Kingsman agents who have never seen him to be the same as Afu? Don't dream. Maybe those Kingsman agents, like Harry Hart, can also maintain respect for themselves. But so what? Kingsman has been running independently for so many years, and others have their own political ecology. What? Do you think you can intervene and act tyrannically just because you live long enough? What are you thinking? It's not that the other party will definitely do something bad. After all, Kai is their master no matter what. But why bother? Forcing them to go back will only make both sides uncomfortable. Kai has no ambition for power, so it's better to keep the status quo and let Kingsman be as it is. Harry Hart wanted to persuade them, firstly because Kai was indeed their belief. Secondly, please, why don't you invite such a great god home to worship him, and let the Americans get away with it? But Kai waved his hand. Don't say anything, I'm very satisfied with my current life. Besides, if I go back, the British government will definitely notice it. I don't like politicians. Harry Hart didn't say anything in the end. After all, others are the real bosses. If others don't want to go back, can he kidnap them? Besides, Kai's existence itself is the biggest trump card for them. As for where he is, it's really not a big problem. But Harry Hart didn't play around with his work. He took out another briefcase. There was a stack of documents in it. These are all your properties. They have been under the secret management of our Kingsman for all these years. Now that you are back, these properties must be returned to you. Properties? Kai was stunned. At this time, Afu reminded him, these are some of the industries that you asked my grandfather to acquire. Kingsman was established on these industries. When Kingsman got on the right track, these industries were divested. We set up a special committee to help you manage these industries, but to the outside world, these industries are controlled by a fictitious noble family. Kai flipped through these documents casually. He was not very interested in these things. Kai had heard such a saying before, if you have a lot of money, it's just a simple number. He always treated this as fart. After all, he never had a lot of money. But since he woke up from the mausoleum, he realized that this sentence was too true. In terms of personal property, Kai may be richer than Tony Stark. Apart from anything else, the mountains of treasures in the king's treasury can make the international gold price immediately become cabbage price. So he didn't care and threw these things to Afu. You deal with it, it gives me a headache. Afu was stunned, but still nodded. This thing is actually more of a situation. Whether the document is signed or not does not affect the ownership. Could it be that Kingsman would embezzle Kai's property? But then Kai remembered something and asked, by the way, what is the surname of that fictional nobleman? Will it expose me? As Afu put away the documents, he smiled and said, what a coincidence, the surname of this nobleman is exactly the same as the surname you are using now, both Wayne. Huh? Kai suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Wayne family? Where have you heard of it? The Stark Industrial Expo is in full swing, but as the expo becomes more and more popular, the Chicago Police Department is getting more and more headaches. Because there are more and more protesters. Originally, Tony held an industrial expo, mainly to show the new technologies and inventions in industry to the world. As a result, I don't know what happened, but later on, it gradually changed its taste, and various arms groups began to shine at the exhibition. Among them, Osborne Industries, AIM, Hammer Industries, Roxxon, Lockheed Martin, Boeing, General Dynamics, Raytheon, Northrop Grumman, BAE Systems, L3 Communications and other world arms giants have launched their new products at this expo. Even the military is not willing to be left out. The Berkeley Military Laboratory led by them has also begun to promote a new type of weapon, a ray weapon. This situation is definitely not the purpose of Tony holding the expo, at least not the main purpose. But for other arms companies, this is a good opportunity for them to show themselves. As for why there is such a concentration, the reason is also very simple. This is thanks to the current president Benjamin. Benjamin is a left-wing Democrat. When he was running for election, he promised to reduce military spending and invest more budget in people's livelihood and economic issues. This is not a big deal. Every presidential candidate will do it anyway. But Benjamin is different. He started to implement his campaign promises as soon as he took office. The U.S. military budget in 2008 was $607 billion, but this year's budget was directly cut by $5 billion. Although military leaders and many congressmen have expressed opposition to this budget, unfortunately, it is useless. After the Iraq War, the American people's trust in the U.S. military began to decline year by year, and too much money was spent in Iraq and Afghanistan. Most Americans don't know where these two countries are, and they can't even find them on a map. More importantly, they only see the number of casualties and how much the military has spent, but they don't see the benefits of the war at all, plus the economic crisis. The public is very dissatisfied with the high military spending of the U.S. military. Why did Benjamin become the president as the youngest candidate? It's because he caters to the wishes of the vast majority of Americans. After taking office, Benjamin's high approval rating made all opponents avoid him. Don't think that $5 billion is not much compared to the budget of hundreds of billions. But remember, this is Benjamin's first year in office, and he still has 4 years to serve. And if he does a good job, he is very likely to be re-elected. Not to mention, those budgets are owned by someone. If $5 billion is missing, someone must get less. No one wants their budget to be cut. Arms dealers especially don't want it. After all, a reduction in orders does not only mean a reduction in profits, but also means that the stock price will fall. This is the most intolerable. In fact, since Benjamin was sworn in, the stocks of major arms dealers have begun to fall slowly and resolutely. As a result, those arms giants have begun to lobby both houses of Congress in the hope of rejecting the president's budget. But again, Benjamin now represents public opinion. Public opinion wants to cut military spending, and those members of the two houses cannot really go against public opinion. Although the American electoral system determines that they are elites governing the country, the interference of public opinion is not so obvious, but they can't really not care at all. If it is like the universal suffrage system, one person, one vote, in Europe, the military spending will be reduced even more severely. You can do the difference between the two. It's very interesting. Besides, although the U.S. military has a great influence, it is impossible to cover the sky with one hand, and they cannot represent the interests of all political forces. Since the military budget has been reduced, it means that others can get more. Naturally, a group of people stand up to support the president. So after a few rounds, Benjamin gained the upper hand and the budget was passed. Since it was already an established fact, the only way was to find a solution elsewhere. How to find a solution? Of course, steal from others. So the major arms groups that had been fighting against a president immediately began to target each other. This led to the flourishing of various arms companies, and they all brought out their latest and best products to grab orders. Stark held the expo himself, but he didn't prepare any new weapons, and the other party got there first. It is said that Tony Stark and the board of directors of the Stark Group were very unhappy and were trying to make up for it. But this brought about another problem. The United States has all kinds of political factions, and there are many political groups that desire peace and oppose war. Now a group of American arms companies have put out so many lethal weapons, which naturally makes these groups unhappy. So protests started to happen one after another. Of course, the arms bosses wouldn't care about these protests, as they are too common. But the Chicago police can't ignore them. If there's any extremist who does something, they will have to take the blame. Damn, I've been so unlucky recently. I fell off my bike a few days ago, and my legs were covered with scratches. I haven't recovered yet. Yesterday, the air conditioner broke down again. It's so hot here these days, and I can't live without air conditioning. I had to stay at my relative's house for a night, so I did an update. I just fixed the air conditioner today, and the transformer at my house exploded. I spent another day repairing it, and the power didn't come back until 1 o'clock in the morning. I originally planned to take a day off today, but then I thought about it and decided to just write. So I didn't finish writing until after 4 o'clock. It's so pitiful. For such a pitiful reason, please give me some monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 422 Tony's Commission. Why do we have to attend such a boring press conference? Kelly complained while holding Kai's arm with a bitter face. Kai watched the speaker on the stage intently, introducing their new products in a Steve Jobs-like manner. Although he actually understood every word, those professional terms were too damn professional, just like the Book of Heaven. Kai understood every word, but when they were put together, he had no idea what they were. But he still had to pretend to understand. There was no way, every man had to save face. In fact, when he received Stark's invitation, he didn't think it would be such a press conference. A playboy invited people to watch a press conference for a new weapon. This kind of operation is probably only Tony can do. How is it? Even a genius like me has to admire the genius of Dr. Bruce Banner's creativity. Using rays as weapons, Tony was very excited on the side, and didn't care about Kelly's painful face at all. He was as excited as a high school student walking into an adult theater for the first time. If it wasn't for the wrong occasion, Kai doubted that he would whistle. How can someone as arrogant as you admire someone? Kai didn't understand what was being said on the stage. He only knew that the idiot dressed like Steve Jobs was introducing a powerful weapon that could destroy the enemy's manpower in an instant without causing too much damage to the environment. It could even kill all the people in a city without causing any damage to the entire city. It sounds interesting, but when you think about it carefully, it's creepy. I guess only Americans would promote a weapon that kills people so exaggeratedly. So Kai could only make small talk, and Tony in front of him was indeed inconsistent with his usual personality. Tony is a nasty guy, and anyone who has been with him for more than half an hour can easily come to this conclusion. His arrogance are enough to drive any normal person crazy. This is also the reason why Kai doesn't like to get along with him. After all, Kai is also a conceited person. Although he is not as arrogant as Tony, he will not wrong himself to pretend that he can tolerate this guy. No, you are wrong. I don't admire him as a person, but his idea. I can tell you for sure that among all Dr. Banner's research, only this project interests me. As for the others, they are just so-so, Tony said very arrogantly. His expression reminded Kai of an old friend of his, the hero King Gilgamesh. But the difference is that Gilgamesh is more annoying. After all, no matter how arrogant Tony is, he is still within the scope of mortals. Gilgamesh's temper, let's not talk about it. Then why did you bring me here? Kai was not interested in continuing this topic. Kai didn't understand what he was talking about. So he quickly got to the point. I don't think you really just want me to see this bullshit new weapon launch conference, right? Vulgar. Tony immediately felt that Kai was too vulgar. He didn't even appreciate such a genius idea. Kai shrugged and ignored Tony's barking. It's like this. I just want to ask, are you interested in developing in Los Angeles? But soon Tony asked a little shyly. Los Angeles? Kai was confused. He didn't think that his relationship with Tony was so good that he would care about his career plan. What do you mean? I just want to ask, are you interested in being employed by me? No interest. Kai said very decisively. He was not interested in playing games with a playboy. Tony may have rarely been rejected so straightforwardly, so he was a little stunned, but he immediately said, don't reject so quickly, the treatment I offer here is very good. Kai looked at Tony very coldly. Do you think I'm short of money? Tony curled his lips. He really knew that this little policeman was not short of money at all. But this was not a problem. In Tony's opinion, Kai might not be short of money, but he was definitely not as rich as him. Why don't you ask, what exactly do I want you to do? Not interested, you won't have friends if you chat like this. Tony was very angry and felt that Kai was rejecting his kindness. As a result, this made Kai laugh. Come on, Mr. Stark. Anyone can say this, but when you say it, it's a bit of black humor. Can I ask you, do you really have any friends except those who are attracted by your money? Tony was a little angry because Kai was telling the truth. When Tony was 16, his parents died in a car accident. Since then, he has become an orphan of a wealthy family. He is very smart, very smart. The insensitivity he showed was not because he really didn't understand, but because he was too lazy to care, because he knew very well that 99% of the people around him were there because he was rich. Because of this, he knew from that time that no matter what he did, others would tolerate him because he was rich. As for friends, he really didn't have any. Tony wanted to tell Kai that he didn't need friends. But he immediately realized that Kai was not the kind of person who would accommodate him because he was rich. He was 100% sure that if he said that, he would definitely be mocked. Well, maybe there was no sarcasm, because from his understanding of Kai's character after several contacts, Kai was not the kind of person who liked to show off his power. He would probably just give him a look of contempt at most, and then let himself slowly experience it. So Tony could only sulk by himself. He never asked for help from others. Well, in his opinion, the request just now was asking for help. After about 10 minutes, Kai finally lost his patience. After talking for a long time, he still didn't get anything. What's the point of listening to it? It's better to go to watch singing and dancing. That? I want you to help me investigate a case, Tony suddenly said. Tony said this with great determination. Case? Kai looked at Tony suspiciously. With Tony's financial resources and power, what kind of case can't he investigate? Why look for him? Kai never thought that he was so good at investigating cases. It can even be said that there are many people who are better than him in this regard. A very personal case, Tony emphasized. You came to me with an illegitimate child? Do you want me to investigate if it's true? In Kai's impression, it seems that this guy only needs to investigate this kind of thing. What? Shit. How can you think so? I'm very careful and take safety measures every time, Tony said angrily as if he was insulted, which made people around him look at him. Tony immediately stopped talking and asked Kai to follow him. Is it necessary to be so mysterious? Kai was taken to the private lounge in the venue by Tony. Even Kelly was not allowed to come in, but asked to wait outside. Looking at Tony's attitude, it seems that it is not because of the illegitimate child or something like that. After all, Kai is Pepper's friend. If Kai is asked to investigate this kind of thing, isn't it the same as telling Pepper? Pepper was originally very unhappy with Tony's private life. If she knew about this kind of thing, then don't say anything. The little ambiguity between them would definitely be overturned. I want you to help me investigate the death of my parents. Tony didn't beat around the bush this time and directly stated his purpose. Although Tony's move seems very abrupt, in fact, Tony himself considered it for a long time before finding Kai. Tony first noticed Kai when Pepper was involved in a serial murder case. After that, Tony collected information about Kai through various channels, and he really discovered a lot of things. Although the confidentiality level of the military's secret information is very high, it also depends on the person. As one of the largest weapon suppliers of the U.S. military, Stark Group's background in the military is definitely solid enough. Although he can't get all of Kai's information, compared with Cooper and others, he knows that there will definitely be much more. From Kai's record since he became a policeman and his resume when he served in the army, it is enough to show that Kai's ability is definitely enough. After that, it's Kai's attitude towards him. Tony is certainly not the kind of male protagonist in idol dramas, who meets a woman who doesn't say a word to him and falls in love with the other person inexplicably. The reason why he considers Kai's attitude towards him is that since Kai will not be easily bribed by Tony himself, it means that Kai will not be easily bribed by others. This is very important. Your parents' death? Kai certainly knew about Tony's parents' death. After all, this was an important background in Tony's legendary career. When Tony was 16, his parents were killed in a car accident. This also led to Tony becoming the most famous orphan in the world. I remember it was a car accident. Is there any problem with that? As a policeman, he would naturally be interested in such things. However, Kai felt that it was unlikely to be a problem. After all, the popularity of this car accident was no less than that of Princess Diana's car accident. Howard Stark was also the most famous scientist and capitalist in the United States at the time, and the impact of his death was much greater than that of Princess Diana's death. After all, Princess Diana's car accident was just a gossip among the people, but the interests represented by Howard Stark were not comparable to those of a short-seller princess. At that time, the investigation of the car accident would definitely be extremely detailed, and it was unlikely that there would be any doubts. I don't know. To be honest, I don't know. But I don't believe they would have a car accident. They told me that my parents were in a car accident while traveling together. Kai understood what Tony meant. Who is Howard Stark? A super rich man. Even if he and his wife didn't bring a whole fleet of cars, it's impossible for them to go out for a drive alone, right? Come on, they were already in their 60s at that time, and romance is not this romantic. And Tony can be sure that his father is definitely not a romantic person. Also, They were on a very, very remote road when the accident happened. I don't know why they went there, and no one who investigated can tell me. Tony is actually a very sensitive person. He has always been bothered by the fact that his last meeting with his parents was spent in a quarrel. He thinks he shouldn't treat them like that. Their last farewell shouldn't be like that. So Tony has always been very concerned about their death. Kai heard this and nodded subconsciously. He recognized these doubts. But to be honest, these doubts are not enough to overturn the conclusion given by the original investigation team. After all, human behavior is sometimes uncontrollable. Who knows, maybe Howard Stark just wanted to be romantic with his wife on a whim, and by the way, he stopped a car to have sex in the wild. He is still strong even when he's old. These don't explain anything, Tony didn't refute, but nodded and said, I admit that these are not the key to the problem. What really makes me doubt is that I once asked the person I trusted most to check the car accident. He found something, but he couldn't find out any more. The person Tony said he trusted most was his butler Edwin Jarvis. Edwin Jarvis served in the British Air Force during World War II and became a champion boxer for 3 consecutive years. Later, he emigrated to the United States, where he became a butler for Howard Stark and Maria Stark, Tony's mother, and was also responsible for taking care of the mansion. Later, he became the butler of the Stark family. It can be said that he watched Tony grow up. After the death of Howard and his wife, Edwin Jarvis also became Tony's guardian. It was he who accompanied Tony through the most difficult period. So he trusted Jarvis very much, even relying on him. Tony had asked many detectives to help him investigate the truth of the car accident, but they found nothing. Finally, he asked his butler to investigate in person, but he only found out that the reason why Tony's parents drove there alone that day was because of a very important matter, which was related to a very confidential research result. As for what that matter was, what their purpose was, and even where they were going, they didn't know anything. After that, Jarvis left the Stark family and retired. Not long after, the loyal old butler died in his apartment. Tony even suspected that Jarvis was silenced, but in the end he found that it was not the case. Jarvis really died of illness. When he left the Stark family, he was already in the late stage of brain cancer. This made Tony even more difficult to let go. You asked me to investigate a case that has been in the past for 20 years, and it's not a case in my jurisdiction. That's why I hope you go to Los Angeles. The place where the car accident happened that year was near Los Angeles, Tony immediately said. If you don't want to work for me and still want to be a policeman, I can arrange a transfer. Kai shook his head. That's not necessary. After all, this case has been going on for so many years. It doesn't matter where you look. You just need to give me the detailed case files. So you agree? Tony was very happy. I only promise you that I will check it out. As for whether I can find anything, don't hold too high hopes. Kai didn't think that if it was really a conspiracy, there would be nothing to find out after so many years. So he thought it was just a piece of cake, so it was nothing. Chapter 423, An Old Friend Wants to Meet. This was just a minor incident and did not affect Kai's mood. He agreed to help Tony investigate the case just to help him. Kai did not intend to really put much energy into investigating this case because it was meaningless. If there was a problem with Howard Stark's death, it must be related to something big. Kai felt that if there was really a conspiracy in this matter, he probably would not be able to find anything. He did not think that the masterminds behind this matter would leave any loopholes waiting for Kai to crack 20 years later. The reason why he did not tell the truth to Tony was that he was too lazy to do it. Looking at Tony's expression, if he did not agree to him at that time, this guy would definitely not let it go so easily. Who knows what other tricks he would come up with. After saying goodbye to Tony, Kai prepared to take his girlfriend to have a romantic time. Although Kai did not understand romance very much, he still knew the standard set of TV dramas such as Night, Beach, and Candlelight Dinner. Speaking of which, Kai still did not understand why this thing was romantic. The night in Chicago in October was very cold, and it was even more so on the beach. Blowing the cold wind by Lake Michigan at night. But he finally got a leave, and Tony, the research dog, had already wasted half a day. He couldn't waste it anymore. It was absolutely necessary to coax his girlfriend. But he didn't expect that he would run into an acquaintance when he just walked out of the press conference with Kelly. The other party didn't expect to see Kai here. He originally thought that he would see this bastard again in his life. Kai, This tone was definitely not a surprise after not seeing him for a long time. There was only outrage and resentment that could not be suppressed. Kai was originally unhappy to see the other party, but seeing him so angry, Kai became happy instead. "Oh, look who I ran into. General Ross. Huh? How can a piece of shit like you get promoted? Does the army treat idiots preferentially now?" The person opposite was General Ross, the culprit who forced Kai to retire. At that time, this guy was only a major general. After 2 years of not seeing him, this guy was actually promoted. How can such a thing get promoted? Where can he go to reason? Naturally, he was as unhappy as he could be with his situation. Naturally, there was nothing good to say. Kai rarely speaks badly to others, because it is too ugly. He is not a good talker, and it is better to use fists than to talk nonsense. But he really can't help it. This guy killed Kai's teammate Goat for his mission. Kai just beat him up, which was too easy for him. As a result, after the injury healed, he was still successful. How could Kai be calm? Didn't we agree that the army doesn't accept mentally retarded people? Oh, by the way, the equal rights movement is popular now, and the army can't discriminate against transsexuals. Are you regarded as a typical example by those bigwigs in the military? The reason why our Ross is called a transsexual is that when Kai and Sage beat him together, they accidentally kicked his balls and he could never be a man in his life. This is Ross's weak spot. In the military, where masculinity is respected, a person without male characteristics can't get any respect at all. This made Ross a laughingstock. The key point is that he was beaten by a group of soldiers. In the army, although rank cannot represent everything, the strict rank is no joke. A general was beaten into a state of neither sex by a group of soldiers. What kind of person is this? Incompetence. You can't even control the soldiers below you. What else can you do? Your superiors can tolerate your androgyny. After all, this is a private matter. At most, they will laugh at you in private. But incompetence is intolerable. If you can't even control the soldiers, what kind of general are you? You can't even be an arts soldier. That's not all. What's even funnier is that Ross, the idiot, took the initiative to get beaten. Originally, the matter was over and you were in the wrong, so you left quickly. But you had to go and pretend to be cool. Well, not only did you fail to pretend, you were beaten up and sent to the IQ. Moreover, the punishment for the soldiers who beat him was only forced retirement. And it was not forced retirement in name. In other people's files, they retired voluntarily and did not lose a penny in severance pay. In short, Ross was embarrassed. And now, the culprit was standing in front of him, mocking him unscrupulously. Ross can endure? Facts have proved that he can endure. After Kai insulted him, Ross was ready to punch Kai, but a beautiful woman beside him stopped him. "Dad, wait." The girl tried very hard to stop her father, and Ross tried his best to break through the girl's blockage. Kai saw this scene, and his face was full of disdain. A 1.8 meter tall and capable soldier was stopped by a weak girl who was less than 1.7 meters tall. Anyone can see the clues in this matter. Ross also had his difficulties. He didn't want to beat Kai. Of course he wanted to. But thinking is one thing, and being able to do it is another. Why did Ross run to Kai to show off? Wasn't it because he wanted to recruit Kai? Why did he recruit Kai? It was because Kai was so good at fighting. Others didn't know Kai's military experience, but didn't he know? Fighting with Kai? That would only mean being beaten. He was not that stupid. What's more, Kai is a civilian now. Even if he is a policeman, he is still a civilian to the military. Abroad, these American soldiers can act arrogantly and do whatever they want. As long as you can go online, you can easily find a lot of bad things that the US military stationed abroad has done, such as murder, rape, drug trafficking, human trafficking, etc. There is nothing that the US military dare not do. Among them, the US troops stationed in Asia are the most arrogant. No matter what kind of trouble these guys make, they will not get into trouble. At most, they will be recalled. But it is different in the United States. Before the 1960s and 1970s, the identity of a soldier was very popular in the United States, which can be seen from the elections of successive US presidents. Among the 44 people who have served as US presidents, 31 have served in the military, of which 24 were in the Army or state militia organizations, the predecessor of the modern National Guard. Americans worship soldiers, especially heroes, and those who have made military achievements on the battlefield are particularly likely to be favored. But with the rise of anti-war thinking and the hippie movement, this trend was reversed, so since George H.W. Bush, there has been no military president in office. The impact of the Vietnam War on the United States is beyond the imagination of people in other countries. Soldiers used to be heroes in the United States. But after the Vietnam War, the image of soldiers in the United States has been declining. This can even be seen from Hollywood movies. In those old movies, most soldiers are positive images, but now, in many movies, soldiers are negative roles. Therefore, in China, the US military is very honest and rarely makes big news. Now if Ross openly fights with a civilian, he will win or lose. First of all, he is a general. When others see him, they will automatically and consciously regard him as the powerful party, while Kai, a small policeman, becomes the weak party. Secondly, if a soldier fights with others and loses, isn't that more shameful? As for the idea of beating Kai, Ross only thought about it in his dreams. Ross really didn't dare to do it, but the problem was that Kai thought. Waste, so he continued to stimulate him. You have no balls, but you are still pretending to be a man? Are you worthy? Using your balls to exchange for promotion? That's perfect, cut off your dick too, maybe you can become the first eunuch 5-star general since the founding of the United States. How about it? Do you want my help? I'm happy to help people, go ahead. You useless guy, what kind of man are you if you hide behind a woman? Oh, by the way, you are not a man anymore. Hey, if you are not a man anymore, then how did you fill in your gender on your officer's certificate? Shemale? Eunuch, by the way, I'm curious, how did you get promoted? Use your anus to satisfy your idiot superiors. Hey, can you do it? You have no balls, and your strength is not even as good as a woman's. Ross felt that his sanity was disappearing rapidly. He never thought that he would be insulted like this. In fact, let alone him, even Kai himself was surprised that he was so vicious. Why didn't he notice it before? But this feeling is so good. For Ross, who killed his comrades, Kai did not hesitate to use the greatest malice to deal with him. Enough, but before Ross completely lost his mind, the girl next to him exploded. I don't know what the problem is between you and my father, but you've gone too far. Are you only able to make fun of other people's flaws? This is too low level and too disgusting, the girl righteously rebuked Kai for his actions. Haha, my behavior is disgusting? Ha ha ha, the way you talk to yourself is exactly the same as your transvestite father. Just as disgusting. At the beginning, he ordered the shooting and killed my comrades, and he said so to me with such righteousness, Kai sneered, and then ignored the girl and continued to spray poison at Ross. Mr. Lieutenant General, look at you now, like a castrated happy dog, not like a man at all. Where is the arrogance you had when you ordered us to shoot? Just like your balls, they were kicked and broken by us. Finally, Ross's rationality was completely broken under Kai's poison. I'll fight you. He pushed his daughter away and punched Kai in the face. Kai was hit and fell backward, but his body did not move. Instead, he laughed. He grabbed Ross's hand and twisted it gently, restraining him. Haha, that's more like it. Then Kai looked up at Ross. There was no smile on his face, only a very hypocritical official attitude. He took out his police ID. CPD. Now I formally accuse you of assaulting a police officer and disturbing public order. You have the right to remain silent. Everything you say now will be used as evidence in court. You have the right to hire a lawyer. If you don't have one, the government will assign one to you free of charge. People who have not experienced American police enforcement will never know how corrupt American police are. This kind of frame-up method is very low level, but it is really effective. Go to hell, bastard. Ross didn't care about the Miranda Declaration. He wanted to strangle Kai now. As a result, Kai directly threw him from behind, then pressed his knee against his neck, pulled his hands behind his back and handcuffed him. Now, I want to accuse you of one more charge, resisting arrest. After saying that, Kai lifted him up from the ground. He waved to the patrol police to drive over one by one. He wanted to take this guy to the police station. At that time, there would be plenty of opportunities to manipulate him, and even let Ross grab the gun and run away. Although Ross's identity was a bit troublesome, it was okay. He just needed to create opportunities. Let him go. Ross's daughter stood in front of Kai, looking at Kai stubbornly, not allowing Kai to take her dad away. Unfortunately, the moment Kai learned that she was Ross's daughter, He was destined to have no good feelings towards her. "Madam, if you continue to obstruct public service, I have the right to arrest you." Ross almost went crazy when he heard that Kai would not let go of his own daughter. Although this guy was a bastard, he was really good to his daughter. "Let me go, Kai, I am a lieutenant general of the United States. You are not qualified to arrest me." This was a bit incoherent. "Humph. Stupid. Go back and read the law carefully. Who told you that I am not qualified to arrest you?" Kai punched Ross in the abdomen directly, knocking out his overnight meal. According to normal procedures, Kai is certainly qualified. Unfortunately, there are no rules in this world. Anyway, the US military rarely lets other agencies judge their soldiers. But who cares? Kai doesn't care. As long as he's happy now, it's fine. The news that Kai captured a US lieutenant general quickly spread in the police station. There was no way, the news was too fierce, a lieutenant general. After Kai caught Ross, he threw him directly into a group of drug addicts, and then secretly gave the drug addicts a little bit of mental hints, and then ignored him. He still had things to do. What? Of course, he was asked to be questioned by the superiors. Anyway, Teresa felt like she was going crazy. She had always thought that Kai was a perfect subordinate, who could fight, handle cases, didn't like to cause trouble, had a deep background, and was a low-key person. Compared with those two idiots Marcus and Mike, he was simply perfect. But in a blink of an eye, Kai threw such a big pot on her. Her phone had been bombarded with calls from the police, the US military agencies, politicians, and officials. In short, her office was like a symphony scene, with phone rings one after another. "What the hell are you doing? What? Kai was beating around the bush with her. "Why are you arresting a lieutenant general?" Teresa was going crazy. Few of the calls she had just received had a good tone, and some even started to threaten directly. Assaulting a police officer, yeah, assaulting a police officer. Teresa covered her forehead, she didn't want to talk anymore. Who the hell would believe this? If a drunk soldier went to assault a police officer, Teresa would believe it. But that was a lieutenant general, and this lieutenant general was originally planning to negotiate things with those arms dealers. You tell me he assaulted a police officer? How free must he be? No. Boss, at this time, a policeman suddenly broke into Teresa's office and shouted at the top of his lungs. What's going on? This policeman was specially arranged by Teresa to release Ross. Looking at his appearance, it was obviously not a good thing. That general, how is he? You should go and see for yourself. Chapter 424 Revenge. When the military liaison and the police department leaders saw the miserable state of Lieutenant General Ross, everyone was silent. Who would have thought that a military lieutenant general would have a magazine inserted into his butt? And the cover was Nicki Minaj. It was full of irony. Of course, the doctor's focus was different from these people. After all, a rolled-up magazine inserted into that place was indeed a bit sensational, but in fact the damage was not great, and the human body's sphincter was still very powerful and elastic. It was nothing. The really serious thing was the injuries on the poor lieutenant general's body. 3 ribs were broken, half of his teeth fell out, his thigh bone was fractured, and there were signs of detachment in the left eye's retina. As for skin injuries, there were too many to mention. Anyway, it was just soft tissue contusion and subcutaneous hemorrhage. How do you Chicago police do things? Why was Lieutenant General Ross treated like this? You must give a reasonable explanation. The military liaison was a lieutenant colonel, but now this guy's momentum was like that of a general, and he completely treated the police department's leaders as his subordinates. He started to make all kinds of accusations as soon as he arrived, making the police department bosses very angry. But even so, these police officers still have to endure it. While they were still trying to appease the military liaison, the ward was opened and a girl rushed out with red eyes. I'm going to sue you. Sue you for abusing your law enforcement power, retaliating and harming human rights. Behind the girl was a man who looked older than her, wearing a pair of black framed glasses and had an honest and simple face. He was pulling the girl and comforting her. Betty, calm down. I'll find a lawyer to deal with these problems. I believe the law will give me a reasonable explanation. The man was obviously the kind of person who is not willing to confront others head-on, but he would not give people a sense of weakness. Instead, his calmness and politeness made people feel more difficult. Because this kind of person is not easy to deal with. Now the police officers are even more troubled. What the hell is this? Especially the words of Miss Betty, which made them feel very, very bad. In fact, the police station doesn't care about abuse of power or retaliation. The worst case is to let Kai stand up and apologize, and then punish him, and that's it. But human rights issues. The United States always likes to talk about human rights issues in the international arena, using it as a weapon to attack other countries, but this thing is a double-edged sword. When it hurts others, it will also hurt itself. Did the Guantanamo prisoner abuse incident some time ago make the US government look bad? This thing is politically correct. Once it is used, the police department will naturally be at a disadvantage. More importantly, it is easy to make a big fuss. Yes, the Pentagon will continue to pay attention to this, and we hope that the police can give a satisfactory answer. Chief Cooper had a terrible headache. He had always wanted to make a big deal out of this matter in order to protect Kai, but now it seems that he can't do it. Kai? How do you explain this? Cooper was not going to sacrifice his own family for the sake of justice, but to give Kai one last chance to defend himself. Everyone looked at the culprit who was sitting on the sofa in the hospital corridor, chewing gum out of boredom. To be honest, everyone at the scene, including the military liaison, admired this guy's psychological quality. Even the others who were not the main responsible persons were confused. But this guy was so good. He was originally planned to apologize when he was turned over, but what happened? He did nothing except doing nothing. Wait a minute, Kai leaned on the sofa and said lightly. What? Wait a minute, it should be here soon. What? Cooper was confused by Kai's calmness. Ross's daughter Betty was about to go crazy. She didn't know what grudges this policeman had with her father, but it was absolutely unforgivable to treat an old man like this. Soon her boyfriend calmed her down, and then the bookish man walked in front of Kai. I'm Bruce Banner, and I'm Betty's boyfriend. I don't know what's wrong with you and Ross, but what you've done has completely deviated from the principles that a policeman should have. I hope you can take the initiative to confess your mistakes and apologize to the victim. Maybe in this way, I will let your lawyer plead for you in court. Kai looked at the man in surprise, and then said curiously, Are you Bruce Banner? The one that Tony admires. Tony. Banner was led astray. Tony Stark, the arrogant king, admires your idea of ray bombs very much? Although I don't quite understand the principle of that thing. But the arrogant king should not be so stupid in this regard. Kai was idle, so he started to chat with him. Bruce Banner was a little proud at first. After all, Tony Stark was still very famous in the scientific research community. But he immediately came to his senses. What the hell is he doing? This guy beat his future father-in-law. He should be united against the enemy. Just when Banner was about to express his indignation, a man walked in. It was Matthew. After leaving Kai's house, Matthew moved back to his old house. He did not continue to partner with Kai, but ran back to reconcile with Martin. Kai could not understand what was going on between the two. The hatred of stealing his wife. Martin actually forgave Matthew? The transfer order only took effect a few days ago, and Kai has now become single. But the interesting thing is that the Bureau did not rush to arrange a new partner for Kai, so he was left alone. Originally, this was not in line with the rules, but the problem was, no one thought there was anything wrong with it. Kai was equivalent to a free man on the court in the Bureau. He would go wherever he was needed. It was the Bureau's support for other detective teams. After Matthew came in, he just nodded to Cooper, then took out a cowhide bag and handed it to Kai. It's done. Have you seen it? I have. What about the effect? Very good. The question and answer between the two confused everyone else. What the hell are you two doing? Cooper said a little angrily. Nothing, I just asked Matthew to find evidence. Kai opened a brown paper bag, and there were several videotapes inside. This contains the causes and consequences of my conflict with this idiot Lieutenant General. I also asked Matthew to find more than a dozen witnesses. These can prove that my arrest of this idiot is reasonable and legal. After saying this, Kai threw the thing directly at the lieutenant colonel's face. This insulting behavior immediately made the lieutenant colonel furious. But just as he was about to react, Kai spoke again. Also, that idiot got beaten up. It was all his own fault. After being put in detention, this bastard not only didn't quiet down, but he also spoke rudely to several colleagues and even beat them up. Our colleagues ignored him because he was a lieutenant general. As a result, this idiot went looking for trouble with other prisoners. He spoke rudely to others and even used racial slurs to insult several black people, which resulted in a conflict with those prisoners. Our colleague wanted to pull him away, but he not only bit him, But he also took away our colleague's weapon and planned to shoot the prisoner who had clashed with him, which resulted in a riot among all the prisoners, and several of our colleagues were injured. There is a video of the whole process here, and there is also an audio recording. The senior police officers were immediately shocked. It turned out that this plot was in it. Then it's not their police's problem. At least most of the problems are not theirs. You're looking for your own death, so who can you blame? We are not only going to prosecute this idiot for attacking the police, but also for snatching guns, injuring people, intending to carry out terrorist activities in the police station, and by the way, for racial discrimination. How about it? Is it exciting enough? If the media outside see these things, they will climax on the spot. Now it is not us who have to give you idiots an explanation, but you must give us a satisfactory explanation. Before you give an explanation, this Lieutenant General Ross should honestly put on handcuffs and lie on the bed. None of you can take him away. Otherwise, wait for his wanted order. Kai sneered at the liaison officer, with a face full of confidence. The senior officials of the Chicago Police Department immediately changed their faces and looked at the military people coldly. What to use to deal with political correctness? Of course, political correctness. Compared with human rights, the Black brothers in Chicago care most about racial discrimination. So the Chicago Police Department is not panicking at all now. My police arrested you with reason and evidence, but you beat and scolded the police in the police station, beat people to snatch guns, shot and injured people, and caused a riot. Let's see who is right. The military liaison officer was sweating coldly. The military was indeed very powerful, but for the Chicago Police Department, it was just that. It was nothing. The two were not in the same system at all. If they were right, they could make the Chicago Police Department cry with their powerful influence, but what if they were wrong or even caught with something? There was nothing they could do. The police department would not eat the military's rice. It was you who provoked my father, so he fought with you. If we really want to divide the responsibility, it's half for each of you. Although Betty was a little naive, she knew that for her father, once this scandal broke out, his future would be completely over. Really? Who can prove it? They were outside the art exhibition at the time. Although there were cameras, there was no radio equipment, and Kai's angle of standing was very good, just blocking his face. From the picture, it looked like there was an argument between the two, and then Ross hit someone. And was killed in return. I can prove it, I was right there. Betty was of course not convinced. Really? Kai smiled slightly, then put away his smile. Unfortunately, you are his daughter, and your testimony is very ineffective. Anyway, among the witnesses I found, everyone only knew that we were arguing, and no one knew what we were arguing about. The testimony of the suspect's immediate family members is not invalid as some TV dramas say. There is no such article in the laws of any country. Generally speaking, due to the relationship between relatives, the testimony of relatives in favor of the parties is weaker. On the contrary, it depends on whether the testimony can corroborate with other evidence in the case. In the case that other witnesses did not provide favorable evidence, the judge would not accept Betty's testimony at all, so it was equivalent to invalid. Kai did not continue to pursue the matter, but greeted Cooper loudly and left directly. Looking at Kai's back as he left, the silly and sweet Miss Betty suddenly felt that society was so dark. But what she didn't know was that the truth was even darker than this society. Is Ross a fool? He could have waited quietly for someone to take him out of the police station, and then he could naturally make trouble for Kai. But he still jumped out to make trouble, and even caused the detained criminals to riot. Ross is certainly not a fool. But someone made him a fool. Kai was not very proficient in illusion, and had only a vague understanding of psychic abilities. But with his mental power, it was not difficult to do a little trick on Ross and those criminals. He only needed to use his mental power to stir up their emotions and make them sensitive and irritable. In fact, Kai did not expect that this old gangster would be so angry that he would beat people and take away guns. Of course, the cruelty of the criminals also exceeded Kai's expectations. Damn, how did this group of scum think of using an entertainment magazine to blow Ross's ass? But it was really cool. In fact, when he saw Ross again, Kai thought about killing this grandson directly. But at that time, in public, Kai could not hold back his anger and humiliated him severely. If Ross got into trouble later, it would be easy for people to associate him with him. So Kai held back at that time, thinking of giving him a good beating first, and sending him to the goat to repent when he had the chance in the future. But he did not expect that there would be an unexpected surprise. Now Kai is reluctant to kill this guy. Compared to killing him easily, keeping him alive may be the best punishment. After all, this guy has been disgraced. As long as he lives, this scandal will accompany him for the rest of his life. Doesn't he like to show off, like to have face, and like to get promoted? That's perfect. This matter is enough to make him live a life worse than death. With a happy mood, Kai decided to take Kelly to continue the unfinished candlelight dinner. Kai was so happy to take revenge on Ross, and someone else started his own revenge. Los Angeles. Blade was running wildly in the dark alley. His current situation looked very bad. From time to time, he needed to stop and keep shaking his head to make himself clear, and his steps became more and more staggering. In the darkness behind him, several pairs of scarlet eyes were staring at him. Hey! A series of neurotic laughter came from the darkness. Then several playing cards suddenly shot out from the darkness. Puff puff puff. After a few strange noises, the playing cards were accurately embedded in Blade's body. Bang! Blade stumbled and hid a trash can, and then he couldn't get up. But he still didn't intend to surrender. He struggled to support his body, picked up the silver sword that fell on the ground, and planned to make a last-ditch effort. Unfortunately, his opponent obviously didn't intend to give him a chance. Several metal syringes filled with dark blue liquid shot at Blade from the darkness. After being shot by the syringe, the dark blue liquid inside was instantly injected into Blade's body. Clang! Blade's silver sword slipped from his hand weakly. He couldn't even hold his own weapon. Bullseye! You actually colluded with vampires. Blade leaned against a trash can, staring at the man who came out of the darkness with his blood-red pupils through his sunglasses. That was Kingpin's chief killer, Bullseye. Tisk tisk. Don't say it so harshly, we call this cooperation. Cooperation? Bullseye looked at Blade, who had lost the ability to resist, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Besides, didn't your friend who likes role-playing treat me well in Chicago? Bullseye pulled a worn-out water pipe from the wall, intending to get back at Blade for the vengeance he received from Kai last time. But just as he was about to do it, a woman came out from behind him and stopped him. He can be useful to us. You can't touch him for now. Chapter 425, Heading to Los Angeles. This woman was also an acquaintance. She was Selena, the adopted daughter of Victor, the leader of the Deathwalkers, who was almost killed by Kai Chicago. Blade looked at the woman in front of him coldly. His eyes were like those of a trapped wolf, as if he would pounce on the enemy and bite off his neck in the next moment. Selena felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by such eyes, but she was very confident in the anesthetic they developed. Because the body mechanisms of humans and vampires are completely different, the anesthetics that are useful for humans have very poor effects on vampires. The anesthetic that Bullseye used just now was a special anesthetic developed by vampires. It didn't have much effect on humans. At most, it could only make people feel ecstatic. Humph, Bullseye was a madman most of the time, but there was one exception, that was the task that Kingpin had strictly assigned to him. Although Kingpin was a gangster, everyone who had dealt with him knew that Kingpin was not a crazy person, at least not on the surface. On the contrary, if you ignore Jinbing's terrible appearance, this person will be a very easygoing person. He is polite and wise, likes philosophy and classical music, and is very quiet in his daily leisure time. He likes to study clocks. He has always declined things like enjoyment. He has never been dispensable to women, and he only tastes alcohol. He spends most of his time exercising. What is he exercising? Exercise himself. He will learn fighting and practice all kinds of fighting skills he can find, and he is also a world-class fighting master. He constantly exercises his body, so Jinbing looks like a fat man with a height of 2 meters and a weight of 400 kilograms, but in fact, more than 93% of his body is muscle, with amazing strength. He can punch through a wall with his bare hands. It can be said that he is the ceiling of the combat power of ordinary humans in this world. In addition to his crazy ambition, meticulous mind and wisdom far beyond ordinary people. In the eyes of Bullseye, such people are real lunatics. What is a lunatic afraid of? Of course, he is afraid of people who are crazier than him. So Bullseye is very afraid of Jinbing, even though Jinbing seems very approachable many times. This time, Kingpin had told him before he set out. No complications, capture Blade and hand him over to Victor to complete the deal. Okay, this bastard is yours. Now, hand over what Kingpin wants. Bullseye suppressed his inner violence and completed the deal with the vampire according to Kingpin's instructions. Kingpin will get what he wants. Selina doesn't like Bullseye. For an uncontrollable guy like him, it is best to stay away from him. After saying that, Selina waved her hand and let her men take Blade away. But before leaving, Selina turned back and said to Bullseye, "By the way, there's Hannibal. He is also part of the deal. According to the agreement, you must hand him over to us." Hearing Hannibal's name, Bullseye's already crazy eyes became even crazier. He licked his lips and said through gritted teeth, "I'll give him to you." After saying that, Bullseye turned and left. Selina looked at Bullseye's leaving figure and frowned. She had a bad feeling. Bullseye's response was a little beyond her expectations. But she didn't think much about it. After all, this guy was a madman. Who could predict what a madman would think? But is it really that simple? Of course not. Selina didn't see that the moment Bullseye turned around, a malicious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. At the same time, he was holding a mobile phone in his hand. It was a very worn-out Nokia phone, and a name flashed on the screen of the phone. Hannibal. That was Blade's phone. Blade didn't have many friends, so besides his adoptive father Abraham Whistler, there was only one name on the phone, Hannibal. When Bullseye left Selina's sight, Bullseye pressed the play button. Beep. Beep. Hello. Blade was arrested in Los Angeles. Bullseye pinched his throat and said this quickly, then stepped on the phone and broke it. He, a bunch of idiots. Let's fight. Then the phone on Bullseye rang. Hello, it's me. The voice on the other side was Kingpin's deep and powerful voice. Victor gave me the things. You can come back now, humph. A bunch of cowards. Bullseye understood why Selina didn't give the things to him just now. They were afraid that he would turn against them immediately after getting the things, so they asked the people in New York to give the things to Kingpin directly after they were safe. Although Bullseye did plan to do so before, it didn't stop him from despising vampires. Boss, I want to stay. I have already led Hannibal here according to your suggestion. I want to skin that guy alive. Thinking of what Hannibal did to him in Arkham, Bullseye was filled with anger. No need, Bullseye. That guy is too dangerous. Let him fight with the vampires. Kingpin knew his chief killer too well. This guy not only had mental problems, but also was extremely petty. He would retaliate with the most cruel means for any slight offense to him. Of course, he was just reminding him casually. If Bullseye insisted on doing so, Kingpin didn't intend to stop him. His subordinate has a problem with his brain, but it's just a problem, not stupid. He won't seek death. If he really needs to die, he will run away. Kingpin just thinks it's unnecessary. I want to try. As expected, it didn't go beyond Kingpin's expectations. Then you should be careful. Kingpin hung up the phone. He is the boss, not the nanny. The younger brother also has his own joys and sorrows. Kai frowned and put down the phone with a busy tone. Blade really has a problem. Kai had just called back, but the other party turned off the phone. Master, is there anything I can do? Asked Afu, the butler standing behind Kai. Well, help me check this phone and see where it last appeared. Kai handed the phone to Afu. As Kingsman's predecessor Arthur, Afu can be said to be a master-level figure in the spy agent business. It is much more reliable to leave this kind of thing to him than to the police. Okay, please wait a moment. Afu took the phone out for a few minutes and then came back. We have found out that the last area where this phone was seen is in Florence, a neighborhood in south-central Los Angeles. After hearing this, Kai immediately said to Afu, help me arrange a plane. I need to go to Los Angeles right away. No problem. About half an hour later, Kai looked at the plane in front of him with a philosophical look on his face. In fact, you only need to buy me a ticket. Kai really didn't expect Afu to be so exaggerated. In this life and the previous life, Kai never thought that he would have a private plane one day. It was a Gulfstream G550. The Gulfstream G550 business jet is one of the representative models of the world's top long-range jet business jets. It has a range of 11,686 kilometers and a maximum cruising altitude of 15,545 meters. It can carry 18 passengers and is one of the world's longest range, best performing, most spacious and most comfortable luxury business jets. The aircraft uses a large windshield, is equipped with advanced avionics equipment, and the seats are covered with sheepskin, which is very comfortable. Its cabin is super pressurized, and greater pressure means less flight fatigue. The Gulfstream G650 can carry 18 passengers, with a foldable double bed and a pop-up 26-inch TV, as well as a luxurious bathroom, an air bar and a game room. Of course, as a Kingsman aircraft, it is naturally indispensable to have some black technology inside. For example, a foldable weapons arsenal, the most advanced military-grade radar, and 2 missile launchers under the fuselage. No, it would be the biggest waste to take public aviation when you have 3 private aircraft under your name. After all, even if you don't use them, you have to pay for maintenance and crew wages. Private aircraft are not new, and for many wealthy people, private aircraft themselves are not too expensive. The real cost is maintenance fees, crew wages, fuel costs, and various other expenses. It's just like many people in China now can afford to buy a car, but can't afford to maintain it. So when Kai heard Afu say this, he didn't think it was a big deal. The money has been spent, and it would be a loss if you don't take it. But, when did I have 3 private aircraft under my name? Kai really didn't know. Did you read the file Harry gave you? Not at all. Los Angeles, the city of angels, is the second largest city in the United States. In terms of population, it is the largest city in the United States, with a population of 4 million. Of course, these are not the reasons why the city is famous. What really makes this city the dream city of young people in the United States is Hollywood. Los Angeles is very developed, but what impressed the world the most is its entertainment industry. The existence of Hollywood makes this city different. Countless young people have dreams of becoming stars, making this city feel like a city of dreams. But reality is often cruel. Thousands of young people come here every day, thinking that they can make a name for themselves in this city, but in fact, almost the same number of young people have their dreams of Hollywood broken, and leave this bizarre city exhausted and hurt every day. But no matter what, Los Angeles is indeed a good place, with sunshine, beaches, and beautiful women. It is a good place to live. Kai has several comrades who settled in Los Angeles after retiring. And Kai also needs the help of these old comrades when he comes to Los Angeles this time. Hey, man, you should have told me you were coming. Old Ghost, whose real name is Stuart, was Kai's former comrade in arms. He was originally a member of the Special Reaction Force. When Kai just joined the force, he was Kai's direct superior. He was also Kai's guide. His code name in the army at that time was Old Ghost, the king of poker, but a year later, he left the army and joined the CIA. This kind of transfer is quite rare, but Old Ghost served for a long time and had cooperated with the CIA many times during this period. He himself is very capable in intelligence collection and analysis, so it is not surprising that he was transferred to the CIA. But what's interesting is that he resigned 3 years after joining the CIA. After that, he settled down in Los Angeles and organized a security company with some comrades in arms, which was quite successful. Before the plane took off, Kai called him and needed his help. No way. It happened so suddenly. Kai smiled bitterly and shook his head, but he didn't plan to talk about it now. Instead, he turned around and said to Afu, "Afu, take your luggage to the hotel first, master." Afu was about to say something, but after seeing Kai's eyes, he swallowed back what he wanted to say. "I understand. I wish you a good time." Afu took his luggage and the pre-arranged car to the hotel first. Stuart was stunned to see Afu and the luxury car leave. "I didn't expect you have your own private butler now." Although Stuart and Kai had only worked together for 1 year, Kai saved his life 3 times during this period, so the relationship between the two was very close. He also knew some of Kai's family situation. He knew that Kai was a rich kid, but looking at the current situation, his family was richer than he had imagined. Kai smiled and didn't try to defend himself. Anyway, it was hard to say, and it was better not to say it than to lie. Stuart originally planned to hold a barbecue party at home today, but he received a call from Kai before it started. When they arrived at Stuart's house, his brothers had already started. They were all military men, so it was easy to communicate. With Stuart as a link, Kai soon got along well with him. Kai's father in his previous life once said that it was better for a man to serve as a soldier for a few years in his life, not only to learn the rules, but also to make more real friends. Kai agreed with this statement. Comradeship is not only in the East, but also in the West. It is a very rare feeling. For example, in the United States, even relatives rarely ask for money. Even if there are financial problems, the help given by relatives is to introduce a reliable loan manager. But comrades can directly ask for money, and others will not think there's anything wrong with it. These people are Stuart's comrades. After Stuart established his own security company, he pulled them all in. In Los Angeles, various celebrities gather and there is a great demand for security, so their lives are not bad. Kai, what are you doing in Los Angeles this time? Stuart's friend and comrade Sam asked inadvertently during the chat. A friend of mine got into trouble in Los Angeles. It's a bit tricky, so I rushed over. Kai didn't think there was anything to hide. After all, he wanted to ask Lao Gui for help. What kind of friend? Maybe I can help a little. I'm a local, Sam said enthusiastically. Friendship between men is actually very simple, just have a drink. Especially since they all have military careers, they have a high sense of identity with each other. Kai was just about to speak when another car came outside the house. It's Brian. Obviously the people who came and the people sitting there were all friends. Soon a stranger was let in. The man looked tall and thin, with kind eyes, and even a bookish air. The first impression he gave was that he was an engineer, but his movements and demeanor gave people a sense of sharpness. Although he had the sense of discipline of a soldier, he was more like a sharp blade in a sheath, trying his best to restrain his sharpness. When he came in, his first reaction was to observe the surroundings, especially Kai, a stranger, who has paid special attention to him. But soon he restrained himself and put away that kind of vigilance. Brian, this is Kai. He was my friend in the Special Forces. Stuart happily introduced Kai to Brian. Kai is my comrade, Brian. I have known him for nearly 15 years. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.